Hey, Matt, I'm just going to do a quick video, which we're going to be in, just introducing everybody. All set for a big day of commentary live stream here at Queensland Raceway. I've got Matty McKeldin alongside me doing some TA2 commentary this weekend, and Kylie King.
Kylie King. Welcome to Queensland Raceway for round 4 of the Australian Motor Racing Series. There's plenty of action heading your way, from the V8 powered TA2 muscle cars through to the slick and speedy Australian Formula 3 Championship. There's also a strong contingent of Queensland's state categories, from touring cars to supercars and Porsche Sprint. Strap yourself in, there's plenty of action headed your way. Catching up with our pole man, Jet Johnson, another speedy effort. You love this place, you love these cars.
Yeah, it's been great. You know, the car, we haven't touched it since last weekend. It was really good last weekend that we were here, and, you know, came out this weekend, it's still been great. Track felt pretty good, so can't ask for more, really.
That's the nice way to start off your weekend.
Absolutely, let's try and replicate the results in the next 4 races.
Josh Haynes, a great improvement from qualifying into the shootout. Didn't quite get pole, but geez, what a mighty effort.
Yeah, it was bloody good. We went out in qualifying. Everyone's obviously running a different tyre strategy. So we went out, we did the best with what we got. Didn't quite get a clean lap, but I was pretty happy just to make it in the 10. And then we went out in that last one and in the shootout there, and I had to put it all on the line. I thought I might have just got it, but Jed always finds a way just to pit me. So yeah, it was a good lap, and yeah, I'm looking forward to some good racing.
Third in the shootout, James Simpson. You're in a good spot there, ready for race 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty keen or excited what I did, really. I don't mind being third on the inside, but obviously in the shootout I messed up one of the corners, but that's all right, it is what it is, I guess.
Well, best of luck for the racing.
Thank you very much.
There's a real treat in store for the Hi-Tec Rookie of the Year. To tell us more, David Black, what have you got on offer for the end of the year?
Yeah, well, firstly, I'd just like to say that what a great pleasure it is to be part of this series. I think Pete Robinson's done a fantastic job, and TA2 is really strong and coming to New Zealand now too, so that's fantastic. We decided we wanted to put up something a bit special, so we're putting up our simulator starter pack, which includes our simulator, which is you can build on it as you go. Comes with a Hi-Tec seat, little simulator seat, so somebody can get set up so they can go and practice tracks or do just for fun, whatever. So that's end of the year, and I think I know it's heading down a certain path at the moment, so we'll just see what happens there, because it's somebody I've known for a long time, so maybe he'll get it.
There's a newcomer on the grid, but he's no stranger to racing. Paul Manuel, a 2-time V8 youth champion in New Zealand, and also a TA2 champion out of Asia, and you're here this weekend.
Yeah, meant to just be hanging out with Peter and the team, and Peter said we've got a spare car, so you might as well drive it. So haven't been here before, and I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Because TA2, it's something that's heading your way in New Zealand, and you're very much a part of it.
Yeah, we're the New Zealand distributor through Peter, and we've sold 8 cars already. We haven't even had a race meeting yet, and it's going to be like a virus, I reckon. So we're pretty excited about it with the whole Aussie and New Zealand thing, and yeah, good things to come.
Why do you think it's so popular here, and obviously in New Zealand it's starting to?
Because they're V8s, and Kiwis and Aussies love V8s. It's that simple, and the cars are easy to work on. They're budget friendly, and they're cool cars. It's just what New Zealand especially is screaming out for.
Raceway for round number 4 of the 2022 Australian Motor Racing Series. Terrific day of racing yesterday, and plenty more action coming your way. Today we're going to kick things off very shortly with the TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec, their second race of the weekend. Also on the program today, we've got races 2 and 3 for the Australian Formula 3 Championship. And great to have some local Queensland categories on the program this weekend as well. The Queensland Touring Car Championship, the Queensland Supercars Championship, and also the Porsche Club of Queensland Sprints as well. But TA2 action-packed day yesterday. We had the top 10 shootout, and it was local racer Jet Johnson on his home turf who took pole position. He would hold his advantage through race 1, holding out Josh Haynes in a terrific battle, and another Queenslander young James Simpson coming home in position 3. A bit of controversy. There was a collision between a couple of our championship combatants. Dylan Thomas and Zach Loshalpo got together at turn number 6. 6. Loshalpo slips down the order. Dylan Thomas was subsequently excluded from the results of the race. They will start at the rear of the field today. But joining me in commentary to talk us through all of the action in the TH2 races today, it's a very good morning to Matt McKeldin. Matt, great to have you back in commentary, mate.
Mate, thank you so much. It's been a very long time since I have called a race where 55 k's west of Brisbane, the place they call the Paperclip. And Lockie, if you look at it on paper, this looks a super easy place to race. 6 corners, 3.126 k's long. But I've got to tell you, it's a place where you've got to have your car working perfectly. You as a driver have to be working perfectly, because if you don't, it's very hard to rag a lap time around here. Great passing opportunities down at turn 3, turn 4. If you're brave, you might even get someone off turn 5, and of course there's a heavy braking down into turn 6. The car's currently out on circuit at the moment doing their second warm-up lap. We have 2 here. Of course there's going to be a rolling start, Lockie. We don't start off the front row of the grid. Cars just coming down to warm up. They're just going to sit here for a little while. Of course, our lead vehicle there proudly displaying the Hi-Tec brand. Great to have them on board for our 4th round of the series. In fact, they're on for the whole championship, which is absolutely brilliant. And awesome to see young Jet Johnson and Josh Haynes, 2 of the young guys coming through motorsport in Australia at the moment. Of course, we know who Jet is. Josh, funnily enough and ironically enough there, Lockie, got the number 17 sitting right beside him. So we've got 117 in the Napa Auto Parts Mustang right beside Josh Haynes in the Elvin Group number 17 Camaro. What a sensational looking field. Of course, this is the spiritual home for TA2, Lockie. We started here about 6 or 7 years ago when these cars were imported by Peter Robinson. We have now grown to a 20-car field here as the cars take to the circuit again for their second warm-up lap. We'll be going around. We will form up somewhere between turn 5, exit of turn 5 and turn 6, and then we'll be around for a rolling start. So it's sensational to see 20 cars here, Lockie, and the popularity of this category right now is absolutely going through the roof.
Indeed it is, and that's because it ticks the boxes for a lot of people. It's affordable, the cars are fast, they're exciting to drive, they put on spectacular racing. The spectators love them because they get sideways, drivers can make mistakes in them. You see passing opportunities, you see door-to-door racing. That's why this category is coming along in leaps and bounds. And like you said, Matt, Queensland Raceway, on paper it looks simple, but it's deceptively complex. And one of the things a lot of the drivers have been talking about right throughout the weekend is the evolution of the track. There were some teams that came and tested here a couple of weeks ago. They left the test day happy with the car setup, got here on Friday, discovered that the track conditions were completely different. They virtually had to go back to square one with their car setup.
Like everything here at Queensland Raceway in the recent timeframes, there's been lots of changes. Of course, we're sitting in a beautiful facility, completely updated all around the place by Tony Quinn and his group of professionals. They've done some resurfacing down there between turns 4 and 5. And you're right, when we were up here for the TA2 Northern Series, Lockie, some of the guys who are used to doing probably 14s and 15s around here were suddenly down into the 12s. They couldn't believe it. Then we came back here recently again, and the cars were, you know, the front guys, the really competitive and experienced guys in Trans Am were doing 12s. So this change does have it. This track does have an evolution. It has changed. But it is getting faster, and the experience and knowledge level of our competitors is also gaining momentum as well. We were here years and years ago, and if you did maybe a 17 or an 18, you were pretty happy. Now we're down into the 14s and the 12s even, Lockie. So the cars are getting faster and faster as we're getting set for a start. The parade vehicles heading off the exit between 5 into 6 now. They'll go into pit lane. The guys will be sitting in second gear. They'll roll down here. Jet will, of course, control what happens from here on in. And then when the lights go and the flag drops, we are away for race 2, the TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec. It's round 4. It's Queensland Raceway. It's a stunning day at the Paperclip, and we are about to let fly with TA2 at QR. Josh Haynes, a fantastic start. He's going to hold to the outside. We're going to go 2 by 2 down into turn 1, even 3 wide. Simpson, can he get through on Cheney? No, Cheney's gone through. What a sensational start from Cheney. That looks like Nick Lang as well. And we've got some spinners off 1 by the look of it. That is always an issue down here at turn 1. Cold tyres will watch for any flags. It looks as though right now Cheney under attack as well from Lang, but Jet Johnson going defensive. Hayne, he's desperate to hang it out the outside, Lockie.
He was pretty quick in race 1. He stuck with Jet Johnson right the way through the race, and he was actually starting to catch up to Jet Johnson in the closing laps. This time he's on the attack straight away, up the inside, on the run into turn 4, into the braking zone. It will be Josh Haynes who has the preferred inside line. Graham Cheney has held on to third. Johnson are looking for the switchback as they head into the next left-hander at turn 5, but give the spot to Josh Haynes. Great racecraft, and he has relieved Jet Johnson of the lead.
Oh, it looks like we've also got a spinner down the back of the field off turn 4. Car 10
Peter Robinson
has come across. Peter Robinson, of course, the man responsible for TA2 racing. As we now go under safety cars, we've got a couple of cars. Looks like John Hollinger down there, perhaps, and Murray Kent down there on the exit of turn 1. You can see both cars just sitting in the boonies down there. We'll wait for a replay to see what happened there, but often happens when we have these cold start mornings, I guess, Lockie. Cold tyres, cold brains. Cars get together. We saw that recently down at the Trans Am race here. Tim Brook unfortunately got launched into the wall as well, but that's really unfortunate for Murray Kent there in the Fit Flask number 74 Camaro. I spoke to Murray during the week. He's not sure whether he was going to continue racing these, so this might actually crystallise that decision of his. And of course, John Hollinger, the famous name for Hollinger gearboxes. Lockie, I reckon I held the mantle for the biggest accident in a TA2 car at Bathurst, right up until the point that John Hollinger decided to helicopter the car down Conrod Straight at Bathurst.
That was a massive shot.
That was a massive shot. And luckily, he walked away with just a bruised knee. I had dislocated shoulders and internal bleeding and all that kind of stuff. As we see John Hollinger here in the 23 Camaro. The Black Bomber. Geez, it's a tough-looking car, I reckon.
Yeah,
just in that plain black livery. Not so great at the moment, buried up to the axles in the sand. But what a great start from young Josh Hayne. Absolutely not intimidated by Jet Johnson whatsoever. Of course, he won our last round of the TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec down at Salem Bend. They had a ding-dong battle, and Australia's fastest plumber in the 17 holding to that mantle right now by leading them around under safety car.
So a couple of drivers have made some very good progress from a bit further back in the pack. Zach Loschalpo got tangled up in that incident with Dylan Thomas at turn 6 yesterday and ended up finishing the race down in 13th position. He's come up to 8th, so 5 spots gained for Zach Loschalpo on lap 1. Dylan Thomas as well from the rear of the grid up to 12th. And another one, Berwick Linton. We know that he's had a lot of success in production car racing. I know that you and Berwick have raced together in the past as well, Matt.
Yeah,
recently acquired, it's a brand new Mustang TA2 car that Berwick is racing this weekend. They had a harmonic balancer issue with that car that put him out of race 1 yesterday, but he's moved up to position 13 after starting at the rear of the field.
And of course, Lockie, in these cars, Berwick wouldn't be used to the fact that you actually have no driver aids. He normally races in production cars very successfully with the BMW brand, where, I mean, let's be fair, paddle shift, ABS, leather seats, you know, what could be easier? Like, you just sit there and you drive the thing. With a TA2 car, absolutely no driver aids. You've got no paddle shift, you've got a 4-speed gearbox, your left-hand drive, you've got a big slick tyre that moves around underneath you, you've got very little aero, 525 horsepower and 1,250 kilos. So these things move, and they can be difficult to drive if you want to drive them really, really fast and up on the edge, as we've seen a few accidents and some great racing. You've really got to rag it if you're going to be up the front. But Berwick, as you rightly say, new car, just learning it and starting from a base. He's starting from a complete factory setup within that car. Ralph Bellamy, he's incredibly talented and well-renowned engineer, wants to learn about the car. So whereas a lot of the cars at the front here are highly developed, Berwick's car is very much factory standard at this stage. Only received it about a week ago, had that harmonic balancer, as you say, overnight, and now he's starting to, as you rightly say, move a little bit more forward, move a bit more forward and learn.
When I spoke to him yesterday, he said that he had one of the skills that he had to relearn was how to heel and tow again, because in the BMW production car that he normally races, it's all paddle shift. He except that your left foot does nothing, whereas in the TA2 car, obviously you have to use the clutch, you have to rev match on the downshifts to make sure you don't get a compression or lock up with the rear wheels when you change to a lower gear. So just having to relearn those skills and finesse the car on the down changes in the braking zones, that's something that Berwick has had to adjust to.
Yeah, and it's not easy. You can actually down change on these cars without using the clutch. You can left foot brake, but it takes a real skill to then match those revs. And if you're in your racing history used to that heel and toe movement, it seems a whole lot better. Let's talk about Mark Crutcher for just a second, the unofficial mayor of Young, the secretary for good times, fun times and laughter up and down pit lane, and the number 4 Crutcher Developments Mustang. Man, he is doing some driving. He is driving everything that you can drive within a TA2 opportunity. He's doing the Northern Series. He's doing a little bit of Trans Am as well. He's racing, of course, in the Pulsar Series in New South Wales. His level of improvement, Lockie, over this last probably 12 months, maybe even specifically the last 6 months, has been absolutely incredible. Normally, I would say, and Mark didn't get too upset about me saying this, normally, say in the last 2 years, he would probably be around that 10th, 12th position, Lockie. Now, look at him confidently up there in 4th position behind Graham Chaney in the IES Camaro, and learning every time he goes out and getting more and more confident.
One driver who I'd say got caught up in that contretemps on the first lap, James Simpson. He was 3rd yesterday, but he's fallen back to 15th position, so he's been another casualty from those first lap dramas. And Brad Gartner as well.
Look at the damage on the Hollinger Camaro. Someone's very aggressively gotten into the side there. We've got a 3/4 door, obviously, or a quarter door, which way you look at it. So that's been ripped out. That's a real shame for John, particularly after that accident at Bathurst a little while back. And you can see the front clip here on the 74 of Murray Kent as well. That's taken a belting. They're going to just drag that back up onto the tilt tray. Hopefully we'll get back to some racing in just a little while. Both unfortunate instances for those boys, but you're right. I saw Simpson, who was starting in 3rd today. He is now right back in the field. He went to the infield, I think, trying to avoid all of that. I'll make sure I get to speak to both Murray and John in between the break there so I can find out exactly what happened, but that was fairly big damage on the Hollinger Camaro, unfortunately.
Indeed it was, but one of the advantages of these TA2 cars, Matt, is that they are relatively easy and cost-effective to repair if you do damage them. Well, it depends on the size of the accident. I probably should clarify that because maybe I should have been a little bit more sensitive in those comments, knowing that you were probably having to pay a fair bit to fix your TA2 car after your accident at Bathurst.
Yeah, they are.
Let's say that compared to some other categories, they're less expensive to repair.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at motorsport, of course, even the most expensive golf clubs or tennis racket is not going to cost what it costs to go motor racing. Let's be fair about that. So any repair you have to do is always sizable. But if you look at the difference between, say, trying to fix Thomas Randall's supercar or Heimgartner's supercar as to basically rebuilding my entire vehicle, yes, there's hundreds of thousands of dollars difference. And the guys at TA2, they come to these races with a full set of spare parts, body panels, engines, gearboxes. Everything that you need as a race driver racing in TA2 is there to be able to repair your car. So we'll see if those boys can see if we can get those cars fixed during the year for race 3 of our series today. Jason Hassett, the number 26 Haas Camaro. I spoke to him during the week. I've raced with Jace for a bit, but I didn't really know his story. Unbelievable. He bought one of these cars, never raced prior to COVID, would you believe, Jason Hassett. So he is now starting his racing career only a couple of years into it, and he's a young man. He's only 52 or 53 starting his racing career when most folks are hanging up their helmets. Jason Hassett and his beautiful partner Trish coming out and racing the TA2 car and absolutely loving it. So he's learning as we watch the 74 car continue to be unceremoniously dragged back up onto the tilt tray. Hopefully we'll get that done fairly soon so we can get back to racing
These cars really do appeal to a mixture of different drivers. So we've seen a lot of young up-and-coming drivers use this category as a stepping stone to bigger and better things. We've seen that drivers who've had success in other categories have come into TA2 as a way of racing recreationally. And then you've got the third group of drivers like Jason Hassett, who are starting their racing careers a bit later in life and using this as a beginning category. And Kylie King is down with John Hollinger in pit lane.
John Hollinger, it's not what we want to see. You battered and bruised in pit lane. What happened?
I just got hit from behind. Yeah, that's about all I can say.
You didn't see it coming?
Nah. No, I didn't.
A little patch-up job. You'll be back shortly.
Oh, maybe. We'll see.
As long as you're okay.
Okay, all good. Thank you.
So there you go. John just letting us know that he had no idea where that was coming from. I'm sure he'll be able to get that car patched up. Of course, always a difficult time when you've been belted to have a microphone stuck in your face there to explain what's going on. So thank you very much, Kylie, for that. Just going back to your point there, we were talking about the progression ladder with TA2. If you look at Brad Gardner and Lee Stibbs, this is their first race here this weekend in TA2. They've come from Hyundais. Mm-hmm. So we have also seen Jet Johnson come up through Hyundai class as well. So this is definitely something you can do. The 17 on screen at the moment there with Josh Haynes recently won the, I think it was the SMP 300 as well in his class. Nothing like this car. I think it was a Pulsar or something like that. So,
and not to mention Dylan Thomas actually won the Sydney 300 outright last month. So, in a Mitsubishi Evo production car. But on Brad Gardner and Lee Stibbs, their cars this weekend are being run by Michael Vidot, who's based out of South Australia, and he's the father of Max Vidot, who you would recognise as one of the front runners in the Porsche Carrera Cup Championship driving for TechWorks Motorsport.
Yes, and so I tell you what, watching the footage yesterday from Sandown, I know where I'd rather be, and it's not at Sandown. Cold, wet, rainy, whereas opposed to Queensland Raceway here this morning, we're all wearing shorts and T-shirts and enjoying the beautiful Queensland winter. As the cars look like they're going to be coming around, I reckon we're not far away from the start, Lockie. We've been able to get both of those cars, the Murray Kent car and the John Hollinger car, off the circuit. I reckon we're going to go back to racing fairly soon. Josh Haynes out the front, the 18-year-old from Sydney. He's got the Napa Parts Mustang sitting right behind him with Jet Johnson. Third place, Graham Chaney. Sensational story with Graham Chaney. Again, new to this category, new to racing. Motorsport, he's basically been big on motocross, Lockie. So he has now come across to the four-wheel variety. They say with age, get a cage, and that's exactly what Graham's done. The number 4 car sitting right behind him. They're all starting to warm up the brakes. I reckon we're going to go for a start here, Lockie, as the cars come nose to tail. We'll watch the white Mustang head off into the distance in just a second, and then we'll be away, watching for lights out on the safety car as they come through 5 and 6. Lights are out. We are going for a restart this time around. Josh Haynes from Jet Johnson, Graham Chaney, Mark Crutcher in the yellow number 4, Nick Lang, big improver. Just starting to get to know these cars. Only started racing these cars this year. He's had a long racing history here in Queensland. Rounding through 5 and 6. Here we go for the start. Oh, sideways on the restart is Josh. He wanted to get the jump. Jet's gone with him. Chaney missed it just a little bit. We'll see what happens down here into turn 1. Hopefully we're going to get everyone just settled down so we can get some racing. But very tight line there from Johnson through 1. Oh, Josh just ran a little wide. That's going to allow Johnson a look as they exit 2, heading down towards 3. Always a great shot. Look how wide Hayne just went there off the exit. Obviously tyre temperature right now not to an optimum, Lockie. Josh just able to keep out Jet, and everyone just starting to settle down a little bit so we can get some racing underway. The number 17 leading the 117. But there's pace coming from Johnson now. You can see it. Very, very good under brakes, Lockie, is Jet Johnson. He's done quite a bit of time out here. Recently stood on the podium at the Trans Am National Round, so he's had lots of time around this circuit. But Josh doing a fabulous job holding him out just for the moment. Oh, there's a pass there just behind. Looks like Nick Lang has been passed there
by Brad Gardner.
by
I
Brett
think we'll
Gardner,
find,
moving forward.
Zach Lochalpo, part of that contest as well. So Lochalpo on the comeback trail. Nicholas Bates, brother of rowing twins Neil and Rick, is next ahead of the New Zealander Paul Manuel, who's having his first run in TAG this weekend. He's had a lot of success over in New Zealand.
Very, very wide from the South Australian there, coming on the exit of turn 2. Jet just started to close the gap now to Josh Haynes as well. So we'll see what comes of that. Nick Lang here, just trying to get an idea of where the brake markers are. The 22 car seeming to be able to hold the pace, but look at Crutcher. Crutcher in the number 4 on Cheney. He's starting to pick up some pace as well. They close nice and tight down under brakes. That's been the big improvement for Mark Crutcher this year, Lockie, has been his braking. He's really got his head around how to slow these cars up.
Here at Queensland Raceway, there's lots of time to be gained in the braking zones as well, particularly down at turn 3. There are some bumps in the road just as you hit your braking marker, so making sure that you maintain stability, you don't lock an inside front wheel and go firing too deep into the corner.
And you've got to be really careful that you don't apply those brakes at the top of those bumps. Of course, no ABS in these cars, so if the car is unweighted at the top of the bump and you go aggressively to the brakes, that's obviously going to lock a wheel and you'll go sliding through into the corner. So your timing has to be absolutely spot on as we watch the two front guys come down, and they'll go to the brakes just about now. They've both done that efficiently, no locking up. Jet again, just running a little wide on the entry there. That's allowed Josh Haynes to just get a little bit of a gap for the moment, but this is the pressure game, isn't it? This is what we love to see. We love to see two young guys right out the front putting serious pressure on each other.
Brad Gardner getting ahead of Mark Crutcher, but Crutcher fighting back. A big braking move from Mark Crutcher, almost going to get 2 spots on the run into turn number 4, but he's looped it on the exit. He came in very hot under brakes, but I think just losing some rear end stability, and he has rotated the number 4 Mustang.
Boy, oh boy, he sent that from absolutely downtown. There was no way that he was going to pull that up, but I love the effort from Mark. Just as I talk about his braking improvement, he goes and does something like that. So I'll sit down and have a bit of a chat with him in between this race and the next race. He'll be really disappointed with that, unfortunately. But it's all part of the racing game. Look at Cheney. This is a great effort from the Sydney sider. Crossed across from motocross and motard, I think it was, and now putting together some sensational laps in the IES Camaro. He'll be loving this. Just wait and see whether he can try and keep that. The laps, of course, are ticking down under plenty of pressure from Gardner, though.
This is now turning into a freight train in the battle for third position because Nick Lang's in there, Zach Lochalpo catching up. The battle is still well and truly on for the race lead as well. Josh Haynes continuing to fend off the attacks from Jet Johnson. Yesterday it was the opposite. It was Josh Haynes who was doing all of the chasing and Jet Johnson just trying to manage the margin at the front of the field. But let's check out a replay of that move from Mark Crutcher on the run into turn 4.
Just didn't get it quite stopped and then picked up the inside ripple strip. And of course we have the rules here in TA2. You're not allowed to touch each other, and I reckon poor old Crutchy was about to go straight through the door of Paul Manuel or whoever it was that he was trying to pass. So took the better discretion was the better part of valor there and just turned the car back in as Jason Hassan rolls through pit lane as well. We'll check out what's happened to him during that race. But back to the front, Josh Haynes, the 18-year-old from New South Wales, from Jet Johnson, the 17-year-old from Queensland. Josh is doing a fantastic job. As we said, the Napa Auto Parts Mustang has done 1 billion laps around this place. And he's pressuring the back of Hayne, and Hayne is withstanding that pressure right now. They're nose to tail down to turn 4. Jet goes to the outside. He might go for the switchback to see if he can sneak under. Oh, Josh Haynes gets it sideways, but holds the line coming through. That might give Jet Johnson a run down to 6. Jet did have to lift there, so he didn't go through the door of Haynes, but he's going to go round the outside. Can he hang it tough? What does Haynes do? gets a throttle down. Look at the outside line. Boy, oh boy, not a cigarette paper between them, Lockie. That's how you like your TA2 racing on a Sunday morning. Down into turn 1 now. Hayne continuing to lead from Johnson. Tyres starting down. Who's your tyres starting to go away for both of the young fellas there. You're starting to see the cars. Oh, and a lock up from Johnson as well. Almost looked like a rear lock there, Lockie, as we were going onto the entry of turn 2. Haynes will be loving that, just looking in the rear view mirror saying, thank you. I'd like to have a little breath.
Johnson up the inside, Haynes a little bit wide at turn 3, leaves the door open, and once again they're going to be side by side on the run up to turn 4. This is what we saw on the previous lap as well. Johnson, can he get his nose in front? Look at the confidence under brakes, but he will be on the wrong side. Haynes slips back up the inside into turn number 5. Johnson looking for the switchback manoeuvre. Can he get the overlap? Not quite. And Haynes holds on for another lap. Terrific racing between the two young guns.
You can see the front of Josh's car right now is starting to lose tyre life. You can't run these tyres too hard, Josh, Lockie, too early. You have to watch them. You have to protect them. And I reckon Johnson might have just been sitting there stalking Haynes for a little while, pressuring him, making him push those tyres to their limits. You can see the car's just a little untidy. Another uncharacteristic lock-up from Johnson down into turn 2 now. This is where Johnson's exceptionally strong. We've seen this lap after lap. He seems to be able to make a gap start to disappear down the back. Haynes was a little wide coming off turn 2 there again. Watch for braking here for Johnson. Can he get it done? Haynes has left the door open. Johnson slides down the inside and gets the pass done cleanly. Great racing from the two young fellas. And you can see there, even off the acceleration there, Lockie, Haynes was very, very sideways. I reckon his tyres are now overpressured and or torched. And that was a game plan, I reckon, from young Jet Johnson. He just stalked him and pushed him hard enough to say goodbye to his tyres. Now the hunter becomes the hunted as Haynes lines up in the 17 on the 117 down into turn 6. Can Jet pick up a gap here?
2 laps to go this time around. Fastest lap of the race was set by Jet Johnson back on lap number 8, 1 minute 13.3. Just a tenth of a second quicker than Jet Johnson, and they've been pulling away from their rivals. Brad Gardner now moving up to 3rd position ahead of Graham Cheney.
What an unbelievable debut from young Gardner. In fact, even looking at his times, he's in fact got a faster time than 2 of the front guys. The guys are doing 14s. He's running in a 13 at the moment, so he's got a dose of the chasers at the moment. And what a debut out of XLs in South Australia. Comes up here, never raced at Queensland Raceway, never raced a TA2 car, and Wooshka is up on the podium. So a sensational debut from the young fella.
And he got excluded from qualifying as well, so he had to come from the back of the grid in race 1, and he's fought his way inside the top 3 within 2 races. Battle for the lead's not done yet because Josh Haynes is still right on the tail of Jet Johnson.
Oh, and he's got past him into turn 4. Can Jet hold it tough around the outside? Side by side racing here at Queensland Raceway as we head down to turn 6. Can Jet hold him out on the outside? Haynes is not done yet, ladies and gentlemen, with only 1 lap to go. Can he pick up a win? Of course, as we said, he was the winner of the round down at Tailem Bend. So these two have got a history together. Clean racing, they're good mates. Off the track, they have a bit of fun, but this is where it gets very, very serious. Oh, Johnson picks up the exit of turn 1. A little ragged. Ben Leeds, ex-888 engineer, is Jet's engineer. He'll be on the radio saying, come on, young fella, just calm it down a little bit. As Haynes runs a little bit wide as well. Gardner in the background, just watching this. If these two take each other off, he may pick up a win, so he'll be watching closely as well. A tight line from the both of them. Heading up to turn 4 now. Haynes got a good run. Let's see what this has been the place for all the passes so far, Lockie. I reckon Josh, unless he pulls it up, might be a little too far back, but they touch just on the exit. Johnson holds him out. Haynes got to get a clean run to have any chance of getting down here to get the pass done. Oh, Johnson locks up, opens the door just a little bit. It'll be a drag race down to the line. I think Johnson's going to have it, but what a sensational race as we greet the checkered flag for race 2 of the TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec. It will go to Jet Johnson from Josh Haynes. Young Gardner, a sensational debut to be there at P3. Graham Chaney will finish in 4th. Good result from Nick Lang as well. Zach LaChelpo in 6th position there. A good run from him. Disappointing, of course, for Crutcher down the back after spinning his car.
Yeah, Mark Crutcher falling back to 15th there, so running through the rest of the top 10. Nicholas Bates in 7th. Paul Manuel getting his best result of the weekend. The Kiwi finishing up in 8th position. Dylan Thomas, rear of the grid, up to 9th position. That's a good recovery drive for him. And James Simpson, we saw that he was off the road on the opening lap, but finds his way back into the top 10. Beric Linton, a non-finisher yesterday, clawing his way up to be just outside the top 10 in 11th position ahead of Peter Robinson, the importer of these TA2 cars in P12.
He'd be frustrated too after having an unassisted spin, I reckon, earlier on in the race there. But a sensational race to kick off this morning here at Queensland Raceway. Jet Johnson taking another win, of course, currently leading the championship from Zach LaChelpo. Of course, he'd be frustrated with yesterday, I reckon. Lockie being second. Dylan Thomas, he might be up for our Hard Charger Award this weekend with an effort like that. And Murray Kent, who currently was sitting, I think, 4th in the series, parked off the side of the road there. So disappointing results for those guys, but a good way to start racing. We've got another 2 coming up, Lockie. We'll find out what happened with some of the drivers in between races and come up with some sad stories. They'll all be pointing fingers and putting their heads in their hands, working out what they're going to do. I'm going to go and have a hard talk to Mark Crutcher. So listen here, mate.
The thing about Mark is it doesn't matter how good his race has gone, he's always smiling.
Look, he absolutely is. I mean, as said, Mark is the Secretary of Fun and Games. As we look at the results from race 2, Jet Johnson from Josh Haynes, Brad Gartner, sensational in 3rd position there. Really great effort from Graham Chaney in the IES Camaro. Nick Lang from LaChelpo in 6th. Nicholas Bates, a good result in 7th for the Masters Cup. 8th was Paul Manuel from New Zealand. 9th was Dylan Thomas. And rounding out the top 10, an unlucky James Simpson as he got caught up in that first corner melee. Lockie, so some sob stories there, but also some big stories there. Paul Manuel, he was, of course, the champion, TA2 Asia champion, and he is, if you want a TA2 car in New Zealand, Paul Manuel is the guy that you speak to. Look at the camaraderie there between young Josh and Jet. They are loving the fact that it was a nice, clean race. They were passing and underpassing each other, getting on the late brakes, but no real contact. And that's how you want your racing. And that's how they're going to learn their craft as they go through their careers as well. So a sensational display of sportsmanship from the both of them now. You can't tell me that these aren't fun things to drive. When you're 17 or 18 years of age, how good would it be?
Fun to drive, fun to watch, and there's no doubt that Jet Johnson and Josh Haynes, they're 2 names that we will be hearing more of in the years to come as they progress up through the ranks of Australian motorsport.
Yeah, I think both of them are committed to trying to make a career, Lockie, as they head down the whatever path they're going to do. I think we're going to see Jet again in TA2 and Trans Am, but we'll have to wait and see for next year. But it looks like Kylie King has got our race winner in pit lane, Jet Johnson.
Oh, Jet Johnson, from where we were sitting, it was quite an epic race, and I could see yourself and Josh, you got together at the end of that race and high-fived each other. What a race.
Yeah, it was pretty epic from where I was sitting as well, but no, that was probably the best race I've had so far. That was hard, the entire race, battling, as hard as we could the whole race, but, no one ended up off track. We had a couple small touches, but I respect Josh a lot for that. He doesn't try and push you off. He doesn't try and turn you. And I do the same with him. So, unreal race. I can't thank him enough, first of all, for the racing. Also really want to thank all my sponsors, Napa, Shell, Pertec, MAN, everyone else. Big thanks to everyone.
Well done, Jet. You simply are a bit hard to beat on this track, it would appear. Josh, we'll get you in front of your race car, Josh. And, wow, you held him out, but geez, he stalked you in the end and he just got you.
Oh, yeah, it was a bloody good race. I knew it was going to be close the whole time. And then it was probably about 4 laps to go. Went down the back straight and probably outbraked myself just a tad and ran a little wide. Then we came side by side. We had some awesome battles, but yeah, still so happy to come away with second. Congrats to Jet on the win. It was, an unreal race.
And the tyres, how were they holding up with that pressure he was putting on you?
Yeah, it actually wasn't too bad. Those laps on the safety car, we still held a bit of temp in them. But yeah, it was kind of just holding your tyres so you can still have enough for the end of the race. So yeah, it was still neck and neck, but he got away with it. So we'll come hard in the next one.
Oh, come hard, all right. We can't wait. That's so exciting. Good on you, Josh.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And now we come to, do we describe you, Brad, as a rookie? You're making your debut this weekend, but you race like you've just been eating up these TA2 muscle cars for a long time.
Yeah, rookie. First driving it was Thursday, so Friday. Sorry, picked them up Thursday. But to be on here, I can't believe it. To Mike and my mum and dad, Mike Vidot for putting the team together, and Lee Stibbs for organising the whole thing, and Scotty being crewing on my car, and James Benford. I really can't believe it. It's unbelievable.
On the podium already. I can't believe it, but you clearly know how to race. What do you love about racing these TA2 muscle cars?
They're a very cool car. Obviously, a Mustang, my favourite car on the road. So to be able to drive one on the track and, like a supercar, they're just high horsepower, very fun things to drive.
Well, you enjoy that next one. We can't wait to see you in action.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, Kylie, for bringing us those updates from our top 2 finishers in race number 2 of the weekend for the TA2 Muscle Car Series, presented by Hi-Tec. The TA2 cars will be back for a couple more races over the course of the day. I thank Matt McKeldin for his expert comments. He'll be back in the commentary box a bit later on when we have the TA2 cars back on track. But right now it's time to turn our attention to one of the local categories that's on the program here this weekend, the Queensland Touring Car Championship. They had 2 races yesterday. They've got another 2 races today. And for those of you not familiar with the Queensland Touring Car Championship, it's cars that are based on replicas of cars that dominated Australian touring car racing for many years. So harking back to the Group C and Group A eras, albeit these days we have a lot more modern cars in the field. But they are production based. And there's 2 manufacturers that do dominate proceedings in this category, that being Holden and BMW. There's lots of V8 Holdens. There's lots of 6-cylinder BMWs of different shapes and sizes. We do have a Ford XD Falcon out there. There's a couple of other cars of note as well, including a little Ford Escort, which was taking the fight up to the bigger cars yesterday, and also a Nissan Bluebird from Stephen Harris, although unfortunately he had some mechanical problems yesterday. Joining me in the commentary box is the representative from the Queensland Touring Car Championship, Mark Giorgio. Mark, good morning to you.
Morning, how you going?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Really good racing in the Queensland Touring Cars, but it was the championship leader, Chris Brown, who qualified 3rd, but won both races yesterday in his black VT Commodore.
Yeah, no, Chris is doing a great job. He's got a lot of horsepower under the bonnet, so it's good that he's putting it to good use.
One of the drivers who had a mixed day yesterday was Robert Bellinger in the BMW E46. Qualified on pole, was fighting for the lead in race 1, but did not start race 2, and it doesn't look like he's back out there today. What happened to him?
I believe he had oil pressure issues, a bit of too much oil pressure apparently, so they just heeded a bit of caution and decided to pull the rest of the race meeting.
Yeah, that's disappointing because that car was very, very quick. But taking a look at the grid positions, it will be Chris Brown on pole position for this one, ahead of Chris Sharples in his bright yellow and blue Monaro. Gary Lang, the best of the BMW runners, out of position 3 on the grid, back to Michael Woodcroft. Gary Anger, the best of the Class B cars, ahead of Nathan Marks. They had a terrific battle yesterday. Les Hannafin in the VK Commodore with the retro Valvoline livery in position 7 on the grid. Back to David Janko, Nick Linton and Warwick Douglas completing the top 10. Ben Malpass was right in the thick of the Class B battle yesterday as well, but slips back with some mechanical issues late in the race. Alessandro Vasolo in his BMW E30, the best of the Class C runners, ahead of Hudson James, Luke Beveridge, Paul Bonacorso and Dean Ward with Ettore Vasolo, Andrew Knight and Blake Anger rounding out the finishers in yesterday's race. When we talk about classes, it's based on lap times, Mark, that are achieved by the different cars.
Yeah, that's right. So we've got the front runners in Group A who have basically the fastest lap times, and then it's a 1 minute 20, and from there on is a Group B time, and then a 1 minute 25 is a Group C time.
So, turning our attention to the track for the start of this race. 10 laps the distance, and it's a rolling start for the Queensland Touring Car Championship. Chris Brown and Chris Sharples side by side on the run into turn one. Sharples a bit later under brakes compared to Brown, and he's going to sweep around the outside to take the lead for the first time this weekend. So, an excellent start from Chris Sharples. The challenge for him is going to be holding on to that position on the back straight, because we know that Chris Brown has got plenty of grunt, and Sharples gets a bit sideways on the exit of turn two. The two Holdens, the two-door Monaro, the four-door Commodore battling it out on the run into turn three. Sharples has managed to hold on to the lead there.
Yeah, Chris is a fantastic driver. He does a great job in that car, and he's very consistent, so it's good to see him up front.
And Michael Woodcroft has been able to grab third position from Gary Lang. So the Tirana, another car running a retro livery, up inside the top three as well. Gary Lang gets relegated back to fourth position. Nathan Marks, the bright orange BMW E36, which runs the retro Jägermeister livery that was very famous in European touring car racing back in the 1980s, worked his way up into the top five as well.
Yep, yeah, it just proves being consistent, you eventually get up there.
One of the things that I do love about this category is the fact that the different cars have got different strengths and weaknesses. So the V8 Holdens, they're quick in a straight line. The smaller, lighter and more nimble BMWs, not quite as fast on the straights, but they're very good under brakes and through the corners. They do tend to look after their tyres a bit better over the course of a longer race distance as well.
Definitely, yeah. And then towards the end of the race, they start to make up for the time. Some tyres and stuff getting a bit, past their use-by date.
And in terms of the regulations with tyres for this category, they're unrestricted in terms of what brand you can run. And having a chat to some of the teams yesterday, there's lots of drivers and teams who run second-hand slick tyres from other categories, including Dunlop Supercar tyres.
Yes, yeah, that's right. They get some second tyres that the bigger teams don't want to use anymore. So get a few rounds out of them, probably 3 rounds out of them sometimes. So sometimes some guys get a full year out of just second-hand tyres. So it just depends on the car.
It really is a category, isn't it, that caters to racing enthusiasts. So if you have a passion for a particular type of car, you can build it up yourself in your garage. There's you're not a lot of technical restrictions, so you're allowed to make quite a few modifications as well.
Yes, yeah, it's really good. The limitations are fairly open, so you can, whatever. If you're on a Ford Falcon, you can run a Windsor or a Cleveland or a Coyote engine if you like. Brakes are unlimited, diffs are unlimited, gearboxes you can run whenever you like. So it's quite good. Very flexible.
In terms of the gearboxes, what sort of gearboxes are the gearboxes of choice? Do we see people running Hollinger gearboxes? Or?
A lot of these guys are running like the Tremec series gearboxes, your Tico 600s, stuff like that. There are a couple. Rob Bellinger's running a sequential, but most of the guys run the Borg Warner style, Tico gearboxes, etc. So, and the Beamers obviously run their brand of gearbox they have.
Good battle on for third position at the moment between Michael Woodcroft in the number 5 Tirana, and he is being hunted down by Gary Lang in the BMW E46 M3. BMWs with that really distinctive straight 6 exhaust note from the 3.2 litre inline 6-cylinder engine. Terrifically sweet sounding engine.
Yeah, they take a bit of punishment. They put some 8,000 RPM, I think they rev in those BMW engines too, so they cop it.
Driver who's really impressed me this weekend has been Les Hannafin. He's been there or thereabouts all weekend in his VK Commodore. That car actually gets worked on by Matthew Hawke, one of the regular competitors in the Queensland Touring Car Championship, not racing this weekend unfortunately, but still very much involved in the mechanical work behind the scenes.
Yeah, no, Les does a great job on the VK, so it's good to see him up front. So he puts a lot of effort in, and he does a lot of driving, and he's very passionate about it.
And here's another good battle on screen now. So Marks in that Jägermeister BMW E36 starting to feel the wrath of Gary Anger, who's ranging up behind him through turn 2. Gary Anger, another veteran of this category, who has done lots and lots of races on the Queensland Touring Car Championship, and he had a terrific battle with the BMWs yesterday.
Yeah, no, Gary's fantastic. He's a hard racer, but he's very fair, and it's very good to race up against him. So he was having a lot of fun yesterday. It's good to see.
The camaraderie off the track is terrific as well. I took a bit of a wander through the pits yesterday morning, and everybody all helping each other work on each other's cars. Just terrific spirit of camaraderie amongst the competitors. It's something that we do love about these grassroots motorsport categories, is that everybody will try as hard as they can to beat one another on the track, and then off the track everybody will try as hard as they can to help one another, which is just fantastic.
Oh, definitely, yeah. It's really good to see. Like last night there was guys working on the car till 10:30 at night, just to do a rear wheel bearing and to get him back on track today. So it's great. People borrow tools and stuff. It's fantastic to see.
Best lap of the race that we've seen so far. Chris Brown, who currently sits in second position, 1 minute 17.9, his best lap time. So looks like Gary Lang has just fallen off the back of Michael Woodcroft and is starting to come under a bit of pressure now from Wes Hannafin in that VK Commodore.
Yeah, Joe was mentioning this morning he had a little bit of an issue with his clutch, so that may be a little bit of a contributor. He may be losing a little bit of lap time. So
one of the newest cars that you're allowed to run in this category, looking at the track lines, can see that there's a few VY Commodores out there.
Yeah, there's some VEs, VE Commodores, and BF Falcons. FGs are allowed.
Yep.
And VFs, I'm pretty sure are allowed. So yeah, but we haven't got any currently running. We've got a couple on the build.
And we've had a lead change, so Chris Brown has gone through on Chris Sharple, so our double race winner from yesterday has worked his way back up to the front of the field in car number 50. Just having a look at the livery on Chris Brown's car, I'd say that harks back to the livery that 1P Brock ran at Bathurst in 2002.
Yep.
The Team Brock Commodore that he shared with Craig Baird on the mountain that year.
Yep. Yeah, Chris runs the Western Suburbs Mechanical Workshop at Sumner Park, 17 Mile Rocks area. So yeah, he's an engine builder who specialises in LS engines and stuff. So it's good to see him flying the LS flag.
LS engines, they're a crate motor. They're very easy to source. There's an abundance of them in existence. They're easy to get spare parts from, but more importantly, they also produce a fair bit of horsepower as well.
Yeah, they're a great engine. I'm actually a Ford man, but yes, the LS engines are a good engine, but yeah, a big fan of the overhead valve pushrod V8s for sure.
Yeah, they're very easy to work on and very easy to maintain as well. That's why they're so popular in so many different motorsport categories. They are the control mode for the TA2 muscle car series that we've got racing here this weekend as well. As Michael Woodcroft has been overtaken by Gary Lang. So this has become a three-way battle for third position. Lang back up to third. Woodcroft gets relegated back to fourth. And Les Hannafin at not too far away either. Let's have a look at the class position. So at the moment, Chris Brown, your outright leader, is also your leader in Class A. Nathan Marks, the Jägermeister BMW E36, leading the way in Class B at the moment. Leader in Class C is Ettore Vasolo in his BMW E36, and he sits in 11th position overall.
Yep. Yeah, Ettore and his son Alessandro race together. It's great to see a father and son team in the BMWs. So they race hard and fast.
Les Hannafin closing onto the back of Michael Woodcroft as they exit turn 2. One of the things about Les Hannafin's car is it's got plenty of grunt in a straight line. That VK Commodore, he pulls out, has a bit of a look to the inside of the Tirana, but the smaller, lighter and more nimble Tirana, a bit better under brakes as they run down into turn 3. Behind that, just caught in the back of the shot there, there's a good battle going on for what will be the lead in Class B between Gary Anger, Nathan Marks is in there, and after having a really good run yesterday but then slipping back with some mechanical problems, Ben Malpass has fought his way back up into that contest as well. So that's one of the other advantages of this category, is the fact that however fast your car is, chances are there's going to be other drivers who have got vehicles that are travelling at a similar sort of speed. So you've always got someone to battle against.
Yeah, no, it's really good like that. So occasionally you'll get your little pockets and gaps, but generally it's pretty close. So it's a great category to be in. And mind you, Ben Malpass, that car is a brand new car that was just built for 3.5 weeks since he had an accident at Lakeside a few weeks ago. So that's a new car, and he's doing a great job with the new car.
Some of the cars in this series, I'm sure you could race them in other categories or endurance races as well if you wanted to. So one of the popular events that we have as part of our double ASA calendar, the 300 kilometre endurance races. We had the Sydney 300 last month, which was a terrific event, more than 40 starters in that race. And at the final round of the AMRS at Winton in November, we'll be having the Winton 300 endurance race. And a lot of these types of cars, I reckon, would be very well suited to an endurance race like that.
Yes. No, they would be. It's as you said before, they're very production-based cars, so they're eligible for a lot of different categories, which is great.
So having got to the lead, Chris Brown starting to stretch the margin. It's out to 1.3 seconds over Chris Sharples. We've got a lap and a half to go at the moment, and Chris Brown came into this weekend as the championship leader, on target to extend his advantage the way things are going at the moment.
Yeah, he's got some real good consistency, Chris, in the car now. It's fantastic to see him just slowly picking away and keeping it up the top end.
In a category like this where there's quite a lot of modifications allowed, it's a bit of a balancing act, isn't it? Because it's all well and good to make your car go faster, but at the same time you have to ensure that it's going to be reliable, because it doesn't matter how fast your car is if you can't finish races.
That's exactly right. Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword there. You've got the compromise between reliability and performance, and you just got to find that happy medium, and it takes a little bit of time, and you finally find it. Sometimes you can push a bit too much and try to get too much out of the engines and stuff, and they overheat or they fail, but you just got to find that compromise.
So a bit of elapsed traffic starting to creep into the equation. We saw this yesterday as well, where the race leaders were catching up to the tail end runners in the field in the closing laps. And here at Queensland Raceway, if you catch a lapsed car at an awkward position on the track, it can cost you a bit of time, particularly if you catch them through turns 1 and 2. It can really slow up your momentum as you come onto the back straight.
Oh yeah, it can be a world of hurt. So it's pretty scary. Sometimes you've got to be mindful, even as a lap car, you've got to be careful where you position the car, because you don't want to cause an accident. So you try and give plenty of racing room. So I do feel for the guys. They do a great job of coming through the field, that's for sure.
Driving standards have been really good in this category all weekend. We've seen some hard racing, but we've seen some clean racing as well. Plenty of terrific battles.
Yep. Yeah, we try and promote clean racing. We don't want damage. No one wants to go home with damaged cars, so we try and limit the damages.
And it's a pretty big weekend. 5 races on the program in total, Mark, for the Queensland Touring Car Championship. So, again, it's about finding that balance, because your car does have to endure a fair bit of punishment over the course of the weekend. But one driver who's dealing out a lot of punishment to the rest of the field at the moment, Chris Brown, his 3rd race win of the weekend aboard the number 50 Commodore, gets home 1.3 seconds ahead of Chris Sharples in the Monaro. A bit of a gap back to Gary Lang. In fact, a fairly sizable gap, almost half a minute back to Gary Lang in position 3. So those top 2 Holdens really in a class of their own in this race.
Yeah, they've definitely they've pulled a bit of a gap, and yeah, it's been the rest of the field's very close, and yeah, it's nice clean racing. That's what we want to see, and a bit of variety.
Good variety. Michael Woodcroft finishing up in 4th position there ahead of Les Hannafin. And the winner of Class B coming home in 6th position outright, it will be Gary Anger. So he's managed to overcome the challenge of the BMWs. In fact, the top 3 cars in Class B all very close together as they cross the finish line. That was a terrific race between those 3 drivers, Anger, Marks and Malpass. And we go back to...
Nick Linton's in there too, which is great. It's good for Nick.
Yep, good performance from him. He came from a bit further back after some problems earlier in the weekend. And rounding out the top 10 will be Warwick Douglas in his BMW E46 M3. And winner of Class E, Ettore Vasolo in his BMW E36, finishing up in 10th position. In fact, Vasolo making up a couple of spots there on the final lap. Confirmation of your results. Chris Brown, clean sweep, perfect weekend for him so far, but 2 races still to come. Chris Sharple second, Gary Lang in 3rd position ahead of Michael Woodcroft, Les Hannafin in 5th position. Gary Anger, your Class B winner, ahead of Nathan Marks, Ben Malpass, Warwick Douglas, and Ettore Vasolo completing the top 10. So I'm sure, Mark, there'll be a fair bit of work to be done on the cars after this race to get them ready for the next one.
Yeah, the guys will check out everything, tyres and fuel, and get everything all ready. And we've got 2 more after this, so yes, the weekend's far from over.
Indeed it is. Shortly we'll cross down to Kylie King in pit lane to catch up with our top 3 finishers. Just a reminder of what's to come on the program here at Queensland Raceway, and for those of you tuning in on the live stream via the AMRS Facebook page, we've got race 2 of the Australian Formula 3 Championship coming up next. Supercars, they've got a couple of races today. TA2 cars will be back at midday for their 3rd race of the weekend. As mentioned, the Queensland Touring Car Championship with a couple more races. Porsche Sprints, we've got the Porsche Club of Queensland here. They've got another sprint session coming up a bit later on this afternoon. And then after the lunch break, we will get into our final races for each category this weekend. Australian Formula 3, the Gilmore Memorial Trophy Race. TA2, their 4th and final race. The 5th and final race for the Queensland Touring Car Championship. And then we'll round out proceedings here at the AMRS with the 4th and final race for the Supercars. Once again, a great show of sportsmanship between the drivers down there in pit lane. And Kylie King is with our race winner, Chris Brown.
Chris Brown, you are a star on this racetrack. Tell us a little bit about your effort today and the race car.
The race car, VT Commodore, pretty basic car, good engine, good tyres. So, yeah, it's fun to race for sure.
Bit of a labour of love, no doubt.
Definitely.
So what's the secret to having a fast car in this category and doing well?
Good tyres and lots of horsepower. So.
Now, obviously you are the winner of your class, but a few other classes involved in this category as well, so it's nice to see those battles. But when you come up against those lap cars, I imagine there's a little bit of finessing involved.
Yeah, you don't want to get in their way, you don't want to have an accident, so yeah, you've got to pick your place where you're going to go past them, and you don't want to mess their race up either. So, yeah, it's all part of it.
A good fun class, lots of fun, but a lot of respect you can see that.
Definitely a lot of respect, yeah.
Well done, congratulations, and no doubt we'll catch up with you again soon as we catch up to another Chris, a partner in crime, who is obviously enjoying this category as well. Chris, congratulations. 2nd place, not bad.
Yeah, thanks for that. I've been pretty consistent this weekend, so if we keep keeping up the 2nd places, we should be pretty good for the weekend.
And what do you love about racing touring cars?
Oh, the people, how much fun we have. You know, I love dicing against all different cars in our category. And yeah, it's a great weekend. You know, you got to love the passion for cars, the horsepower, the loud noises, and yeah, how could you get any better?
You said it in one. Congratulations. Good luck in the next race. We'll try and have a little word with Gary. Congratulations, Gary. You love racing. What a great category.
Oh, it's a great category. It's, you can come racing without having to spend a huge amount of dollars on big budget cars, and it's a club racing event too, so everyone's trying to race their cars during the day and not take them home bent at the end of the day, which is really good. So
terrific. We'll enjoy the next one.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kylie King. Kylie bringing us all of the news from pit lane. A big thank you as well to Mark Giorgio for his comments on Queensland touring cars. We'll welcome him back into the commentary box a bit later on for races 4 and 5. Time now to get ourselves ready for the Australian Formula 3 Championship, race 2 of the weekend for the F3 cars. And a chaotic start to the race yesterday where Noah Sands, the pole sitter, jumps the start. He actually took off when the red lights came on, so jumps the start by about 5 seconds, and he was subsequently penalised 15 seconds after the race for that infringement. So crossed the line in 1st position, but was relegated back to 3rd with that penalty behind Trent Grubel and Mitch Nielsen. Trent Grubel driving a different car this weekend to the car that we've seen him in for the first 3 rounds of the championship. The car that he started the season in, the Dallara F312 that he'd been driving for Tim Macro Racing, had a terminal engine failure at Winton in qualifying, which put him out for the weekend. And with supply chain issues, they were not able to get spare parts to fix the engine, the Mercedes-built engine in his Dallara. So Trent Grubel, wanting to stay on the grid, obviously, because he is one of our championship contenders, did a deal with the Gilmore Racing team to slot into their Miguel Formula 3 car this weekend. And he said that it's quite different to the Dallara in terms of the aerodynamics. He said that it's much slipperier and it's noticeably quicker in a straight line through the high-speed corners because it doesn't quite have the same amount of downforce as the Dallara. He said that he really has to muscle it through the fast corners, so it's taking a bit of a change in driving technique for Trent Grubel to get the most out of the Miguel. Nevertheless, he got the race win yesterday, and he will start on pole position today. Mitch Nielsen, front runner in the Radical Cup Australia Series, has been contesting the F3 Championship with the Hi-Tec Motorsport team this year. He will line up alongside Trent Grubel on the front row of the grid. Then Noah Sands, after that penalty that we saw yesterday, starting out of grid position number 3. Chris Gilmore making a comeback to the category this weekend in honour of his late father, Errol Gilmore, who tragically passed away last year. Chris Gilmore racing to be part of the Gilmore Memorial Race, the inaugural Gilmore Memorial Race, which will take place a bit later on this afternoon. He is a former national champion in this category, Chris Gilmore, but these days very successful owner of the All Properties Group, which is a very successful real estate business right throughout southeastern Queensland. He will start 4th on the grid for this race. Ryan Astley out of grid position number 5, and young Ryan got his first Australian F3 race win at Winton last time out. Had a bit of a weird problem in practice on Friday, Ryan Astley, where the gear ratios in his car were the wrong way around. So when he went up to change up a gear, it was actually like he was changing down a gear. Not really good for the engine, but thankfully they identified the problem very quickly and they were able to get that fixed. Ethan Brown, he's been very quick this weekend, but he stalled on the grid yesterday. He'll go from 6th position. And then we've got Roman Krumans, the sole national class entrant in the field this weekend in the older 2007 model Dallara, starting out of position 7. We get ourselves set for a race start. Formula 3, race number 2. This time everybody's stationary when the lights are red. Lights out and away we go. And an excellent start from Chris Gilmore off row 2 of the grid. Goes from position 4 to position 1 as they head down to turn 1. Not such a great start from our pole season Trent Grubel. He's been shuffled back to the 4th position. But what a launch from Chris Gilmore. He flew off the line, nailed the reaction time, nailed the start, and it's the Gilmore Racing Dallara, the All Properties Group entry, that now runs at the front of the field. Mitch Nielsen is the 2nd position, Noah Sands to 3rd, and then it'll be a gap back to Trent Grubel, who's fallen back to 4th position on this opening lap after starting from pole. Noah Sands up the inside. He'll go side by side with Mitch Nielsen on the run up the back straight. He will be on the wrong side of the road on the outside when they get to the left-hander at turn 4. So Nielsen holds on to 2nd position. Sands tucks back in behind. Trent Grubel getting himself into that battle as well. And then further back it's Roman Krumans, Ryan Astley and Ethan Brown. The next 3 cars to come at the tail end of the field as Grubel locks an inside front heading into the 6th and final corner. Just carts him a bit wide of the Ideal Racing line. But as they complete lap number 1, it is Chris Gilmore, your race leader. What a comeback to F3 he is having this weekend. And he's put some margin as well. Over 2nd place, Mitch Nielsen at 0.6 per second as they crossed the start-finish line. So, Chris Gilmore leading. Nielsen in 2nd, but under pressure from Noah Sands at the moment. Trent Grubel in position number 4. He'll be kicking himself after getting that start wrong. I feel like, obviously, he got the race win yesterday, Trent, but he's still coming to grips with that Miguel chassis. As Sands goes to the outside of Nielsen at turn 4. Loses some momentum on the exit there because he was out high and wide off the racing line and out in the marbles, and he's now under pressure from Trent Grubel, his championship rival. Ranges up on the outside as they head into turn 6, but locks it inside front. Once again, he'll look to tuck back in and do the switchback. Gets a good exit out of the final corner. Sands on the defensive. Moves to the right-hand side of the circuit as they head down the straight. Can Grubel go the long way around the outside into turn 1? Not quite able to get the overlap. Neutralise the field. That'll be a bit frustrating for Chris Gilmore because that's going to erode what was a 1.7 second margin that he had extended over Noah Sands and bring him right back to the rest of the pack. So Mitch Nielsen, the mistake that he made at turn 2, the initial error that he made, it seems to be just a simple driving error. I'm wondering if when he got down to turn number 3, if he'd maybe ingested some debris into the braking system of that car, and that when he's arrived at turn 3, he's got there with no brakes. Either way, he is bunkered in the rough at turn number 3, and that will be a job for our very hard-working recovery crews at Queensland Raceway. The driving standards, by and large, this weekend have been pretty good. Yesterday, we only had the single safety car intervention all day, which was in the final Supercar race of the day, but today we've had 2 safety cars so far. As we have a look at a replay of what happened to Mitch Nielsen. So down at turn number 3, he was under a bit of pressure from Trent Grubel, and he's just gone straight ahead. And it looks like that car didn't want to stop or turn when he got to turn number 3. So a combination of factors. Number 1, he would have had garbage all over his tyres after running way off the track at turn 2. And number 2, it could have been that there was a bit of debris in the braking system as well. So he's not been able to stop the car. We are under safety car conditions here in this Formula 3 race. Chris Gilmore, your race leader. Noah Sands in second position. Trent Grubel in third. Ryan Astley, Ethan Brown and Roman Krumans rounding out the top 6 at this stage. Mitch Nielsen in the sand at turn 7. Ross McAlpine did not start. The other non-starter, Ben Taylor, for the second round in a row. Ben Taylor having some dramas in qualifying, which rules him out for the rest of the weekend. Want to talk a bit about Ethan Brown because I caught up with his dad on Friday, and his racing journey is quite interesting. He's 17 years old. Like a lot of people who find their way into open wheel categories, he's come out of go-karts, but his background is very interesting. His parents are both based in Singapore. His mum is Singaporean, and he holds dual citizenship of Australia and Singapore. And what that means is that when he turns 18, he has to do 2 years of compulsory military service. So he's trying to get as much racing as he can in this year, because his motorsport career is effectively going to be put on hold for 2 years at the end of this year while he goes and serves that compulsory military service. So Ethan Brown, who currently sits in position 5 in this race, good to see him competing in F3 this year, but he'll disappear off our racing radar for the next couple of years. We are under safety car conditions, and they've got the tractor and the recovery ute down there at turn number 3, so hopefully it won't take them too long to retrieve Mitch Nielsen's car. For those of you just tuning in on the live stream, you are watching round 4 of the Australian Motor Racing Series. We'll be going to Sydney Motorsport Park for round number 5 on the October long weekend, the 1st and 2nd of October. The categories that we'll have on the program there, we'll have the TA2 Muscle Car Series frames by Hi-Tec. We'll have the next round of the Australian Formula 3 Championship. We'll also be having the Saloon Car Nationals there that weekend as well. So that's the 6-cylinder Holdens and Fords. Thundersport's back on the program at Sydney Motorsport Park as well. Kumo V8 Classic Racing Series for the old V8 Supercars, the pre-car of the future spec cars that race in that series, and the stock cars will be on the program that weekend as well. It's the weekend just before the Bathurst 1000, so why not make a holiday out of it? Why not head down to Sydney Motorsport Park, or up to Sydney Motorsport Park, depending on what state you're from. Spend a weekend in Sydney and then make the trip west across the Great Divide to Bathurst for the 1000 a few days later. Sounds like a great holiday. And then, final round of the AMRS will be at Winton Motor Raceway on the 18th, 19th and 20th of November. It will be the final round for the TA2 Muscle Car Series. We'll also decide our championships for the Thunder Sports, the Stock Cars and the Kumo V8 Classic Racing Series. But the exciting news and the feature event on the program for the final AMRS round, the Winton 300. It's an event that's steeped in history. It's an event that's produced some climactic finishes over the years, particularly the 2014 race, which came down to the very last lap. And no doubt, based on the big fields that we've seen for the Wakefield and the Sydney 300s this year, we can expect to see a big grid of cars competing in the 300 kilometre, 100 lap endurance race around the nation's action track as well. So thoroughly looking forward to the Winton 300. It is coming up in November. So field still under control of the safety car. One of the interesting things there is that Ryan Astley actually came into the pits during that safety car intervention, but he has rejoined the circuit, albeit at the tail end of the field. And the lights are still on the Mustang safety car, so we'll do one more lap under safety car conditions. The recovery tractor is still down there at turn 3, and it looks like Mitch Nielsen is going to be out of the race altogether, so his car is being lifted off the track, off to the side of the track with the crane. And that'll be a retirement for Mitch Nielsen. Disappointing for him, and obviously not ideal for his championship situation either, given that he was third in the points coming into this weekend. Chris Gilmore, your leader, ahead of Noah Sands. Trent Grubel, Ethan Brown moving up to 4th position as a result of that pit visit for Ryan Astley. Roman Krugman's in 5th position ahead of Astley, who has rejoined in 6th. 8 laps to go. There'll be 7 laps to go next time around. And I think, or I hope that we will get a race restart next time through. So, no, lights are still on the safety car at this stage. The recovery crews are still working down there at turn number 3. Oh no, I stand corrected. The lights have gone out on the safety car, so it's back in the pit lane, and we are set for a restart this time around. So the safety car extinguishing the lights, but we are back to racing, and it's going to be Chris Gilmore, the race leader, who will control the pace at the restart. Bit of a sluggish restart for Noah Sands in 2nd position, and that's given Trent Grubel the incentive to go raging up on the outside, but he was out in the marbles there and didn't have the grip to make it around turn 1 as quickly as he would have liked. So Trent Grubel loses a few car lengths to his title rival Noah Sands, who was hunting down the team boss Chris Gilmore. Noah Sands, he's had very good pace this weekend. He was super quick in qualifying aboard the Gilmore Racing Dallara that he's driving. And he has punched out the fastest lap so far in this race, a minute 7.1 on lap number 3, which was the final flying lap before the safety car was deployed. There's 6 laps to go at the end of this one. I'll look at the ground that Noah Sands has made up on Chris Gilmore. In fact, the top 3 cars in this race are all out of the Gilmore Racing stable. Ethan Brown in position 4, the best of the Tim Macro Racing entries at the moment. Ryan Astley sitting in 5th position, so Astley has relieved Prudence of P5. Noah Sands, our championship leader, on the attack and up behind the team boss Chris Gilmore as they come onto the back straight. 6 laps remaining. And these top 2, they've just been able to gap Trent Grubel, who hasn't quite had the speed to go with them since this safety car restart. Down into the braking zone at turn 6. Noah Sands super confident under brakes. We saw at Sydney Motorsport parking round 1 that he was making spectacular moves around the outside of other drivers at turn 2, and it does seem that on cold tyres Noah Sands has a lot of confidence, and he has punched out the fastest lap of the race, minute 6.5. Just 0.2 per second separating him and Chris Gilmore as they head off on lap number 10. And he's right in the toe as they head down the back straight, pulls to the inside. He got a terrific run through turns 1 and 2. And the move for the lead is done at turn 3. So Noah Sands elevates the number 17 Gilmore Racing Machine back to the front. Chris Gilmore tries to get the better exit out of the corner. Thinks about coming back at Noah Sands, but Sands awaits that, covers him off in the braking zone. So the 18-year-old who hails from the regional town of Leighton in the Riverina district of New South Wales recaptures the lead of the motor race. Relegates the All Property Group car back to 2nd position. And once again, it's the best lap of the race for Noah Sands in at Fox 6.5 that time through. Gilmore was a bit slower, and Trent Grubel, now that he's got the tyres up to temperature, is attacking with a bit more confidence. He knows that he can't afford to see Noah Sands disappearing too far up the road. From a championship perspective, it's critical that Grubel stays as close as he can to Noah Sands. And Ethan Brown and Ryan Astley doing a good job as well. They're not too far behind our race-leading pack. We saw that Ryan Astley was struggling for a bit of speed yesterday, which was a surprise after how well he did at Winton, but in qualifying and race 1, he didn't quite seem to have the pace. He's running the race leaders a bit more closely this time through. There'll be 3 laps remaining as Sands crosses the start-finish line. Minute 6.2 for Noah Sands, minute 7.2 for Chris Gilmore, 7.0 for Trent Grubel, 6.9 for Ethan Brown and a 6.8 for Ryan Astley. So like I said, Brown and Astley both with a pretty good turn of speed at this point. They're having their own good battle at the moment for positions 4 and 5. Trent Grubel attacking the back of Chris Gilmore. With these F3 cars, there is quite a big advantage to be gained if you can get into the slipstream of the car in front, but like we've seen in a lot of other open wheel categories, there is the aerodynamic disturbance, the turbulent air that you get affected by when you're closely following the car in front. That can be a bit of an issue as well, particularly through the high-speed corners as Grubel again locks up the front right. We've seen that a few times. Running to turn 6, that front right tyre gets unloaded in the braking zone. And I reckon he's locked it up that many times that there's probably a bit of a flat spot on that tyre at this point as well. These F3 cars, they do have different size tyres for the front and the rear wheels. So they have the steer tyre for the front wheels and a drive tyre for the rear wheels. And as Ryan Astley drops the left wheels off the edge of the curb on the exit of turn 2, kicks up a bit of dust. Race just settling into a bit of a rhythm at the moment. In terms of points overall for the weekend, with positions as they are at the moment, Noah Sands 34 and Trent Grubel 34. They're tied on points. Chris Gilmore 28 points, sitting in third place overall for the weekend, with positions as they are at the moment. Race 3 being the feature race. It's worth more points compared to races 1 and 2. And the last lap board is out at this point. .9 seconds the advantage for Noah Sands over Chris Gilmore, who has been able to, I think, just put a bit of a safety buffer between himself and Trent Grubel. Ethan Brown, 1 minute 6.7. So Ethan Brown was actually the second fastest driver on the racetrack that last time through. We saw that he stalled on the grid yesterday. These cars can be very tricky to get off the line for inexperienced drivers. And Ethan Brown went absolutely nowhere when the lights went out yesterday, but recovered pretty well. But the checkered flag's out, but Noah Sands is going to win race 2 of the Formula 3 Championship here at Queensland Raceway aboard the number 17 car. Chris Gilmore, brilliant start, rocketed to the lead, brings it home in second position, with Trent Grubel finishing up third, Ethan Brown in fourth position, and Ryan Astley home in position 5. Roman Krumans, the sole national class entrant this weekend, coming home in sixth position. Mitch Nielsen, after that big off-track excursion at turn 3, not making it to the checkered flag in this race. Ross McAlpine, who is competing in Australian F3, a regular runner in the New South Wales Formula Race Car Championship, not taking the start of race number 2 this morning. But Noah Sands, more valuable points in the bank as he extends his championship lead once again. And he's tied for the round on points with Trent Grubel, heading into the third and final race, the Errol Gilmore Memorial Trophy race, which will be held later on this afternoon. So we'll have the Supercars coming out very soon for their third race of the weekend. The F3 cars making their way back into pit lane. Kylie King will shortly be catching up with our top 3 place getters from the F3 race. Then at midday we'll have the TA2 cars back out on circuit. Confirmation of your race results. Noah Sands, 4.06 seconds, the final margin between him and Chris Gilmore. The top 3 cars, all from the Gilmore Racing stable. Ethan Brown for Tim Macro Racing, finishing up in 4th position, ahead of Ryan Astley. Roman Krumans in at 6th position with Mitch Nielsen, a DNF, and at Ross McAlpine, a DNS in that one. So the action continuing to come thick and fast here at Queensland Raceway as our racing program rolls on straight into the Supercars. Race number 3. We had 2 races yesterday for the Supercars, and both of them were won by Russell Jamieson in dominant fashion aboard his Anderson Maverick 250cc twin-cylinder supercar. The karts that have the twin-cylinder engines running the 250 international class. There's also the 250 national class for the single-cylinder engines, and then we've also got a big assortment of 125cc karts, a combination of gearbox and non-gearbox machines. And Russell Jamieson will start on pole position for this one. Brock Nicholas joining him on the front row. Douglas Amiss, Tim Philp, Tim Weir, David Dyson took victory in what was an epic battle in the 125cc non-gearbox class yesterday. In fact, that was pretty much the highlight of the race. It was an epic scrap in the 125 non-gearbox class. But Russell Jamieson, he was in a class of his own. He was on pole position by 6 seconds as we get set for a race start. And we've got one driver who has rotated before even getting to the start-finish line. That was Hillier in the number 65 machine. Manages to get going, thankfully, but he'll be stone motherless last. He's in the slightly less powerful 85cc class supercar. But Russell Jamieson way out in front of the rest of the field. We've got some good battles happening a bit further back, though. Ewan Berg, who had a big off-track excursion at turn number 2 yesterday, surges up to second position. And these supercars do exceptionally fast lap times. We saw that Russell Jamieson got down into the 1:09 bracket in qualifying, which the time that he did it was only 0.3 of a second away from the supercar lap record, and that's because of the power to weight ratio, the amazing corner speeds that these supercars are able to carry. And the battles pretty close as well, and the non-gearbox karts, obviously one of the key driving techniques is to maintain momentum through the corners. Because you don't have any gears, you're not always able to keep the engine running in its optimum power band. And we saw a terrific scrap involving David Dyson, Andrew Kane, Nicholas Marshall and Ben Longland in that dice within the 125. So the order as they complete the first lap: Russell Jamieson first, Brock Nicholas second, Douglas Amiss in third position, then it's Phil Maven, Otway, Ewan Berg sitting in 7th position, Andrew Kane, the best of the non-gearbox karts, ahead of Paul Buckley, who had a troublesome run yesterday, David Dyson, Nicholas Marshall and Ben Longland. Then we go back to Weir, and then the other Jamiesons, that's Dreen and Lindsay Jamieson running in 14th and 15th position, and Craig Hillier in kart number 65. Actually, I do apologise, it's Lindsay and Dreen Jamieson that are in the 85cc karts. Craig Hillier is in one of the 125cc karts, and he is at the back of the pack after spinning out before the start line. 10 laps to race distance for these supercars. We're watching Russell Jamieson pull away from the field. Andrew Kane has built up a fair advantage in the non-gearbox class at this point. In fact, the non-gearbox class kart's a bit more spread out compared to yesterday, where they were nose to tail pretty much right throughout the race. So Jamieson's lead already out to 16.8 seconds after 2 laps. Brock Nicholas also in the 250cc twin-cylinder machine. They produce an enormous amount of horsepower. We've seen over the years that drivers like Sam Zvaglia and Warren McIlvain and Anton Stevens have competed in those 250cc twin-cylinder karts, and tracks like Sydney Motorsport Park and Phillip Island, they've actually been faster than the supercars. And just think of the bravery of these drivers as well. When you're that low to the ground, not a lot of margin for error if things go wrong. Not a lot of protection. You certainly don't have a roll cage or the same sort of surrounding safety gear as what you would have in another type of race car. So there is Russell Jamieson already starting to lap the back markers, such as been the stonking pace of kart number 35. Look at the corner speed that he's able to carry aboard that coach design supercar. Understandably staying away from the ripple strips, because if you hit the ripple strips in one of these karts, it would just about tip over, I reckon, if you hit it too hard or at the wrong angle. And you can really see through those bumps at turn number 1 and just how much it moves around physically from a driving perspective. It'd be pretty tough to arm wrestle it with all of those bumps and shock waves going pretty much straight up through the seat. So 27.6 seconds the margin between Jamieson and Nicholas. Douglas Amiss still sitting in position 3 at the moment, ahead of Tim Philp. Ewan Berg in position 5. And it's Paul Buckley who has moved to the lead of the non-gearbox class, ahead of David Dyson. So Buckley, Dyson, Kane, Longland and Marshall. And Ben Longland running a special livery on his supercar this weekend. We've actually just seen him get lapped by our race leader, Russell Jamieson, but bright green livery for Ben Longland. And that was revealed on Facebook Live yesterday, and that's to raise awareness for Lymphoma Australia, because Ben Longland is somebody who has suffered from lymphoma. He was diagnosed with it last year. He had to go through a very extensive chemotherapy treatment process and came out the other side. And great to see him back on the racetrack. There he is at the back of the shot, embroiled in a ripper battle with Nicholas Marshall. There they are, in fact, side by side on the run down the back straight towards turn 3. Marshall was on the inside, Longland was on the outside as they headed down into that corner, and it's Marshall who just manages to stay ahead of Longland as they negotiate their way through that corner. But Longland's not done. He tucks back into the slipstream. He pulls to the inside of Marshall as they run up towards turn 4. And ahead of that battle, you can see that Dyson in kart number 33 and Kane in kart number 72 are battling as well. So just like yesterday, where the highlight was very much the contest within the non-gearbox division, it's proving to be the case once again today. Longland all over the back of Nicholas Marshall as they head into turn 6. And the drivers taking different lines to try and maintain that momentum, maintain that corner speed. And there's certainly an advantage to be gained if you can slipstream the kart in front as well. There is our race leader, Russell Jamieson. He's cleared out. He's 36.1 seconds ahead of Brock Nicholas. And in fact, he has lapped everyone up to position 6. So only 5 karts left on the lead lap at this point. I think it'll shortly be 4 because Ewan Berg's not too far away from being lapped either. It's a bit tricky for the drivers in the laps karts, just having to be aware of just how much faster Russell Jamieson is and making sure that they don't accidentally get in his way. There we go. So Ewan Berg has just been lapped now as well in the number 27 kart. Caught up with Ewan this morning. That's a twin cylinder kart as well, so one of the international class karts. We saw Hillier going through there in the number 65 machine as well. He's back up to 14th after spinning out before the start-finish line. So Russell Jamieson on what will be his third or last tour of the Queensland Raceway circuit for this race. Best lap that we've seen from him, a minute 9.7. Again, really scorching pace. That pretty much matches the best time that he did yesterday. So it's only a few tenths of a second away from the fastest lap time that we've seen from a supercar around here in race conditions. Still not showing any sign of really slowing down that much either. He's still fully committed through the high-speed corners. You have to be seriously physically fit to drive these supercars. That's why the races are never particularly long, because just the physical exertion for the drivers, it's a lot for the human body to have to handle, particularly in the faster 250cc twin-cylinder cars. So last lap coming up here for our leader, Russell Jamieson. And now only 2 karts left on the lead lap, himself and Brock Nicholas. The rest of the field has fallen a lap down at this stage. A minute 9.7 for Russell Jamieson, so it is 6.3 seconds quicker than anybody else on the racetrack. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually catches up to and laps Brock Nicholas before we get to the end of this race. It's been stonking pace from kart number 35. The battle continues in the non-gearbox class. This has been going on all race long between Ben Longland and Nicholas Marshall. And they're just about to get lapped again by Russell Jamieson. He'll catch up to them on the exit of turn number 5. In fact, it's a bit of an awkward moment there as he has to decide which way to go. Ends up slipping down the inside of both of them. Brock Nicholas has managed to stay on the lead lap just avoided being lapped. But it is a dominant race victory. His third from 3 races. Russell Jamieson takes the win in race number 3 of the weekend for the Queensland Supercar Championship. It's going to be more than 60 seconds back to Brock Nicholas in second position. Everybody else finishing a lap down, with Douglas Amiss in position 3. Tim Philp coming home in 4th position, and Ewan Berg through for 5th position. In terms of the win in the non-gearbox class, he had a terrible day yesterday, Paul Buckley, but he is redeeming himself today. He will take the win in the 125cc non-gearbox class. Some 5.9 seconds ahead of David Dyson, with Andrew Kane finishing up in 3rd position in the non-gearbox division. But Russell Jamieson, what a performance. The dominant force in Queensland Supercar competition, that is for sure. So that completes the Supercars. They will round out our program this afternoon as well, so they'll be back on track right at the end of the day for their 4th and final race of the weekend. Coming up very shortly here at Queensland Raceway, we will be going racing for race number 3 of the TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec. Quick break here in commentary. Back with the TA2 cars back on circuit very soon.
So the kart's going really well this weekend.
Russell Jamieson, no one could get close to you. You were carving it up out there.
Yeah, I look really, really happy with how the kart's going this weekend. I've had a lot of hard meetings come up to this point. We've worked really hard to get the kart going well, so it's great just being able to, pin it and get away from everyone.
You certainly did. Our second place getter, Brock, not a bad effort, but geez, he was hard to peg in. Once he was out, he was out, wasn't he? That flies.
It's got another 10 horsepower on me, easy, I think, and a better driver. Yeah, that was a tough race. Losing tyres, I was just trying to keep on the track. But yeah, good fun. Thanks, Russ.
We're loving the supercard action. And our third place getter, Douglas, what's it like racing these supercarts? It looks like your body's punished so hard. You're so low to the ground. You get such high speeds. It's incredible.
It's an absolute thrill. It's very physically demanding. I'm very glad Russ lapped me and I had to cut one lap off there. But no, it's an absolute thrill, and it's great to have the 125s up here competing with the 250s.
And that's the part about the category, isn't it? It covers all classes.
Absolutely. We've got 5 classes out here this weekend, and we're all on track together, and it makes for some great racing.
Can't wait to see you out there later on. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Away with our supercard competitors, we'll have the TA2 muscle cars on the track very, very shortly. And speaking of the TA2 cars, I've just been sent an image from Dylan Thomas, one of our TA2 competitors. And as we welcome Matt McKeldin back into the commentary box, Dylan has said that he completed the last few laps of race 2 with basically only 3 wheels connected. And he sent me a photo of the suspension component from his TA2 car. Can you unravel that for me, Matt?
No, that is not how you want your TA2 car looking, just quietly, Lockie. Amazing that he was able to actually bring that back in one piece and finish the race. So I don't know what's happened there, whether there's been a bit of a failure, but...
So was the shock collapsed, or...
It's a weird-looking image. I'm not sure. We might get Dylan to chuck that up on his socials rather than just on Messenger there. It might have. There might have been a lower control arm issue there as well. I don't know. Either way, sensational that he could bring that home, that the car could withstand such an issue and finish a race. That's odd. Don't see that too often, let me tell you.
So he managed to bring it home in at position 9. Dylan Thomas, after starting at the rear of the grid, he was excluded from race 1 yesterday for an incident with Zach Loshalpo. One of the notes in the driver's briefing, Matt, yesterday was that there's a zero tolerance approach from TA2 to any car-to-car contact which results in a driver spinning off the circuit. They basically said you do it, you'll be excluded.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is a category where we want to make sure that everyone has a lot of fun and is learning and finishing and developing their cars. And it's hard to develop a car when it's in the fence and you're fixing it. It's not fun for the drivers to have been turned around because someone has made a silly mistake or an error and damaged your car. So, we're going through the process right now as a category of looking at our judicial. Jeff Leeds is our DSO, does a fantastic job. Trying to work out right now how much we will allow and how much we won't. So, the easy thing is yes, if you touch someone and it ends up in a spin for another competitor, then it looks like you're going down to the back of the grid, and we've had a couple of those out of race 2 this morning. But, Rubbin's racing. We don't go out there to drive around and be on parade laps. We go out there to race and race hard. We saw that between Josh Haynes and Jet Johnson out there for that race. There was a bit of nudge, there was a bit of touch, but no one actually got loose and knocked each other off the circuit. So, as I say, we're going through that process with Jeff now and the rest of the category, just trying to work out what our limits are. And we want to make sure that we get, 19, 20 cars, whatever the field is, finishing every time. I tell you who won't be here for the rest of this weekend is Murray Kent. Unfortunately, in that melee at race 1 in turn 1 in race 2 this morning, the car looks like it got lifted, made a bit of a wheel-to-wheel contact got lifted up off the ground and came down with a massive thud, which has broken a bunch of stuff down below of the car, and also airbox and all that kind of stuff. To try and turn that car around with the 1 hour time difference between race 2 and 3 was just too hard. So we're not going to see Murray Kent back for this race, unfortunately. There were a couple of judicial issues that came out of that race, Lockie. Young Simpson, we saw him on the outside of the circuit through that turn 1 there. He clipped the inside of turn 1 and started to have a spin. John Hollinger hit Kent trying to avoid that accident as well. And also Jason Hassett has been sent to the rear of the grid for turning around Peter Robertson, as has Mick Rowell, who turned around Mark Crutcher. Now, I've sat down with Mark Crutcher. We've had a good chat, looked at some vision. That pass that he put on into turn 4, he was absolutely in control. He was all good, had a bit of a slide up, and then actually made contact with, I think it was Gartner.
Well, Graham Cheney as well.
Maybe Graham
Cheney.
Yeah. One of them just gave him a little touch up, which was enough to turn him into a spin as well. So I did have a crack at Crutch for, turning himself around, but it looks like he may have actually been turned around as he watched the cars exit pit lane now, Lockie, for their warm-up laps. The car that I mentioned a little bit earlier that was leading this, a Dodge Ram, the massive Dodge Ram that's out in the front of this field, being driven by Dana Bullock, who is Peter Robinson's daughter, who is the importer of these beautiful TA2 cars. If you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen, 700 horsepower in that Dodge Ram out the front there, proudly displaying the Hi-Tec flag. 700 horsepower. More horsepower than what you see in our TA2 cars, and very close to what you see in a supercar. So no lacking of grunts in that beautiful Dodge Ram with the Hi-Tec flag flying up the background.
I have to ask, man, what motor are they running in that to get that sort of horsepower?
I have a big one. I have absolutely no idea.
Is it supercharged or turbocharged or both?
I'd imagine it's supercharged. But 700 horsepower out of your Dodge Ram, which is quite incredible. And it's obviously, as you can see, a mean looking bit of kit there, and it's raised up as well, owned by the gentleman who owns Hi-Tec, our fantastic partner here in TA2, and it's also a former competitor in I think it's Scotty Texter.
Yes,
sensational to have that car here on display. And I don't know, I haven't driven anything with that amount of horsepower for a little while. I might see if I can get down there in between break and see if I can load it up through turn 2 and maybe get those big wheels squealing and tyre and smoke and protesting.
With that amount of horsepower, I'd be happy just to enter in a drag race.
They do that here at Queensland Raceway, let me tell you. They do a little bit of that.
Let's just take the opportunity to say how good the facility is here at Queensland Raceway. It's the first time that I've been here since 2019 before COVID, and I have to say that when I arrived in the gates on Friday morning for the first time, I was blown away by just how magnificent all of the facility is looking. Tony Quinn has obviously invested a fair bit of money into upgrading it, but all of the crew here at Queensland Raceway, ably guided by the operations manager Neil Lewis, they have done a sensational job. It is looking absolutely magnificent.
It's always been a circuit that has held fantastic potential. It's one of the only circuits in the country, and you're well aware of places like Wakefield Park that's obviously going through some trauma at the moment, but Winton and places like that where you can actually see most of the racing action. You can park your car in here, you can come to this circuit, and you can literally see every corner, which is sensational. What Tony's done with, but its only issue here was the facilities were probably lacking. There were some suspect safety issues as well. They've been tightened up as the cars leave the grid now for their warm-up lap before the start. The facilities for spectators, for competitors, has gone through the roof. So, TQ, who's, obviously in Struggle Street right now, recovering from that very nasty Carrera Cup accident that he suffered in Townsville, should be very proud of what he's been able to do here. And this is excitingly, Lockie, this is just the start. I think we're going to see more development, we're going to see more facilities, we're going to potentially even see a track change at some stage, and now it is, for both spectators and competitors, an awesome place to come and watch some racing.
A very good afternoon to Tony Quinn if he is tuning in on the live stream. All the best for your continued recovery, Tony. We hope to see you back at the track, hopefully on a racetrack sometime, somewhere very soon. And on behalf of the entire motorsport community, we do say a very big thank you for everything that you've done for Queensland Raceway. Let's check out the grid positions for this TA2 race. Jet Johnson, who's won both of the races so far this weekend, on pole position ahead of Josh Haynes. They had a terrific battle in race 2 earlier this morning. Brad Gardner, rookie driver on debut, excluded from qualifying, but charged his way up the order in race 1, continued to progress in race number 2, has worked his way up to 3rd position, and then it's Graham Chaney out of position 4, Nick Lang in position 5, back to Zach Loschalpo in 6th, Nicholas Bates 7th, Paul Manuel, the Kiwi, in 8th position, Dylan Thomas in 9th, and James Simpson completing the top 10.
And I've just had clarification on Dylan Thomas's car. The bolts fell out of the upper control arm.
Ah, okay. Well,
So
he's a lucky boy, isn't he,
is
that
a
he got
very
to the
lucky
finish.
boy. So that old chestnut of the bolts falling out of your upper control arm, that'll always do something like what we saw on his shock absorber as the boys now start to warm up their brakes. You can see them accelerating and braking, warming up the brakes, warming up the tyres. No more weaving now. Lights are out on the safety car. The big Dodge Ram is heading off to the safety of pit lane, and we're going to unleash 19 TA2 cars around Queensland Raceway for race 3 here. One more race to go after this. Side by side they remain all the way through. Again, Jet will control the pace here. Eyes up, watching towards a flag or a light to go out. Red lights are over the gantry at the start line here. And we're away. Great start from Chaney as well. Got the jump on Brad Garrett as well. And it looks as though Jet's got the inside line down into turn 1. Do we get through cleanly this time? Yes, we do. Graham Chaney, though, on the inside. He's going to pick up 3rd. Lots of confidence for the New South Wales driver this weekend. Down through turn 2 for the first time. Everyone through cleanly. Everyone just starting to sort themselves out as well. It looks as though Simpson's got a run down the back there on Dylan Thomas as well. But everyone through cleanly, unlike what we had in our first race this morning, Lockie. And Jet Johnson has picked up that gap again. Early in the race, you're going to have to wait for tyre temperature to come up, wait for pressures to come up. Everyone just needs to be very, very careful.
The big winner off the start there was Zach Loschalpo. He made up 2 spots on the outside at turn 1, and he's up to 4th.
Running wide, Beric Linton just out of turn 4 as well. That's going to allow Mark Crutcher and Peter Robinson, and Paul Manuel to come down the outside of Linton as well, developing his new car. So it's Johnson from Haynes, Gartner, Chaney, Lang, Loschalpo. Actually, Chaney's picked up the spot again. So Gartner sitting there in 5th. Loschalpo's picked that up as well. So Gartner now just getting a bit of a lesson, Lockie, about what it's like to drive up the front of a TA2 field when you've got some very competitive guys. Loschalpo, as we said, had some issues earlier in this weekend. He's sitting high in the championship at the moment, so he's got the eyes on. He wants a result from this weekend.
Under pressure at the moment from the debutant Brad Gardner. Dylan Thomas putting pressure on Nicholas Bates as well on the exit of turn 3.
Look at the gap here. Every single time we come down into turn 4, it looks as though Jet and Haynes are able to just keep it nice and tight. But the battle looks back in the field here. The battle in the back of the field here for 4th and 5th looks to be on between Loschalpo and Gartner. This will be fantastic for Gartner because Loschalpo's had quite a bit of time in these cars, and Gartner will be learning a heck of a lot sitting behind there. Dylan Thomas, Simpson sitting back there in 8th position, recovering from that issue that he has as he winds it up, coming onto the main straight. Just winds the 782 car sideways. Dylan Thomas also having a look down there at turn 1. But Johnson holding the lead currently. I'm so impressed with Graham Chaney. I cannot tell you, Lachlan, This guy has come out of Super Motard bike racing, basically, in the last couple of years, and is now up with two of the hot shoes of TA2 racing. Two of the blokes who are really trying to make a career out of this. You know, he's not a young bloke. He won't mind me saying that, and he is holding it beautifully in third position.
He's had terrific pace all weekend, Graham Chaney, there's no doubt about that, and he's been very consistently inside the top 5 right throughout the weekend. Currently has the third highest points tally, and he actually punched out the fastest lap of the race last time through as well, so he's showing every bit the same amount of pace as our two front runners.
And he'll be learning from this sort of stuff, watching the two guys in front here, because we haven't seen Graham necessarily up in the top 3 or 4 for most of the championship rounds this year. So he'll be watching these boys, pushing his car, making sure that he tries to capitalise on any mistake that the two front guys are potentially going to make. But right now, boy, what a clean race from everyone. Of course, it was quite frenetic this morning. We had cars off. We were under safety car. We've had cars being fixed and bodywork being fixed up in between races. So it looks as though everyone's had a bit of a Bex, a lie down, and a bit of a talking to from their team managers. And we're keeping it nice and straight. One person we want to watch for is the number 4 car with Mark Crutcher. See how he goes when he picks up his pace again from his earlier spin. But it looks as though at the moment Nick Bates and Dylan Thomas are the ones who are trying to shape up a battle here. Dylan's got the bit between the teeth. He perhaps feels a little bit wronged by his earlier penalty for his in-car camera not being turned on, so he needs a result too. So he's got Bates ahead of him, of course, from the very famous Bates family, and he wants to get a result as well. So all calm on the Western Front so far.
It's an interesting story, Nicholas Bates, because his twin brothers, Neil and Rick Bates, both very famous for their exploits, particularly in rallying, but Nicholas Bates has not really had any racing experience prior to this car, this year in this car.
No, he's been a bit of a brakes expert. He's been supplying brakes to various places in various categories, including he used to supply my brakes in V8 Utes and to the whole category. So, again, at a ripe old age of plus 40, he's decided to jump into a race car and join the family business, and good for him on doing so, and doing a fantastic job. He's got Thomas hunting him down at the moment, as well as Simpson, and to hold someone out to the calibre of Thomas is a darn good effort. Very experienced racer is Dylan Thomas, big in production cars, Formula V. He's raced a number of 6 hours, 12 hours. And he's been in Trans Am and TA2 now for about 18 months, so really on top of the car, except for his upper bolts in the control arm.
The thing about Dylan Thomas is everything that he's raced in, he's been successful in it as well. We've seen that he's finished top 3 in the Toyota 86 series and won races in that category, as we've got a bit of an issue just having a look at a bit of a cloud of dust that's being kicked up. There's a car off the road at between turns 4 and 5.
I wonder if that's Lee Stibbs who's gone around. Yeah, I think it is. Lee Stibbs making his debut this weekend. His teammate is having a sensational run up in 5th. But Lee looks like he's just had a bit of a loop around between turns 4 and 5 there. They know that area, Lockie, as Snake Gully. Apparently the snakes of Queensland Raceway like to get down there and grab a bit of a drink now and then. So with all the laps I've done around Queensland Raceway, that is one place I have always desperately avoided visiting, is between 4 and 5.
So if you have a problem with your car, probably don't stop and get out of it there.
No, it could burn to the ground, and I probably still wouldn't get out of it if there's snakes surrounding me around there. So back to the front, Jet Johnson still holding the position, the lead from Josh Haynes. Chaney in 3rd position, holding back Lachelpo and Gartner. Bates is number 6, Thomas in 7th. Simpson recovering from his spin in race 2 this morning in P8. Nick Lang's an interesting character. Nick's done a lot of laps around here. He's quite a well-known Queensland racer. He's raced pretty well everything. Just getting his head around this car now. He's currently having a top 10 result in P9 with Mark Crutcher in P10. The roar of 525 horsepower down the main straight. These cars, Lockie, are sensational to drive, and it's interesting when you drive them. If you want to drive them gently, they're very easy to drive. If you want to drive them right up to the limit, you have to drive them on the ragged edge. That's hard, and that's what the young blokes are doing here. But it attracts any level of driver can come in and have a go at this category. We've seen plenty of drivers who've never driven anything before jump into this category and having a lot of fun. And of course, it's super cost competitive as well. I mean, for something like what we're seeing out here, a brand new car from PBR, Peter Robinson, is going to set you back somewhere around $185,000. Race ready, Lockie, with all the go fast bits and the goodies. Whereas when you're looking at a supercar somewhere between $750,000 to $800,000, that's probably what the new Gen 3 is going to cost, Lockie. $750,000 to $800,000. I'm glad they went on a real cost containment exercise there. They've done really, really well, and obviously they're Mustangs and Camaros. Might have paid some dividends to pick up the phone to TA2 and ask what we're doing. But anyway, $750,000 to $800,000 for your supercar next year, folks.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how the lap times compare, because I don't think there's going to be a massive amount of difference in the lap times that they achieve either.
No. And there's actually not a massive time difference between a TA2 and a supercar as well. I mean, what's a supercar going to do around here? About a 108, 109, something like that. And we're currently, the really fast guys are up around the 12. So that's about $400,000 or $500,000 to pick up about 4 or 5 seconds. And popularity-wise, we've got 100 of them in the country right now. So we've got a Northern Series, a Southern Series, we've got our National Series, and we've just picked up the Western Australian Series that have just had their first couple of rounds. And we're also now off into New Zealand. We've got 8 cars in New Zealand ready to form up, which will be run by Paul Manuel. So
just a bit of a mistake there from Josh Haynes at turn 6, locks the inside front right wheel. And that carved him a bit wide of the ideal racing line, and he has given away another 3/10 to Jet Johnson on that lap, so the margin out to 1.2 seconds between first and second position.
So Jet clearly controlling this race from the front. He'll be looking in the mirrors, controlling his pace. Watching Josh, you'll have seen that mistake, and you can see there the Jet's just driving this very, very straight. These Hoosier tyres, if you give them too much right foot, they don't like it. And when you're driving these cars, it almost feels like the car is sliding underneath you, but it's actually the sidewall of the tyre. As we see Tibbs just trying to claw his way back through the back of the field there. But so it's kind of a weird feeling when you get up these things. You think the car is actually sliding underneath you, but it's not. It's just the movement in the sidewall of the Hoosier tyre. Dylan Thomas in the background there, trying to get up onto Bates, trying to get a little bit more racy. The boys are all quite stretched out here. As Berwick Linton, I think, is that Berwick Linton or is that Gardner? Maybe that is Gardner putting a move on Lang by the look of it. Actually, no, that was Berwick Linton putting a move on. So Berwick really coming to grips with this car now, understanding it, what it will do and what it won't do. Almost as important to know what a car won't do as we know what a car will do, as Tibbs once again on the dreaded turn 5 loops it around in car 29, I think that is. He's had a big moment, so big learning curve for young Tibbs at the moment. He'll be coming in after this race. I should imagine asking his teammate Gardner, how the heck do I get around this race?
One of the other things is the physical aspect of driving these cars as well, because they are so big and physical to drive. When you get towards the end of a race like this one, physically you're going to be pretty exhausted, I would imagine, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, look, these cars, again, are set up to be driven by all and sundry. So they have an onboard helmet fan, they have an onboard cool box as well, so that you can plug into your cool suit. As we go to safety car right now, just looking around the circuit as to why it looks like down at turn number 3, that might be Jason Hassett, I think, has turned the car around and is sitting just on the outside of turn 3. So with only 6 laps remaining, we're going to go to Supercar. This will bunch up the field nicely, thank you very much. And we'll see what tyre. This is where we'll see tyre life, Lockie, who's got it and who doesn't.
Well, you only get 4 new Hoosier tyres to use throughout the weekend, plus 2 used ones. So the way that you manage your tyres throughout the weekend is going to be of paramount importance, particularly when we get into the fourth and final race later on this afternoon. What's the expression, Matt? You're looking for your cleanest pairs of dirty underwear.
Exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. And I know that a couple of the drivers, as we look at the Napa Auto Parts crew on screen there while we drag Jason Hassett out of turn 3. Yeah, you do. I know that there are a couple of drivers here that are saving the good tyres for their final race. Now, want to make a mark, of course, you want to go out glory holding some trophies there, Lockie. So you want to try and hold on to your best tyres for the final race if you need to. That's really unfortunate for Jason Hassett in the 25 Camaro. He's come all the way from Geelong in Melbourne. His beautiful partner, Trish. He's a driver who only started driving pre-COVID, just prior to COVID, and then, of course, bought the car, didn't have any real driving experience, and is learning all the tracks around the country and loving it as well. So this will be about 3 or 4 laps left of this race when the safety car comes back in. And
this is going to reinvigorate things, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to bunch them all
battles.
Up. Yeah, it gives everyone just a moment to take a deep breath, have a chat to their team managers on the radio, ask where they are. And as I said, this is where we're going to see where people have had tyre life, who's been driving hard and driving their tyres, to a high temperature, Lockie, and who hasn't. Because on this restart, and you can see, if you look at the attitude of the cars, no one's weaving. I mean, the lights are out, but prior to that, no one was weaving. So no one really wants to keep any more temperature. They want their tyres to come down in temperature. And this is where you've got to be smart. You have got to be there. You've got to be right up behind the car in front of you with not a cigarette paper between you, if you can. You don't want there to be any space. Jet. Straight off turn 6, puts the hammer down and gets the gap. Josh was asleep on that restart. That might give Graham Cheney the opportunity to get a bit of a run here. He's got the Shelpo breathing down his neck as well. Does Cheney into turn 2. Oh, Jet's got the jump as we see Simpson. Once again off turn 1 having an excursion. He's going to want to pack that thing up and go home fairly soon, I reckon. Let's watch Shelpo down the back straight. Can he get a run on Cheney? No, Cheney too deep under brakes. Couldn't get it. But he's got it slowed up nicely and now putting some pressure on the number 17 of Josh Haynes from New South Wales.
This restart's not gone according to plan for Josh Haynes. He's dropped a lot of times at Jet Johnson and fallen right back into the clutches of Cheney or Shelpo. And obviously Brad Gardner in there as well.
I reckon the Shelpo's got the bit between the teeth here. He can sniff a result. If he can just get past Cheney in the next couple of laps, he might actually be able to stand on the podium. Gardner might be the same as well. That restart has not gone well for Haynes. Jet Johnson, he's gone. It's all over. See you later, son. Unless he makes a mistake, he will take the flag for this one. But look at the difference between Cheney now and Shelpo. Down into turn 1. Shelpo putting the blowtorch to the back of Cheney. Cheney's going to have to be steadfast and no mistakes. And you'll have Brett Gardner at the back there. And I think Shelpo did make a bit of an error there because look at the gap now. And that's also allowed Bates into this fight as well. Thomas having a look. As we go down to the back straight, who will get this done? Look at Bates round the outside, Gardner the inside. Shelpo's just been mugged down into turn 3. Look at that. What a move from the young debutant in Gardner. Oh, no, contact between Bates and Shelpo. Shelpo's gone bush. Boy, oh boy, our driver standards officer, Jeff Leeds, is going to want to be looking at some onboard footage of that one. That's such a pity for Shelpo because he has been making ground on everyone. He's bypassed the infield and he's now into turn 6.
Well, the officials will have a sense of humour failure on that one because you're supposed to rejoin the circuit as near as you can to the point at which you went off. That was a rejoin on the approach to turn 6, having gone off at turn 3.
We're just going to see if we can pull up a replay of what happened there. So it looks as though Shelpo... Oh, dear. Okay, so Bates got into the back of Shelpo off the edge of the corner. You can see that Lachelpo tries to come across, sort of half runs out of room. Oh, boy, Bates went off wide as well.
Yeah.
You're running out of room there. I mean, there's only so much you can do there that Lachelpo went off. And, of course, we saw a few years ago Jason Richards having that enormous shunt and roll over. We've seen Aussie cars go over there, Porsches go over there.
Yeah, well, it was the same weekend back in 2005. Cameron McLean had a massive barrel roll in a Carrera Cup car, and then Jason Richards in the Tasman Motorsport V8 Supercar as well tripped over that curb and had a big flip as well. Of course, they've flattened the curb since then to avoid those sorts of incidents, but I don't think you can really blame Bates for that one, as we've got a spin. That's Paul Manuel, the Kiwi, at turn 4.
He lit it up NASCAR style as well as we go for the last lap here in race 3 of the TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec from Queensland Raceway.
Now, the interesting thing for me there is that Zach Lachelpo has rejoined the race in what would be 5th position as a result of shortcutting the circuit. I don't reckon the officials are going to take too kindly to that, and I reckon that there'll be a penalty potentially coming his way after the race, because that incident on the exit of turn number 3, you would have to say that he ran Bates out of road. There was not a whole lot more that Nicholas Bates could have done to avoid that incident.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff Leeds is going to have to look at all the video on that one, but yes, typically they don't have a sense of humour about crossing between about 6 turns and rejoining.
More dramas for Paul Manuel, who's pulled off the road, and there's another car beached in the gravel trap at turn 6. I'll tell you what, the safety car, we said it was going to reinvigorate the race. It certainly did just that. Ever since the restart, it has been action aplenty, but the one constant has been Jet Johnson. He's been well clear of all of the trouble that's unfolded behind him, and he's on his way, Matt, to a commanding victory in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see where our results finally come to after Judicial has a look at the issue between Bates and Lachelpo. Big shout out to Berwick Linton, who's up to 7th position as well. But it's Jet Johnson taking the win from Josh Haynes. A great effort from Graham Chaney. Gartner, Thomas, Crutcher. Great effort from Crutcher to be up in the top 6 as well. Linton in 7th, Bates in 8th, but I'm going to put an asterisk beside Bates's results there. We'll have to wait and see that. Nick Lang in 9th, and Simpson, after a torrid race and a torrid weekend so far, rounds out your top 10. Well, it was a commanding win by Jet Johnson, but it was definitely that safety car that tipped the race upside down there, Lockie.
Indeed it was. Bunched up the field, through the cat amongst the pigeons. We had battles on, particularly in that top 5 zone in the closing laps. And the big casualties, Nick Bates and Zach Lachelpo. But Jet Johnson, perfect weekend for him so far. 3 wins from 3 races. There will be a 4th race for him to go this afternoon to try and complete the clean sweep. Interestingly, the timing has Zach Lachelpo scored a lap down in position 16. I have a feeling that when he went off, he may have missed crossing one of the timing loops, and so the timing system has not scored that particular lap. So it'll be interesting to see what the officials decide to do about that one. No doubt there'll be some conversations to be had in driving standards land, Matt.
And as we talked about at the top of the race there, if you turn somebody around, you get penalised, which is why I sort of put an asterisk beside Bates's results there, because as much as Bates was headed out there, there's only so much room that Zach had to go, or he was going to go bush. And it seemed that they just made contact there. So I'm pretty sure that Bates is also going to be sitting down in front of the headmaster and giving a please explain. But Jet Johnson, what a commanding victory. Pretty pleased with Josh Haynes, but very impressed with Graham Chaney. His learning and development is coming on very, very strong. He's in line for the championship. I think Jet's got one hand on the trophy for the championship at the moment, but I tell you what, Chaney's giving it a good shake as well.
He sure is, and the championship order, there's no doubt that it's going to be shuffled around at the end of this weekend. One of the things about the point system in the TA2 Muscle Car Series is the point system penalises you very severely for DNFs. Even finishing in a last position, you get a big bundle of points. A DNF, you get 0. So you can't afford to be dropping races or being excluded from races, and definitely the likes of Dylan Thomas, who've had issues this weekend, are going to drop down the championship order.
You can see all the Johnson clan there congratulating young Jet. That's Tony and Bree and Lacey Johnson as well. Ben Leeds greeted him out of the car, and we see both drivers congratulating each other on another good race there, with Josh Haynes, again, ironically, running the number 17 on his car, which obviously is something that we equate with the Johnson family. So he's been dominant. He had good form here at the Trans Am race just a couple of weeks ago. He's won the Northern Series up here as well. So Jet Johnson, well acquainted with the Queensland Raceway circuit. Takes another win. One more to go. It'll be interesting to see whether Josh Haynes can actually get up there and give him a good run for his money before we head into race 4 this afternoon. They'll be making some changes to the cars, putting their cleanest pair of dirty underwear on, and see if we can get to race 4. We've got Kylie King in pit lane with our winner, Jet Johnson.
Jet Johnson, congratulations. I guess the nerves had a chance to calm down after the...
And we'll come back to Kylie King in a couple of moments' time. Just a slight technical difficulty
tripped
down
over
there
the power cord down there.
We do apologise for that. We'll get back down to Kylie in a couple of moments' time.
A big family affair for the Johnsons, obviously. Lockie, they all come out. Steve is actually down in sunny Sandown this weekend, looking after all the Toyota 86 boys and girls, making sure they all behave themselves. But normally you'd see the whole family out here supporting young Jet. Dick and Jilly are also down in Sandown as well. Obviously big news in their family team over the last 7 days with new ownership of DJR. So we see the sorry sight of Nicholas Bates's Mustang being skull dragged back into pit lane. So no one was the winner out of that contact between he and Lachelpo, that's for sure. As we said, it's very easily done there. We've seen some monumental accidents down there over the years, to the point where they shaved that whole corner, that whole curb back down, so that when you hit it, it didn't upset the car just as much. Had that happened a couple of years ago, what we just saw, no doubt one of those boys would have been cartwheeling and on top of their heads. Paul Manuel also on the infield, our TA2 Asia champion, being dragged back up onto a flatbed. Lots of positivity around TA2 in New Zealand at the moment. Got 8 cars in that country over there, but we are yet to see the championship. I reckon next year, Lockie, they're going to have their championship up and running in New Zealand, which will be good. And we might even be able to resurrect a bit of a Trans Am championship between, a Trans-Tasman championship between New Zealand and Australia. I could see myself over there at Highlands Motorsport Park or something like that, wheeling around my Mustang. That it's going to be good fun.
Yeah, touring car racing in New Zealand has kind of been rather unstable, you would have to say, for a little while now. It looks there was a period there about 10 years ago where they had the V8 Super Tourer series that was quite successful, but it fizzled out. After a couple of years, we saw the likes of Greg Murphy and Jack Perkins were very successful over there, but it wasn't able to sustain its momentum. I'm thinking that TA2, because it's a global formula, because the cars are so relatively affordable to purchase and maintain, that it might just be the formula that finally resurrects top-level touring car racing in New Zealand.
I hope so, Lockie. Unfortunately, as is the case with a lot of motorsport, politics plays its part. And I think we've seen in New Zealand that politics has played a major part in where they're at the moment. As one Andrew Mediki said to me once, Matt, if there's a horse race and one of the horses is called self-interest, back it. So self-interest always wins, and I think we've seen a bit of that in the New Zealand market in the last couple of years, which is really sad because New Zealand fans are passionate. Per capita in New Zealand, the level of participation and the level of fan attention in New Zealand is absolutely massive. So a control category like TA2, good supply, good parts support, they're loud, they move, they're exciting, they're a good entertainment package. I think that could be a very, very good thing for New Zealand. So let's hopefully we'll see in the coming years a championship build there. And as I say, a bit of a Trans-Tasman battle between Australians and the New Zealanders. I mean, can you imagine 40 or 50 of these cars right here at Queensland Raceway, 25 from New Zealand, 25 from Australia? that's entertainment right there. That's worth the price of admission. So hopefully we're going to see that in time. We've got 100 of them in the country right now, 8 in New Zealand. And if you want to go rear-wheel drive V8 touring car racing, and you don't have the money to go and spend on a supercar or something like that, TA2 may be the way to go.
Speaking of Greg Murphy as well, he's recently been employed by Tony Quinn as the motorsport manager for the New Zealand circuits that Tony Quinn owns, including Highlands Motorsport Park. Pretty important, you would have to say, to preserve the permanent racetracks in New Zealand. We've heard that Pukekohe is going to be ceasing operations as a motorsport venue, which is very, very sad.
Very sad, and we've seen the same thing with Wakefield Park here in Australia. So I think Tony Quinn, who owns Highlands, he owns Taupo, he owns Hampton Downs. Again, if you've got all these people fighting and lots of clubs having lots of political battles, what do? You just go and buy the whole thing and see if you can control all of it. So it's going to be interesting to see how all of that plays out. But there's certainly lots going on in motorsport at the moment, Lockie, whether it's in supercar land, TA2 land, Trans Am land, TCR, it doesn't matter. There's always something going on.
All right, thank you, Matt. Matt McKeldin, the series commentator for the TA2 Muscle Car Series this weekend. We'll let Matt head down and do some homework down in the pits. Plenty to talk about in the lead up to the fourth and final race a bit later on for TA2 this afternoon. Coming up next here, we've got race 4 for the Queensland Touring Car Championship. We'll grab a very quick break here in commentary. We'll be back with Queensland Touring Cars up next here at the AMRS Round 4 at Queensland Raceway. All of the action joining me once again for race number 4 for the Queensland Touring Car Championship. It's a very good afternoon to Mark Giorgio. How's it going, Mark?
Yeah, good. It's been a great weekend so far, so there's been some fantastic racing, and today's looking to be much the same, so see how we go for the rest of the day.
Beautiful weather here at Queensland Raceway. It's been warm and sunny right throughout the weekend. A few more clouds in the sky today, but still beautiful conditions for motor racing with no chance of rain. Grid positions for this race. Chris Brown, who's been our race winner of the 3 races that we've had so far, he'll be on pole for this one. Chris Sharples joining him on the front row of the grid. Gary Lang in his BMW E46 out of grid position number 3. Then we go back to Michael Woodcroft in the Tirana. Les Hannafin, the Valvoline Commodore, next out of position number 5 on the grid. Gary Anger, best of the Class B cars, ahead of Nathan Marks, Ben Malpass, and then it's Nick Linton and Warwick Douglas completing the top 10 on the grid. The Torre Vasolo, best of your Class C runners, ahead of Hudson James. Alessandro Vasolo in position 13, back to Luke Beveridge, Dean Ward, Andrew Knight, Paul Bonacorso, Blake Anger, and then the sole non-finisher from the previous race, David Yanko, rounding out the field as we get ourselves underway for the 4th race for the Queensland Touring Car Championship. Chris Brown and Chris Sharples side by side, and just like we saw in the previous race, Sharples that takes the advantage around the outside through turns 1 and 2. Plenty of confidence on cold tyres at the start of the race.
Yeah, Chris got a good start there, so see how he goes.
Problem is Chris Brown's got the straight line speed advantage. We saw this in the previous race as well. And he will close in on Chris Sharples down the back straight. Sharples, though, strong under brakes. And it's the Monaro that holds the ascendancy on this opening lap. Michael Woodcroft has got the better of Gary Lang. We saw that in the previous race as well. And then it's the resumption of this Class B battle between Gary Anger and the BMW pilots, Nathan Marks and Ben Malpass, just behind him.
Yeah, Gary got Hanno under brakes there, coming into turn 4.
Indeed he did so. Les Hannafin slots back a spot. Gary Anger moves up 1 on the run through turns 4 and 5. Also, Nick Linton in his VT Commodore up challenging as well.
Yeah, Nick's been doing a great job this weekend. It's good to see him up amongst it. Meanwhile, they're still on cold tyres, so get a bit of warmth into them.
So Sharples, your race leader by 1.4 seconds after the first lap, ahead of Brown. Woodcroft back to Lang, who was continuing his battle with Woodcroft, the Tirana versus the BMW. The A46 at Sable's carrying a lot of mid-corner speed. And there is Gary Lang tucking in behind, and then this terrific battle just behind. So Les Hannafin's got back ahead of Gary Anger. And looking up the inside of Gary Anger, Ben Malpass on the run into turn 3. Let's see if he can get the move done under brakes. Not quite. Anger just manages to hold on.
Yeah, Group B's had a fantastic battle there. 4 cars.
It's been the highlight of the weekend for me, to be honest, the Class B battle. Gary Anger, he spent pretty much the entire weekend fending off an attack from a couple of very fast BMW E36 pilots.
Yeah.
Nathan Marks looking to the outside of Ben Malpass, the bright orange Jägermeister BMW E36. And Nick Linton, the VT Commodore, right in that contest as well.
Yep, he gets him under brakes, the big VT. He's pulling him in. He's going around the outside. He'll probably drag race him up the straight, I'd say.
What sort of brake packages do most of these cars run? Because even the big, heavy cars, they seem to pull up pretty well.
Yeah, they run. I know a lot of the Commodores are running the TBS brake packages that they make for them, so they're pretty fancy caliper setup, and yeah, really pulls them up really well.
And very effective, there's no doubt about that. Sharples versus Brown, that battle continuing here.
Yep.
Up the inside comes Gary Lang.
Yep.
Looking to the inside of Michael Woodcroft. Woodcroft, though, the V8 Tirana with the straight line speed advantage.
Yeah, he's got a nice bit of horsepower on the bottom of that.
Ben Malpass up the inside of Gary Anger once again. He tried to do this on the previous lap, wasn't quite able to get the job done, but this time he's got the preferred inside running for turn 3, so it's Ben Malpass who moves up to take the lead in Class B.
Yeah, Michael Woodcroft will be loving this battle here. He's in 3rd outright. He'll be absolutely chuffed. So, let's see how he goes.
and more moves going on. So that's Nathan Marks down the inside of Nick Linton at turn 4. What a terrific battle for Otters in Class B.
Big car versus small car. It's great to see.
And we've had a big drama. I reckon that we might have a safety car here, because I can see that there's a couple of cars that have come together on the opposite side of the circuit, just on the approach to the braking zone at turn 4.
It's Luke Beveridge and Alessandro Vasolo.
And looks like a bit of damage to those two cars as well. We pick it up on screen now as well. Shame for Alessandro Vasolo, because he'd been having a terrific run as one of the front runners in Class C all weekend.
Yeah, he's been doing a fantastic job. It's very unfortunate.
And safety car has been called as we expected. And while that was all going on, Chris Brown was able to get to the lead ahead of Chris Sharples as well. So our race 1, 2 and 3 winner back at the front of the field. A lot of debris on the road there up at turn 4. So I'd say that those cars have had it coming together. It's a weird spot to collide. It's well before the turning point for the corner.
Yeah, it could have been just didn't see, one of them didn't see each other and possibly made contact. And very unfortunate. We don't like damage.
No, hopefully the damage not too serious to either of those cars. And the field will come under control of the safety car. We managed to get through yesterday relatively safety car free in all of our categories, but it hasn't quite been the case today. We've had the safety cars in both the TA2 races. The Formula 3 race was interrupted by a safety car, and this is the first safety car that we've seen so far this weekend in the Queensland Touring Car Championship as well. So safety car is out. The recovery crews will be on their way over to the scene of that accident very soon, as will our medical intervention team. We have a very hard-working team of volunteer officials here at Queensland Raceway, including our fire rescue recovery crews, all of our flag marshals around the circuit, all of our officials in race control, and of course our medical team as well. So we do thank them very much for all of their support. And a lot of our key AMRS officials, including Stephen White, Bruce Robertson, they travel around to all of the AMRS events as well. They are sanctioned by the AASA, the Australian Autosport Alliance. In fact, all of the state and club level events here at Queensland Raceway are now sanctioned by the AASA as well. So under safety car conditions, medical team on scene down there at turn number 4. Chris Brown, your race leader, with 5.5 laps remaining ahead of Chris Sharples, Michael Woodcroft, Max Gary Lang, Les Hannafin, Ben Malpass, your leader in Class B, ahead of Gary Anger, Nathan Marks, Nick Linton and Warwick Douglas. And that is Ettore Vasolo, who leads the way in Class C. He sits in position 11 overall. So while we're under this safety car, we'll grab a quick break here in commentary. Back very shortly with a resumption of racing in race number 4 for the Queensland Touring Car Championship.
How good is it to see the Australian Motor Racing Series here at Queensland Raceway with all the refreshments that they've done? They've put on quite a show here, and the racing's been great so far. Stephen White.
Yeah, pretty amazing, Kylie. It's what a complex, and there's been a lot of investment here, obviously, and the team are super helpful and super friendly with our involvement here, and certainly from our AASA perspective, we're obviously working with Queensland Raceway, if I can put it out. But it's an impressive facility, and obviously more to come, so how great.
And I think it's terrific that the Benello Auto Club have really invested in this type of motorsport. So for the uninitiated, tell us more.
So the AMRS was really designed as an option for an opportunity for state racing or state-based races to come and race at a national level. Obviously the bonus there is that we're also able to facilitate categories like TA2, Formula 3 and various other categories along the way, Thunder Sports, stock cars, production cars. I mean, the list doesn't end really, and we have plenty of options. Next year's looking great for us. We're already working on next year's calendar, 2023, so hopefully it'll be a bumper year for us all, or we can continue on without the dreaded COVID word, what we all talk about. But I mean, I'm glad I'm here compared to our southern friends down at another race meeting down south. I'm pretty happy to be here in 20-odd degrees and not rugging up under 2 to 3 degrees. Anyway, put it that way. But how good. Look, may I say that congratulations to Tony and all the team here. We've had some magnificent help. Our team have been just overawed with the response we've had from all of the QR staff, and you know, what a great facility, and we can't wait to come back, to be honest. It's been so easy to work with them, and they're so professional. But again, more and more facilities here makes the competitors, you know, enjoy their event more and more. Obviously for us, it's able to administrate an event more and more, and it's just a great place to be. I mean, what is it? Fantastic one day or something, perfect the next, isn't that right? So how good to be in Queensland.
And Stephen, just from the competitors' point of view, what's their feedback about the AMRS?
Yeah, look, obviously had massive support. This year we've had a really good response to what we're trying to do as racing starts here out on track. Obviously the series has got a great space, so really at the end of the day we're just wanting to grow it more and more. We'll explore some different states next year, but obviously we're trying to provide that platform for competitors to come and enjoy their racing.
Terrific. We better get back on track. Thanks so much, Stephen.
Thanks, Colin.
Thank you, Stephen. And yeah, Stephen White, very passionate about the AMRS and some big plans. Soon we'll be announcing our calendar for the 2023 AMRS. Very much looking forward to that. Good news is that the cars that were involved in that collision at turn number 4, Luke Beveridge and Alessandro Fasongo, they've both been removed to safety. The damage on Luke Beveridge's car didn't look too bad there, Mark, and in fact they were able to flat tow that back to the pits. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for Alessandro Fasongo's BMW E30. Quite significant damage to that car.
Yeah, it did look pretty nasty on the front there, so it'll be interesting to see what repair work they've got to get that done. Hopefully they may be back for the next round. We'll see how we go.
Fingers crossed. So the race continues. That is Chris Brown leading the way. The battle is continuing on in earnest in terms of Class B honours. So there's been another change there, in fact, with Nathan Marks. So he's managed to get ahead of both Gary Anger and Ben Malpass. So Nathan Marks now your leader in Class B. We've got 2 laps remaining in this one. These are your outright race leaders. Chris Brown in car number 50 and Chris Sharples in the bright blue and yellow Monaro car number 20. Running in positions 1 and 2. We've seen that Chris Sharples, the last 2 races, he's got to the lead early. Chris Brown's been able to fight his way past. Michael Woodcroft, the Tirana, continuing to run in 3rd position ahead of Gary Lang in the BMW E46. Then we go back to Les Hannaford running inside the top 5 aboard his VK Commodore.
Yep, Nathan Marks and Ben Malpass have been going hard at it all weekend, the 2 BMWs there. And Gary Anger's been amongst it, so it's great to watch.
And there's been a change in 3rd position, so we've seen Gary Lang getting ahead of Michael Woodcroft. Woodcroft closing back in on Gary Lang on the run into turn number 4. But Lang equal to the task under brakes and manages to hold on to 3rd position in his 846 BMW M3.
Yeah, Gary does a great job in the Beamer there. He's always at the pointy end.
So last lap coming up here. Beautiful presentation of a lot of these cars. The Prolube lubricants, the blue and yellow colour scheme on Chris Sharple's car really, really stands out. I also love the Terminate livery on Gary Anger's Commodore as well.
Yeah, no, they both look great. Gary being a spray painter, it's nice and handy. He can change his colours when he feels like. And yeah, Chris Sharple's, they rebuilt that car after an incident a couple of years ago, and they've done a fantastic job on it. So it's good to see that he's up and well.
And also the retro liveries on a lot of the cars as well. The Jägermeister livery, reminiscent of cars that ran in the European touring car scene back in the 1980s. Nathan Marks fending off Ben Malpass in what will be honours in Class B at the moment, but Chris Brown, he's been the dominant performer all weekend. He is the championship leader as well, and it's not hard to see why. The WSM at number 50, the black and gold Commodore, with just one corner left to negotiate to pick up what will be his fourth race victory of the weekend. Out of the last corner he comes, and it's 4 from 4 for Chris Brown at Queensland Raceway in the Queensland Touring Car Championship. Jim Sharples brings the Prolube lubricants. Monaro home in second position. Third place once again is going to go to the TRB Builders BMW M3 Gary Lang. Wes Hannaford, that retro Valvoline livery on car number 34. The VK Commodore home in fifth position, and Nathan Marks does hold out Ben Malpass for the win. In Class B, Gary Anger coming home in 8th position, back to Nick Linton in 9th position. Rounding out our top 10 finishers, Torre Vasolo, he can get the win in Class C. One more race coming up for the Queensland Touring Car Championship combatants a bit later on this afternoon. So confirmation of your results. Chris Brown 1.3 seconds back to Christopher Sharples. Gary Lang 8 seconds adrift of our race winner in third position, managing to get ahead of Michael Woodcroft after that safety car race start. Who's been the standout performer for you so far this weekend, Mark?
To be honest, I think Michael Woodcroft's been doing a fantastic job. So he's been standing out for me this weekend, that's for sure. A couple of the Beamers there, Nathan Marks as well. Yeah.
So, final race of the weekend for the Queensland Touring Cars, 3:10 this afternoon, and it's going to be a bit longer, 15 laps. So, a bit of almost a mini enduro for some of these cars. How are the drivers and teams going to approach the longer race distance, do you reckon?
Well, some of them worry about fuel because they worry sometimes their tanks aren't big enough, but 15 laps should be okay. Yeah, it's just a bit harder on tyres, obviously, and the driver. But yeah, it's going to be good. Good way to end the weekend.
Yeah, it should be good fun. The feature race to end the weekend for the Queensland Touring Car Championship. We've got the QTCC cars making their way back into the pits, lining up at pit exit, ready to come out onto the circuit. We've got a sprint session for some Porsches coming up very soon. We do have the support of the Porsche Club of Queensland here at QR this weekend. And an assortment of both road going and race develops Porsches, all turning laps to see who can clock the fastest lap time around Queensland Raceway. Our top 3 finishers making their way back into the pit lane at the moment. Chris Sharples maybe just going a little bit too far forward and almost flattening the AMRS podium signboard there. But Chris Brown, the WSM Commodore, another fairly commanding race victory. Good to see that Chris Sharples has been keeping him honest, but Chris Brown, certainly the pace, the straight line performance of that car has been a bit too much for anybody else to match so far this weekend.
Yep, definitely being a horsepower circuit. It makes every bit of difference.
Yeah, and I know that at some of your rounds you will use other configurations of the Queensland Raceway circuit, but all of the races being held on the full configuration of the track this weekend.
Yep.
So Kylie King is down with our race winner, Chris Brown.
Oh, winners are grinners. Chris, is there any catching you this weekend?
I hope someone can challenge me. I need Chris to step it up a little bit more and try and keep me a bit longer. But no, it's good fun. I hope everyone was all right in that crash. A bit of a shame to have a safety car for so long, but hope everyone's all right.
Yeah, and you've certainly got the Holden Commodore dialed in.
Yeah, it's feeling really good this weekend. So big thanks to Western Suburbs Mechanical, WSM, putting together a really good package. And also my lovely wife, Tanya, for supporting me.
Oh, yes. Got to thank your lovely darling, because I'm sure those bits and pieces aren't cheap. So you need to get her sorted. Chris, congratulations. It's a little bit of a repeat performance, isn't it? But well done, second in that one. Chris has put down the challenge. He says, come on, catch me if you can.
Just saving it for the last one, But he's doing very well, very quick. He's got the horsepower, so just try to stay on his tail as close as I can, and I'll be happy with that.
Sounds like the strategy. Best of luck in the next one. And again, in a repeat performance, Gary, congratulations. Third again. You've got to be happy with that.
I am, yeah. I was having a bit of fun with Woody there in the yellow Tirana, and the safety car came out, and I think, gee, we're going to run out of laps here, so managed to get him under brakes. I think I can never get him down the straight. He's too fast. But this thing's pretty good under brakes, so managed to get him there at one spot, and we had a good race. That's what it's all about.
Thank you so much. Best of luck in the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie, for those updates from our Queensland Touring Car Championship competitors, and Gary Lang basically just confirming what we were all able to see, which is that BMW E46, the TRB, top of the range builder's car, is very strong under brakes. Thank you for your company in the commentary box, Mark. We'll welcome you back up here for the fifth and final race a bit later on this afternoon. Right now we've got the Porsches out on the circuit for their sprint session. So far it's been Kevin Vetalago who's been the fastest driver in all four of the sprints that we've had. He got down to a 1 minute 15.4 lap time. Stuart Ellis though, he's been getting quicker and quicker all weekend, and in fact he punched out a 1 minute 17 in his Porsche 911 GT3 RS road car in the previous sprint session. Once again, great to have the support of Porsche Club Queensland. And while we've got the Porsches out on the track, I thought I'd take the opportunity to catch up with someone who's making his return to motorsport competition on what is a pretty emotional weekend for his family. Chris Gilmore from the Gilmore Racing Team and from the All Properties Real Estate Group joining me behind the microphone. Chris, first and foremost, great to see you back behind the wheel this weekend. And how was your start in race 2?
Yeah, mate, it was... Gunstart Gilmore's back, mate. I thought I'd show these young fellas how to start these cars off the line, but I was kind of lucky because 1 and 2, when I jumped off at the line there, they started closing in before they realised I was coming through the middle of them, and got a good jump and, pulled a lead, but the safety car undid me.
That was Richard Crail, one of our good mates who was the Australian Formula 3 Championship commentator for many years, who came up with that Gunstart Gilmore nickname, but you've lived up to it once again. That safety car probably didn't quite work for you because it brought you back to the rest of the field, but it must have been nice to have been out in front again in your return.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people think I'm here just to make up the numbers, but, we're here to race, and, I know we're not going to be quite as competitive in the older model car, but, I've done 150, 160 starts in these cars, so I've got a bit of race experience, and I think that's shown in the first 2 races, coming off grid 6 and finishing P2 in that race. So it's good to be back on the podium. It was good.
So let's talk about this weekend though, because race 3 this afternoon, it will be the Errol Gilmore Memorial Trophy race, and your father, Errol Gilmore, who was a massive supporter of your career and a huge supporter of the Australian Formula 3 Championship for many, many years, tragically passed away last year. This weekend, it's themed in his honour. There'll be the inaugural Gilmore Memorial Trophy that will be presented to the winner of race number 3. Just how significant is this weekend for your family, and how are you feeling about it?
Yeah, look, it's it's an emotional weekend for all of us. We've got the whole family here, and we've got friends and family all up on the hill supporting it. He was much loved by everyone. He was a hard man, but he was a fair man, and he was always up for a chat. And he knew these cars, like the back of his hand, and he could always set up a car. I've been racing since I was the age of 5, so this is my first race meeting ever without him here. And but I know he's riding with us, and I think that's showing today, and it's good for the team, Gilmore Racing. We're at the front, and that's what he would want. And let's just let's go racing, because that's what we're here to do.
Let's talk about some of the young drivers that you and your family have supported over the years, because you know, we talk a lot about F3 as a junior development category, and there's so many drivers who've come through and driven for your family team who have gone on to bigger and better things over the years. So John Collins was obviously a national champion for your team. In more recent times, we've seen the likes of Josh Buchan, who's obviously now starring in the TCR Australia Series
Josh is
as well.
doing really well.
Yeah, really, really well. And Cameron Shields would be another one that springs to mind as well, who's doing great things over in the US now.
Yeah, so Shields, he's gone over to chase that Indy dream. We had Ben Jerzikowski before COVID. He was racing the Lamborghinis over in the Europe Series as well too. But Callum Williams, who won the series with us as well in 2018.
Yep, and is now in FIA F2, yep.
Yeah, so, he's racing up against the other Aussie, Jack Doohan.
Yep.
Trying to carve that pathway to Formula One. He's had mixed results this year, but it's a complete different beast to Australian Formula 3 when you go to the FIA Formula 2 and then Formula 3, which he's done. So we've had many great drivers, and then we've got Noah Sands now racing for us, who's winning the championship. So let's try and keep that Gilmore Racing name at the top of the charts again.
Exactly right. Australian Formula 3 Championship, where do you see the future of the category? Because I think with the success of drivers like Oscar Piastri and even Callan Williams and Alex Peroni was the other one who we saw racing in the International F3 Championship as well, I think that there's been a bit of renewed interest. So the next challenge is how do we translate that to get some more cars onto the grid in Australian F3?
Yeah, look, it's always been a thing with Formula 3. The great thing about these cars, Lockie, is you can pick these cars up and they're an international car. You can race these cars anywhere in the world. It's the same series. And, I just don't think, here in Australia especially, we're just not an open wheel category sort of minded. We are very tin tops, V8 supercars. But I love the cars. I love driving. Anyone that's driven one, would probably say they're the best things I've ever driven, because they are fast. But F2 and F3 are actually coming to the Melbourne GP next year.
Yeah,
the FIA. So
yep.
That's the first time ever in the history of it that we're going to see Formula 3 and Formula 2 in the European Series come to Australia for the Grand Prix. So I think that's going to be exciting, and I think the more that we continue to promote Formula 3, that these young guys coming out of karts and stuff, and if they want to go to that, the European series, that Formula 3 is definitely the feeder series to do it in.
Yeah, and I think from a PR perspective as a category, if the International F3 Championship puts on a great show at the Australian Grand Prix next year, which I'm sure they will, then, that's where you get out to the karting communities and you say, well, guess what? You can race those cars here in Australia if you want to. So,
yeah, absolutely. They can get some good experience behind the wheel of these cars, learn how to drive wings and slicks, and then they can take that skill set back over to Europe if they can pick up a drive over there with a good team, and really just see carve that way for a career if they can.
So far, just turning our attention to what's happening on track. So Kevin Vettel again the fastest in this Porsche Sprint session, best time of 1:17.1. Stuart Ellis, a 1:17.5. Steve McClellan doing a good job getting down to a 1:20.5. The Scotsman who we've seen racing in Mazda MX-5s and Ginettas, among other things in the past. What we might do, Chris, is we might get you to hand the headset over to your young teammate, Noah Sands, who is our current points leader of the Australian Formula 3 Championship. Noah, first things first, what happened at the start of race 1 yesterday?
That was just a mess up from my end, Lockie, but we live and we learn, and race 2 was better. Better start there, and we're looking forward to race 3.
Pace has been really good this weekend. In fact, it's been really strong pace that you've shown right throughout the season. Plenty of race victories, pole positions, round wins. You're in a good position in the championship. It's been a step up for you from Formula Ford. Last year you were second in the Australian Formula Ford Championship behind your CHE Racing teammate Tom Sargent. Obviously that squad being run by Cameron Hill and his family, who have really established themselves as the gun team in Formula Ford in the last couple of seasons. But how have you found the transition to F3 cars?
It's been pretty good for me, actually. I've got a lot of people to learn off, and we've got a lot of data. So for me, it's just been getting my head around the aeros being the most tricky thing. But yeah, I think we've got our head around it now, and it's showing in the past 2 weekends. We've been pretty fast at Winton and now Queensland Raceway.
What's the biggest things to get used to making the transition from Formula 4 to F3 in terms of driving technique?
Well, for me, the biggest thing is just you're on a slick tyre and you've got a lot of aero which you can utilise. So just learning to use that is the biggest thing, especially around tracks like the Bend and even here through 1 and 2. You've got to really just believe that the car will stick and the result will come.
Moving forward from a career progression perspective, where are you hoping that this is going to take you?
Hopefully get a drive in V8 Supercars, that would be the goal. Possibly with 888, that would be the dream. So yeah, just working towards that and focusing on delivering results at the moment.
Yeah, you're clearly showing to everybody that you've got the talent, so there's no question about that, and I'm sure we will see you continuing to move up the motorsport ladder. Finally, one question that I do want to ask you. Last race today, it's the inaugural Gilmore Memorial Trophy race. How much would it mean to you to win the first Gilmore Memorial Trophy?
Yeah, that would mean everything. That's my goal, is to go out and win that for the team. That would be really, really special on this weekend.
Yeah, especially given that you're driving for the Gilmore Racing team, that's for sure. All right, all the best in race 3 this afternoon, and thanks for popping up to the commentary box for a chat.
Thanks, Lockie.
Awesome, there we go. Noah Sands, current leader of the Australian Formula 3 Championship. We wish him and Chris Gilmore all the very best in the Gilmore family trophy race this afternoon. We're just about at the completion of this Porsche sprint session. Kevin Vettel, his best time, 1:16.0, so hasn't quite got down to the minute 15.4 time that we saw from him in the previous Porsche sprint session, but really good opportunity for these Porsche owners and drivers to be able to test their cars. In many cases, as you can see, they are standard road-going cars on the circuit in safe and controlled conditions. Stuart Ellis popped up to the commentary box yesterday, and he said that one of the great things is the tuition and the nurturing environment of the Porsche club. It's all about making sure that drivers understand how to make the most of their cars without going beyond the limits, but also making them feel comfortable in driving them fast in a racetrack environment. And in the cases of the Porsche GT3 RS, which is the car that Stuart Ellis is driving, it's the sort of car where you can punish it on a racetrack and still be able to drive it home afterwards. So that's why Porsche continues to be a brand that's so popular with driving enthusiasts. Checkered flag is out. Kevin Vettel, the fastest driver in the session, ahead of Stuart Ellis and David Lees. Very shortly, we are going to be heading to a lunch break here at Queensland Raceway for the AMRS. The action will resume at 2:05 this afternoon with the Formula 3 Gilmore Trophy race. Don't disappear though, because we do have some feature stories during the lunch break, including we're going to take an in-depth look at some of the upgrades to the Queensland Raceway circuit, and then after the lunch break we will have the 18-lap feature race for Formula 3, the Gilmore Trophy, on the line for that one immediately after that at 2:50, so 2:40 p.m. It will be the TA2 Australia feature race, the fourth and final race of the weekend. Here's confirmation of your times for the Porsche sprint. Kevin Vettel, fastest. Stuart Ellis, 1.5 seconds adrift ahead of David Lees. Steve McClellan, Glenn Wallace back to Don Munro, Jeff Natoli, Gary Taber, Joe Catalano, and Stan Adler not going out onto the track for that session, which is a bit of a shame that we're not seeing Stan out there in his historic Group S Porsche. So confirmation of your times for the final 4 races of the afternoon. The F3 feature race coming to you at 2:05 this afternoon. TA2 Australia race 4 coming up at 2:40 p.m. Queensland Touring Car Championship, their 15-lap feature race at 3:10. And then we will complete our program with the 4th and final Supercar race at 3:45 p.m. So before we sign off for the lunch break, though, we do have our Porsche pilots down in pit lane. Kevin Vettel, what a beautifully presented car that is. Car number 82. And being a Porsche, it is left-hand drive. So Kevin Vettel taking his helmet, taking his balaclava off. And that Porsche GT3 Cup car has definitely been the car that has dominated proceedings all weekend long in at the Porsche Sprints. That was the final Porsche Sprint of the afternoon. Let's go down to Kylie King, who was with, no doubt, a very happy Kevin Vetalago.
Oh, Kevin, well done. Speedy Gonzalez yet again.
No, that was really, really good. Look, I'd like to thank McElrea Racing for giving me a great car, and I'd like to thank AMRS for allowing us to be here, and of course, with relation to Queensland Raceway, I'd really like to thank Josh McFarlane and Neil Lewis for allowing the Porsche category to be here this weekend. So we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, it's been pretty to watch, and anytime you see a Porsche going around a racetrack is a good thing. Talk us through, your Porsche and what you love about it. Congratulations, by the way, second quickest.
Thank you very much. It's a 2016 GT3 RS. It's a road registered Porsche, so the thing I'd most like about it is I can take it to the track, drive it around all day, change the tyre pressures and then drive home. No trailer required, and no mechanical skill required either.
No mechanical skill required. Is that a prerequisite for you?
It definitely is in my case, yes.
Well, at least you're honest. Terrific. Let's head over. Third place getter.
Sorry?
Congratulations. How was that?
That was really good, fantastic. It was the track ripped up nicely this afternoon compared to first thing this morning, so it was good.
Well, and what do you love about racing the Porsches? I mean, they're a beautiful machine at the best of the time, but racing them at speed must be fun.
Yeah, you buy them, you put fuel in them, change the tyres every now and then you drive them home again. They're fantastic.
And the sprints, those unfamiliar with how Porsche Sprint works, you have to concentrate, you against the clock. What's it like?
Yeah, it's even though we only need to do one good lap per run, it's you've got to build on it, and as soon as you lose it, you lose everything. So yeah, concentration's always there.
Well, terrific. It's been great to see you out here at Queensland Raceway. Thanks for being part of it.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Kylie King, for bringing us those words of wisdom with our top three drivers in at the Porsche Sprints. And a big thank you for the Porsche Club of Queensland for supporting round 4 of the AMRS this weekend. So, before we get to the lunch break, a reminder of what is to come. Formula 3, Race 3, 2:05. TO2 Australia Race 4 at 2:40 p.m. The Queensland Touring Car Championship Race number 5 over 15 laps at 3:10 p.m. And then Supercars Race number 4 rounding out our program at 3:45. We'll grab a break here in commentary. Thanks to all of you tuning in on the live stream. See you after lunch for what should be a blockbuster finish to round 4 of the AMRS here at Queensland Raceway.
The TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec, headed to Tony Quinn's new and improved Queensland Raceway for round 2 of this year's TA2 Northern Series.
Northern Series is great, and that it's a new concept so that those that are busy businessmen that can't afford the time to travel interstate, they can start their racing program with TA2 and the Northern Series. It's a good way to get into the category. Now, this weekend, we've got a completely different group of cars than the ones we were racing with in the Southern Series down in Winton last week, 2 weeks ago. And there's some pretty quick boys in amongst this lot too, I can tell you. In the mid-12s there around here is seriously quick.
Qualifying saw record-breaking pace at the paperclip, with Chris Pappas, Mark Crutcher and Russell Wright all going lower than the previous fastest time, as Camaro driver Tim Shaw secured his second career PWR Pole Award with a 112.3.
Everybody just needs to keep pushing, so we're just pushing harder and harder, and we're just looking for the next, squeezing the next bit out of ourselves and the cars, and I think that's what it's down to. You'll continue to see lap records fall in the category. They're very quick cars, and they're a lot of fun,
Race 1, and Shaw led the field away on the first lap, before drama struck at turn 4, when Mustang driver Russell Wright tagged the rear of Shaw's Camaro, turning him around. Russell Wright went on to take the checkered flag first, but was later excluded from the race for his part in the Shaw incident, handing Mark Crutcher an emotional first career win.
been such a ride, 5 years of doing this with people I love, in motor vehicles I love, and I got emotional. It was incredible. And even Rusty, who finished first but got demoted, came and gave me a hug and congratulated me. So, and bad luck to Tim, but wow, it was just so many people who helped me.
In race 2, Crutcher leapt away at the start as Tasmanian Tim Shaw began his recovery drive, passing Graham Chaney for 5th at turn 6, and then rookie James Simpson at turn 4. Another TA2 first-timer, Jeff Hume, spun at turn 4, as Nick Lang and Barry Clinton swerved to avoid Hume's dodge. Chris Pappas made a move for the lead in the Mustang on Crutcher down the inside at turn 3, before Shaw moved through on the next lap to secure a 1-2 finish for Norwell Motorplex, as Pappas scored his first ever race win, at the top 5, finishing less than 1 second apart. At the start of race 3, Pappas missed a gear as Shaw and Wright moved into the lead, while Crutcher, Simpson and Chaney all checked up on the inside row. Russell Wright made a clean pass for the race lead on Shaw at turn 3, before the Tasmanian spun in his Camaro at turn 6. Nick Lang had a great battle with Anthony Tenkate in the midfield, showing his nose a couple of times throughout the race. But it was Russell Wright in the Mustang who took out a commanding 13-second win from Pappas and Shaw.
I've had a bit of an up and down run lately, but yeah, look, the car's been fast and sort of showed in qualify and on the first 2 races, but it just sort of all came together then, and an opportunity opened up when Chris Pappas missed the gear at the start, so that got me up to 2nd, and then we did some last-minute brake work on it, and the brakes were awesome. So I've got under Tim Shaw on lap 3 on turn 3, and then it was comfortable from there.
In the final race, Pappas and Wright got away to an even start before Wright again gained the lead at turn 4. Tim Shaw pulled in with a mechanical issue in the Camaro, ending his race weekend early. Rookie driver Hayden Jackson had a moment at turn 3 and found the concrete wall on the outside, which brought out the first safety car of the weekend. Wright again led the field on the restart as Crutcher and Peter Robinson battled for 4th place. Robinson in the Dodge went for the big pass at turn 6, but locked up and tagged Crutcher's Mustang, turning both cars around. Russell Wright held on to win the final race from Pappas, Simpson and an ever-improving Barry Linton. A round win for Pappas saw him gain the lead in the TA2 Northern Series from Chaney and Crutcher.
Yeah, I'd like to thank obviously everyone from TA2. I'd like to thank everyone from Queensland Raceway. Tony Quinn for doing up all Queensland Raceway, looks really good now. And a big special thanks to everyone from Norwell Motorsport who they run my car, they look after me, they drive and train me, and get me here and get me winning rounds.
18-year-old James Simpson had a stellar debut to win the Racetec Rookie of the Round.
Yeah, it was an awesome weekend. Obviously, I was at the podium and stuff, that's all awesome, but one of the best things was bringing the car back in one piece. It was good this week. I got to meet a lot of nice people and a lot different to the Trans Am series. So it was it was good. Good racing and nice, clean and fun.
A breakthrough win for Mark Crutcher as he took out the Serco Masterclass.
Saturday was incredible for us, 1st and 3rd, stuff I sort of dream of. Today we got in a bit of trouble, but we were able to get out of it and get enough points to get there.
Tim Shaw won the Hypercool Hard Charger Award for his efforts from the rear of the grid in race 2.
Yeah, we had a good car. The Norwell Motorsport team gave us a great car, so gave us the opportunity to come back. I've got to thank Rusty for sending me to the back of the field with a punt in the first race when I was leading. Otherwise, I wouldn't have got that, would I?
Debutant Barry Clinton took home the Willwood Big Breaker Award.
Yeah, look, it was good. We just worked on it all weekend and made the brakes better again in the last race, so I had more confidence, could brake later. And, got P4 after Crutcher and Robbo pirouetted off in front of me. But, look, it was good. We learned something every time and continued to learn and enjoyed it.
And Nick Lang scored the Bowden's Own Best Presented Award for his superbly presented TA2 Mustang.
Huge thanks to Bowden's for the Best Presented Award. We've done a lot of hard work. Our other half-hander, she's graphic designer, so she puts all the effort into the posters and stickers for the kids, and obviously the livery looks great. Got the trailer all stickered up, so it's great for our sponsors. We like to do the look professional category, so try and keep it that way. And big credit to all my sponsors. That's made it, got me to here, and we'll continue on and try and keep building on that pace.
We return to Queensland Raceway for round 4 of the TA2 Muscle Car Series, August 19 to 21. For more details, head to the TA2 website.
Winton Motor Raceway played host to round 3 of the 2022 Promax Performance Exhaust TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec. Qualifying saw rookie Josh Haynes bring out the red flag early after a spin at turn 3. Dream Racing young guns Kyle Girton and Jackson Rice were quick in third and second, but no one could top the Napa Auto Parts Mustang of Jet Johnson as he scored his third career PWR Pole Award.
I was able to find my feet fairly quickly in practice 1 yesterday. Practice 2 went a bit better and then started bucketing down for the third session, so it didn't end up going out, but real happy. The car felt really good, so let's bring on the races.
Johnson led race 1 before a safety car was called as Girton took the lead soon after. Crutcher and Bates got into each other as Sutton and Kent joined the party. Kent and Sutton came to blows at the final corner, which brought out the second safety car, as Girton hung on to score his first ever circuit racing win.
Yeah, there was nothing left on the table from the front guys, but happy to come away with a win. That's my first race win actually, so really happy with that.
Girton led race 2 as the field got away to a clean start. Sutton had a huge moment at turn 4 before the safety car bunched the field up. With a one-lap dash to the flag, a mechanical issue saw Girton slow and drop to the back of the pack as Johnson and Rice battled for the win. Rice made a last-gasp move for the lead and rubbed Johnson out of the final corner before Johnson clipped the back of Rice's Mustang and turned him around on the run to the checkered flag to win race 2. We are green, and listen to that beautiful sound. The top 3, we're having a look now at Crutcher in the form. Rice gets by him. So Crutcher is not going to give in without a fight here.
Drummond is racing.
Up the inside, can he pick that move? Oh, yes, he... Oh, it wasn't quite clean. The Jet will wrap up race number 3 as he did yesterday with... We're underway. Turn 1. Looking to go with him. Oh, Shalpo! So what a drive from this kid, the 18-year-old. So what a drive. Haynes up to 4th from 14th. Rice, oh, he's really up the inside. The 17-year-old Queenslander, Jet Johnson, will wrap it up. A round win for Jet Johnson as he took the lead of the 2022 National Series ahead of Zach LaChalpo.
Yeah, it's a pretty boring race, as you put it before, but, you know, I mean, just got in front and tried to extend that lead as much as I could, so, you know, that's all we really had to do. It's a pretty good race, learned a fair bit from it too, so I'm happy.
Dylan Thomas mixed it up the front to earn the Race Tech Rookie of the Round for CXC Racing.
We technically, well, we got 4th last time, but we went third in the races. Now we got a bunch of seconds, so progression. We're going first next round, aren't we? Queensland Raceway, Jet's home track. We're going to take it away from him. It seems logical to me, doesn't it?
Nicholas Bates took out the Serco Masters class from Mark Crutcher and Peter Robinson.
Yeah, I had a pretty good weekend, really. Like, I had a couple of dramas and caught in a little bit of stuff yesterday, but today was really clean and went forward. In the first race, there were some quick blokes that came through in the second race, but happy to race around with the old blokes and get the job done there. It was good.
14th to 3rd. What a drive from Josh Haynes, the Hyperco hard charger.
Thank you. Yeah, we've had a tough weekend, obviously, with mechanical dramas. Managed to get the car out there ready to go for that last race and started fair way back, which isn't ideal, but then, yeah, managed to bring it through to 3rd place. So, yeah, really happy.
A solid performance from Graham Cheney to win the Willwood Big Breaker Award.
The first 2 rounds, we just always had little things that come across to slow us up, but this weekend, yeah, it wasn't the best weekend at the start. We qualified pretty badly. just couldn't get my head around the track and that. And yeah, then once we just slowly got it chipped away and we got quicker. I think the third race was quicker than my qualifying time, which was good.
And a new look for the Haas Racing Camaro wins the Bowden's Best Presented Award.
It's been a great effort from the whole team, but yeah, particularly my wife, Trish, who organised TP Designs to do the new design. After Sydney, we copped a fair bit of damage and we thought it was the time to freshen it up, and Tim Patterson came up with the design, and I think it looks great.
We'll see you next time for round 4 at Queensland Raceway on August 19 to 21. For more details, head to the TA2 website and check out our socials.
There's been quite the refresh at Queensland. There's been quite the refresh at Queensland Raceway. To tell us more, Neil Lewis, General Manager here. First impressions certainly count, and wow, it has made an impression on everyone who's arrived so far.
Yeah, it's been 8-9 months of absolute whirlwind. The team's done an excellent job. Tony's obviously spent a fair bit of money and has showed a lot of vision. We've got our brand new corporate suites over here, brand new pit structures down here. The whole place has had a whole revamp. It's been really good.
Yeah, even simple touches like the cafe looks fantastic and inviting and welcoming, and the fan experience is great too up on the mount.
Yeah, shade is one thing we always used to get sort of comments about, so it's definitely something we've added to look after the spectators. Spectators are important to the event, so you've got to look after them, so yeah.
What's been the feedback so far from the drivers?
Oh, resounding positive. They're all excited about what's to come and what's been done. This isn't the end of it, so there will be more changes to see.
I've discovered a little gem here at Queensland Raceway, something that's brand new, never been here before, a corporate suite. Josh McFarlane from the Queensland Raceway events team. This is pretty special.
Yeah, it is. It's a new part to Queensland Raceway that we haven't had before. So we're trying to lift the venue level of the quality of the product. So it's not just about our customers that come in to watch the racing, but if businesses want to come along to the venue, they can hire this room and have an experience at our venue with other products as well.
Because it's a great racetrack at the best of time for viewing, but up here, paint the picture for us.
Yeah, so it's air conditioned. Obviously, we've got plenty of TVs around the venue. Around the room, so we can watch live timing, camera action. There might be other activities that we need to put on those TVs, as well as we've got a catering service. They've got a kitchenette here, so we can have a fine dining kind of experience, or just normal sandwiches as well, and obviously champagne, what the girls like, and beers for the guys. So plenty of things here.
And what a location, right above the lane.
Yeah, it is, yeah. So you can look down onto pit lane and see all the vehicles below and the whole track. So Queensland Raceway is unique for this experience. You can watch everything from this corporate room on track, so it's a great experience.
Well, there you have it. Get your corporate tickets and head to Queensland Raceway next time you're here. Ben Longland is racing for a real cause close to his heart in the Supercars this weekend. Ben, tell us more.
So last year I was actually diagnosed with a lymphoma-based cancer. I was diagnosed with a Hodgkin's lymphoma, and we went through all the treatment and got the good story. But unfortunately, for many of us out there, it's not exactly the best cause. And when we got our remission news, we looked to our race team to sort of use it as a tool for spreading the word, because 6,900 Australians get diagnosed every year with these cancers, which equates to once every 2 hours. It's the most common kind of cancer between 19 and 29-year-olds, and once every 6 hours someone will lose their battle with this type of cancer. So being the most underfunded cancer in Australia at the moment, we wanted to really make a statement this weekend, leading into Lymphoma Awareness Month in September this year, just to really capture the attention and really say something special. And the cart looks trick. Big thank you to Bigfoot Signs who did all of the work on the livery for this. Big thank you for Lymphoma Australia for allowing us to do all this. And to Racing with Autism Australia, because they've really made our season what it is so far, and we're currently just trailing the lead of the championship. But this weekend we've taken home 2 in-class race wins, so our weekend's going really, really well. So, yeah.
Terrific, and the livery looks very special. Congratulations, well done, and best of luck.
All right, thank you very much, guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and thank you to those watching along at home.
So the 3 points of difference that a Hi-Tec back-mounted seat has is firstly that it gives the driver a much better chance in an accident because the seat's so much stronger and better supported to the chassis. The second one, and it's a comment we get from a lot of drivers around the world, is that it gives them better feel of the race car, so hence they can drive faster for longer. And the third one is engineers have been telling us that they actually believe they're getting better structural integrity of the car because the seat is such a strong part of the car and three-way fixed. Our 2 main ranges of seats that follow this philosophy is our 119 and 129 range of seats. The 129 range of seats meets the latest FIA standard and obviously incorporates these same philosophies of back fixing at the shoulder. Here at Hi-Tec, we want drivers to win races and get home safe.
Yeah, well, there's a heap of us around the track. Do a day's work and then I hope that gets the one.
So the 3 points of difference that a Racetec back-mounted seat has is firstly that it gives the driver a much better chance in an accident because the seat's so much stronger and better supported to the chassis. The second one, and it's a comment we get from a lot of drivers around the world, is that it gives them better feel of the race car, so hence they can drive faster for longer. And the third one is engineers have been telling us that they actually believe they're getting better structural integrity of the car because the seat is such a strong part of the car and three-way fixed. Our two main ranges of seats that follow this philosophy is our 119 and 129 range of seats. The 129 range of seats meets the latest FIA standard and obviously incorporates these same philosophies of back fixing at the shoulder. Here at Racetec, we want drivers to win races and get home safe.
Time for a resumption of play here at Queensland Raceway, round number 4 of the Australian Motor Racing Series into the afternoon session and the final 4 races of the weekend. Coming up right now, it's feature race time for the Australian Formula 3 Championship. This is the Errol Gilmore Memorial Trophy race, the third and final race of the weekend for the Australian Formula 3 Championship, round number 4. And the winner of this race will be taking home the coveted inaugural Errol Gilmore Memorial Trophy. It will be an annual trophy presented to the winner of the feature race at the Queensland Raceway round of the Australian Formula 3 Championship each year. And as we heard from Errol's son Chris Gilmore before the lunch break, it's held in honour of Errol Gilmore, who was a big supporter of the Australian Formula 3 Championship and somebody who guided and nurtured a lot of young and talented Australian drivers, many who have since progressed to bigger and better things. So, 18 laps the distance for this feature race, and it's Noah Sands, the championship leader, who will be on pole position. His title rival, Trent Grubel, lines up alongside him on the front row of the grid, and just to add a bit of interest and intrigue, both of those drivers are tied on points for the round. They've each scored 34 points so far for the weekend. So whichever one of those two drivers wins this race will also win the round overall. Row number 2 of the grid, we've got Mitch Nielsen out of position 3 and Ethan Brown lining up in 4th position. Then it's Ryan Astley out of position 5, Chris Gilmore in 6th position on the grid, and Roman Krubens rounding out the 7 starters for this race. Unfortunately, we're not going to have appearances from either Ross McAlpine or Ben Taylor. Both of those drivers ruled out after issues yesterday. So, it's Gilmore Racing Cars in positions 1 and 2 on the grid. We've got the Hi-Tec Motorsports Alara of Mitch Nielsen out of position number 3. Ethan Brown, the Tim Macro Racing number 27 car, goes from position 4 on the grid. Then we go back to Ryan Astley in position number 5 and Chris Gilmore in position number 6. He's making his return to the Australian Formula 3 Championship this weekend and making it in style as well, it has to be said. He absolutely launched off the line in race 2 earlier on, living up to his nickname of Gunstart Gilmore, which is what he was known as when he was a regular competitor in the Australian Formula 3 Championship a decade or so ago. So, warm-up sequence just about complete, and he won't be able to stay for the whole race because he'll have to get ready for his TA2 race, which is coming up after this one. But Dylan Thomas has jumped in with me to do a bit of commentary for this one. So, Dylan, thanks for joining me.
Yeah, no problems. Good to see
short notice for this one.
Yeah, short notice. Good to see the start of one of these races for a change. Should be entertaining. Just trying to look at who's where. Good to see Sands off pole.
And Trent Grubel alongside him on the front row of the grid. These cars, not easy to get off the line. We've seen a couple of drivers stall on the grid. We saw Noah Sands jump the start yesterday. In the starter's hands, red lights on. Lights out and away we go. An even start from both drivers off the front row of the grid. Roman Krumens installed on the grid. Chris Gilmore, a very good start, gets ahead of Ryan Astley and Ethan Brown, moves up to position number 4.
Pretty defensive there by Grubel in a one. Great start there by Sands on the second phase. First stage was pretty even between him and Grubel. But Grubel is now coming back, pulling away there from Nielsen, who's in third, is it?
Correct, yes. Mitch Nielsen in the Hi-Tec Motorsport. Delara, who's under a bit of pressure from Chris Gilmore and also Ryan Astley, but it's Noah Sands, the championship leader at the front of the field, who's extended a nice margin over his main title rival.
He got most of that jump off that second phase of the start, and with Grubel having to go defensive on Nielsen, it really gave Sands a bit of a gap, and although it does look like Grubel is starting to pull back on him a little bit.
And a change in third position, Chris Gilmore down the inside of Mitch Nielsen, but Nielsen going for the switchback into turn 5, not able to do so. So it's Gilmore who moves up into third spot. Those 4 cars very tightly bunched together. Gilmore, Nielsen, Ryan Astley and Ethan Brown in there as well.
Do we have national cars in here? Is that
one?
Yeah, one
which
at the back there.
Roman Krumens.
Oh, Krumens, yes.
Yep.
A little bit shallow off the final corner there, Krumens is as well. He could probably use a little bit more track, but he's racing a race on his own there, so I guess he can do what he likes and still win the prize, won't he?
And Ryan Astley around the outside makes the move through on Mitch Nielsen through turn 1. So Ryan Astley gets the job done and moves up to 4th position. Mitch Nielsen just struggling a bit in the opening phase of this race.
I think he's a little bit struggling with the rear end of the car. Coming out of 2 there, you can see he's about to maybe lose another place. He looked a bit twitchy coming off the corner at 2. So maybe the rear of that car is not quite compliant as he would like.
Ethan Brown lining up potentially for a passing manoeuvre as well. So Mitch Nielsen, the big loser in the opening stage of this race.
Oh, watch inside Nielsen. Yep. Turn 4, Nielsen loses another spot. So he's got no confidence going into the braking zone. So I don't know if it's a braking instability issue, but there's something with that car that he's not comfortable with, because he's just gone backwards at a rate of knots. He's probably lost 4 or 5 seconds in this lap itself.
I wonder if they've maybe set the car up to try and make it come on a bit more strongly later on in the race, because it is the longest race that we've had so far this weekend at 18 laps. But the problem is, if you give away too much track position too early in the race, it can be hard to recover later on. So Mitch Nielsen has been bundled back a handful of spots.
3 seconds on that lap alone. 3 seconds he lost to the leaders on that lap. So there's something really that's not of his liking in that car. But if you look at the front there, it's a bit processional now, because they've got a gap between each car. So it's not a close quarter racing like we would normally like to see.
Noah Sands was the fastest lap of the race with 1 minute 6.6 the last time around, and he's opened up a 1.4 second margin over Trent Grubel in the McGall Formula 3 car that he's leased from the Gilmore Racing team to run this weekend.
How many races apiece have they won? Because didn't Grubel win one of the races earlier today?
He won race 1 yesterday afternoon after Noah Sands got penalised for jumping the start, but
5-second penalty?
15, so I put him back to third. Noah Sands won the race that was held earlier this morning, so they were tied on points for the round coming into the weekend. So whichever one of the drivers finishes high will take the overall victory for the weekend. Noah Sands on target to extend his championship lead the way things are at the moment. It was 32 points coming into the weekend. If positions stay as they are at the moment, it will be a 36-point advantage for Noah Sands heading to the next round at Sydney Motorsport Park.
I wonder if Noah Sands feels that this may be a bit more of an even playing field, as Trent Grubel earlier in the year had the most modern car with technically probably the best horsepower before he blew that motor up at Winton. So, now that they're both in the same car, even out of the same stable, hey, we're boxing on with equal equipment. Now let's see who gets the job done.
Although, interestingly enough, it is different chassis, because Noah Sands is in the Delara F30811, whereas Trent Grubel's in the McGall. So they are actually different chassis manufacturers, obviously built to the same technical regulations. But Trent Grubel has been saying that compared to the Delara F312, the McGall is a lot slipperier, so it's got a bit less downforce, makes it a bit more of a handful, particularly in the high-speed corners, but it is a bit quicker in a straight line.
A little bit like the current changeover in Porsche Carrera Cup. They've gone for a car that is less aero efficient, more downforce, so it loses in the top line speed, but it helps in the corners, and it's made new lap records everywhere they went. It doesn't matter what the chassis is. Sometimes a different chassis, even from the same manufacturer, can handle differently, so little different nuances there. So Good to see Gilmore back. He's been out for quite a while, Chris Gilmore, has he not?
He has.
For 3 years?
First weekend of racing since 2018. He came back to running this weekend because of the fact that it is the inaugural Gilmore Memorial Trophy in honour of his dad. So
Errol Gilmore, done a lot for Formula 3 racing. Well-renowned family, the Gilmore family. Which is awesome. Awesome to see him coming in and supporting the round that is in recognition of his father. That's really cool to see.
So how's your TA2 weekend been, Dylan?
Am I allowed to swear on this commentary?
Probably not. We like to keep it G-rated.
It's been challenging. We were the Friday fast man, and we haven't been able to carry that pace through. So it might be more fun up here commentating with you.
Oh, well, we've still got one more race to come this afternoon to try and salvage something from the weekend. So
that's all right. We're still racing cars around, and they're cool cars. So it's been fun. It's always fun playing cars, but you know, we got an exclusion from race 1 from a camera, not having the camera working, so it's a minor technical breach with a major consequence. So that's frustrating. And then slowly working our way back through, and then we had an upright failure in race 2, which was challenging to say the least. And then and we just weren't fast enough in race 3, so we just need to work on that too. So hopefully we got a right change in the direction, but we'll see what happens later this afternoon.
One of the other things that Dylan does is he hosts the In the Gravel Trap podcast, which is a podcast looking at all national level motorsport below supercars. I've been a guest on a few of the episodes of that podcast.
A starring role you play.
And definitely AMRS is one of the series that gets covered on that podcast. So In the Gravel Trap, make sure you download and have a listen to it.
Yeah, so you're struggling to find it on Apple at the moment because Apple is the thorn in my side. We're still struggling to get on Apple, but In the Gravel Trap is on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Google, a lot of the Google apps. So you can find it in most places, but we're still struggling to get on Apple, but we'll get there eventually. Anyway, let's get back to this race because that's probably more important than the rubbish we're talking. Noah Sands has now opened up quite a margin, 3.2 seconds over Trent Grubel, who's a further 5 seconds ahead of Chris Gilmore, who's probably the closest battle, but just behind Chris Gilmore with Ashley and Brown. All of them separated by about 1.5 seconds. So the three of them, that's probably where our fight's going to come from. We'll just have to see how tyre wear goes and who used tyres early, who took pressures up a bit, went hard early, or who's going to have pressures come up a bit later on and maybe a bit stronger in the end of the race. We're on lap 7 of a scheduled 18, so we're approaching the halfway mark. Another lap and a half, we'll be halfway through this race, so still a fair bit of racing to go, so plenty can still happen here.
And Mitch Nielsen's still really struggling. Best lap that we've seen from him so far, a minute 7.9. All of the other key runners are in the 6s, so Mitch Nielsen, ever since the start of this race, has been struggling for pace and not really been able to recover after that, getting shuffled and losing several positions in the opening couple of laps.
It even sounds a bit down on power, just listening to that car as it went past then. It doesn't quite have the same note as the cars that are around them. So I know Team Macro Racing lost an engine of one of their other cars earlier on the weekend, so that wasn't ideal for them. So I don't know if this is another engine drama going on. Who's Mitch Nielsen raced out of?
So he's Hi-Tec Motorsport, which is Ian Richards' Formula 3 team, which also runs the car for Roman Krumans. And speaking of engines, Dylan, a lot of these cars run Mercedes-built engines that are supplied by HWA over in Europe. And unfortunately, due to COVID, there's been some pretty severe part supply issues. That's one of the reasons that Trent Grubel's not been able to get his engine repaired or rebuilt since the previous round of Winton, which was quite a while ago now. It's some 10 weeks ago, but just because of the part supply issues, they've not been able to get the components to put their engine back together, so that's proving to be a bit of a challenge for some of the teams. Race engines don't last forever, you do have to rebuild them, so...
Yeah, absolutely, and I know the component they're really struggling with is pistons and rods. I know there's a big difference in price between the genuine ones and the aftermarket ones, and the genuines are harder to get, so they're literally like nearly double the price, like in terms of $5,000 to $10,000 just for the piston kit. I don't know if it's piston and barrel kit, but yeah, quite a fair chunky difference between genuine and non-genuine, and I guess the category always wants the genuine ones in, because is there an advantage if you don't put the non-genuines in?
Even been some discussion about perhaps changing to a different specification of engine for the F3 cars, but one of the problems is because these cars have been built specifically around the Mercedes engine, which is a very specific capacity. It's got very particular dimensions that allows it to fit in these cars. Changing to a different engine, the changeover cost is massive because you have to reconfigure pretty much the whole car to be able to get a different type of engine to fit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a challenge when you've got an existing chassis with its existing parameters and then trying to make something else fit in there. We've actually got a bit of a battle forming up here. It looks like Brown is starting to get on the back of Astley. He's starting to make a bit of ground there. Lost a little bit coming out of 2. It'll be good to see Brown make a bit of ground. He seems to be stronger out of 3, 4, 5 and into 6. So the slower corners seem to be suiting him more so than the high speed. See how much he makes up ground there into the braking at 3. I mean, it's a little bit of a concertina, but I feel that that's where he's putting this middle part of the track, and he loses a little bit through 1 and 2. So he'll be trying to assess where he's strong, see how much under braking. He seems much more comfortable under the braking package of that car on Brown in what's that, 5th place there. So he'll be having eyes on going forward.
He's doing a really good job considering it's only his 2nd weekend in any sort of race car. His pace has been pretty strong right throughout the weekend. And he's only 17 years old, Ethan Brown, but after this year he has to take 2 years out of motorsport. He's a Singapore citizen, so he has to do compulsory military service for a couple of years. So his motorsport career will be on hold at the end of this year.
Yeah, well, that's not ideal for him. I can't comment on that. Don't have any experience around military experience. I guess that'll help you discipline in your regime. And yeah, but again, coming out of through 1 and 2 there, he seems to lose that little bit of ground that he makes at the rest of the circuit. So I think he needs to work out what he's doing that is losing him his time. I'm going to guess it's probably he's not getting throttle to the ground, getting 100% throttle early enough, or maybe he's just struggling with a bit of high-speed stability. So because he's certainly in the low-speed corners and under braking, again going into 4 there, he closes the gap up quite a lot. So he's definitely got braking confidence in the hard stops. So
I think Ryan Astley is just starting to look in his rearview mirror. As you can see that he's lost a little bit of ground to Chris Gilmore in the last lap or so. Gilmore just starting to pull away a bit from that battle between Astley and Brown. Ryan Astley got his first Formula 3 race win in the last round of winter, but this weekend they started off with an unusual problem where they found that the gear ratios were the wrong way around, would you believe? So when he went to change up a gear, it was actually like changing down a gear, which obviously a bit disconcerting for the driver and probably not really good for the engine either.
No, it wouldn't be. So I'm assuming that the F3s run a drop gear off the back. So to explain that, you'll have 2 shafts that come out of the back of the gearbox there, or the diff, or however that configuration is, and you'll have an upper gear and a lower gear, and one will be smaller and bigger, and you can put them in either way, and it's called a high gear or a low gear. So they're running probably the high, or maybe the low gear when they should be running the high gear, or whichever way that these cars actually run their configuration. So it's not that they've done anything dodgy, it's just that someone's at some point, even when we change our Trans Am gears, you pull it out and I always go, smaller to the top, smaller to the top, smaller. So when I put them back in, I always remember it, because it'd be very easy to do the wrong way around. Oh, well, I better go. It looks like my car's coming out of the garage.
Yeah, you'd better probably head down and get ready for your Trans Am race, Dylan, but thanks for joining me in commentary. Dylan Thomas, we'll leave him to go and get ready for his Trans Am race, TA2 race, which is coming up very, very shortly. I just saw his CXC car getting pushed out of its garage down there in pit lane. The final race for the TA2 Muscle Car Series. Frames by Hi-Tec is coming up after this Formula 3 race. 6 laps remaining in this F3 race, and Noah Sands has extended the margin to 5.7 seconds over Trent Grubel. Chris Gilmore still running in position 3, 1.1 seconds ahead of Ryan Astley, who was only 0.7 of a second ahead of Ethan Brown. Margin seems to be ebbing and flowing backwards and forwards between those cars. They've gapped Mitch Nielsen. He's now 6.9 seconds behind Ethan Brown. So with positions as they are at the moment, the top 3 in this race will also be the top 3 in terms of overall points for the round. So Noah Sands on target to win the round, which if he can do that, that'll be his 3rd round win of the season. He took victory at Sydney Motorsport Park in round 1. Round 2 at the Bend Motorsport Park went the way of Trent Grubel, but Noah Sands won the previous round at Winton and very much on target to take overall honours this weekend as well. So Ethan Brown's just fallen off the back of Ryan Astley at this point, so Astley now starting to come back a bit at Chris Gilmore. Ryan Astley punching out a minute 6.6 last time through. That was his personal best lap of the race. So Astley's car's coming on more strongly as the race progresses. It's actually the third fastest lap of the race that he set last time around. So Astley starting to show a good turn of speed as we get into the closing stages of this one. 4 laps remaining for Noah Sands aboard number 17 Gilmore Racing Machine. Trent Grubel, the KCK McGall goes through, sitting in position 2 at the moment. Chris Gilmore, North Properties Group Mercedes, punches out at 1 minute 6.6. Astley at 1 minute 6.5. Still some pace in the racetrack, with 3 out of the top 4 cars all achieving their personal best lap times. So as the fuel burns down, and the tyre degradation in these Formula 3 cars is pretty low, so it's not uncommon that we do see some of the fastest laps coming towards the end, because the effect of the fuel load in the cars lightening is more than the effect of the tyres wearing out. So the cars do tend to get quicker and quicker as the race progresses. Shout out to Roman Crubens. He's the only entrant in the national class this weekend. Unfortunately, Garrett Ruff, who we've seen that he and Roman Crubens have had some terrific battles over the years in the national class, not here this weekend, but Roman Crubens has had lots of experience in the Australian Formula 3 Championship. He's been a huge supporter of this category for a decade plus. He supports every round. He just loves getting behind the wheel. And he will be the comprehensive leader of the national class at the completion of this weekend. So watching Noah Sands on screen, we had him up in the commentary box a bit earlier on today. Finished runner-up in the Australian Formula Ford Championship last year. The car that he was driving last year was actually the car that was previously raced by Lachlan Manif and Cameron Hill. In fact, it was the 2015 championship winning car that Cameron Hill drove. So Noah Sands slotted into it and did some pretty good things in the Australian Formula 3 and Formula 4 Championship. Made the progression to F3 this season, and you'd have to say he's taken to it like a duck to water. No doubt Noah Sands is destined for bigger and better things in his motorsport career. Very much looking forward to seeing what the future holds based on the driving ability that he's shown in the last couple of seasons. So last lap coming up for Noah Sands this time around, and listening to the car, you'll notice that when they shift up to a higher gear, it's a very smooth gear shift. The drivers, they pretty much flat shift, so there's no clutch required on the upshift, but as they change up to the next gear, they simultaneously pull a paddle behind the steering wheel, and that activates the shift cut. It allows them to make very smooth, crisp gear changes. Sands has commenced his final lap, 6.1 seconds his advantage over Trent Grubel. Chris Gilmore, been a really good performance for him this weekend. Great return to the Australian Formula 3 Championship. For the former series champion, who just races recreationally, spends all of his time these days Chris Gilmore running his very successful All Properties Group real estate business, which has got offices all over southeastern Queensland, from the Gold Coast all the way up to the Sunshine Coast. But it's going to be Noah Sands who makes it 3 round wins from 4 rounds and extends his lead in the Australian Formula 3 Championship with the race win and the round win. Final margin back to Trent Grubel, 6.4 seconds. And Chris Gilmore will hold on for a podium finish, fends off the attacks from Ryan Astley. Ethan Brown just dropping away a bit in the last third of the race, finishes back there in position 5. Mitch Nielsen coming home lowly 6th position. Not the result that he would have been hoping for after being right up at the front earlier on in the weekend. It will be Roman Krumans who takes victory in the national class. But Noah Sands, after 4 rounds, he will head into round number 5 at Sydney Motorsport Park with a 36-point advantage in the championship over Trent Grubel. And confirmation of your results. Noah Sands, your winner. Trent Grubel in position number 2. Chris Gilmore, 3rd position. And our drivers on their way down to pit lane. We'll have Kylie King catching up with our top 3 very, very shortly. But Noah Sands, he said that winning the Gilmore Memorial Trophy would mean a lot, and I'll tell you what, that's a great result for the inaugural Gilmore Trophy race to get Gilmore Racing cars across the line in positions 1, 2 and 3. Terrific effort for the team, and very fitting given it's the first time that the prestigious Memorial Trophy will be awarded. So while we wait for Kylie King to have a chat to our top 3 drivers, coming up next it'll be the big race of the afternoon, the feature race, race number 4 for the TA2 Muscle Car Series, not too far away, and the drivers clamber out of their cars. You semi-lie down in one of these cars, you have your legs stretched right out in front of you. The cockpits are very, very secure, that is for sure. Noah Sands getting his helmet off there. Really good result for the 18-year-old, and first to congratulate him, Chris Gilmore, the team owner. Ian Richards, the category manager for the Australian Formula 3 Championship and the owner of Hi-Tec Motorsport down there as well. And Kylie King is with our winner, Noah Sands.
Noah, congratulations. What a sterling effort. You didn't have it all your own way, but in that race you certainly carved them up.
Yeah, that was pretty convincing. The guys had the car hooked up, so I can't thank Gary, Matt, everyone. Yeah, the car was just so easy to drive, so made my job very easy.
Now, Noah, this is a special race because it's the Errol Gilmore Memorial Cup that you have just won. As Neil Lewis from Queensland Raceway hands over the trophy, congratulations. What does it mean to you to have the name of Errol Gilmore and for you to be the first recipient of this trophy?
Yeah, this is pretty special. Means a lot to me and the team. So, yeah, thanks to everyone.
Terrific. Thank you. Do we have our second place winner? Happy to have a chat. Trent Grubel. Some great racing all weekend. You couldn't quite get it in the end, but second for the day and second in the race. Well done.
Yeah, no, this is amazing. You know, after the dramas we had in Winton with blowing our motor, just to be here is amazing, and to have this result in this car, limited testing, first time to the track, first time in the car, it's just a testimony to the Gilmore setup. You know, they're an awesome team, and I'm so happy for them to have all 3 cars on the podium. So it's a big congratulations to them. I only wish I got to meet the old man. So yeah, it's a good day.
Well said. And Chris, no doubt a pretty emotional moment for you. Now, they tell me that you've come out of retirement, especially to race today. This is a pretty special moment for you.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's I gave up racing when we lost Dad, and I sort of decided that it probably wasn't going to be what he would want, so why not? We brought our championship winning class car back, and we're reunited with it, and I love driving it, and I love competing, and what a special race to have Gilmore Racing 1, 2 and 3. It's absolute perfect weekend.
Yeah, he leaves such a legacy, doesn't he? His contribution, for those unaware, has really helped a lot of young ones over the journey.
Yeah, it certainly has, and that was always his motto, was always to give the underdog a go. And I fought hard, coming off P6 in one of these, and in on the older car as well too. I knew I was going to be up for it, but I saw a couple of crows flying around out there with me, and that's the symbol on the car, and I sort of knew I probably had it, so it was good.
Oh, it's good to see a smile on your face, and what a wonderful day, and a great memorial trophy delivered for today. Great to see you there, and so terrific and fitting that you're here finishing third.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. So there we go, the winner's car, and a look at that in loving memory of Errol Gilmore and a few other names on the list there as well, but he's taken that signage on that car to victory in the inaugural Errol Gilmore Memorial Race for the Australian Formula 3 Championship. Congratulations to all of our top 3 finishers, but we're going to turn our attention now to the 4th and final race for TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec, and that means that we welcome Matt McKeldin back to the commentary box. Matt, plenty of drama and a bit of controversy after the last race.
Oh, there was. I think we talked about it in the last race where Zach LaChalpo got into the back of Nick Bates, which probably would have incurred a penalty anyway, but then poor old Zach, thinking he was trying to do the right thing, crossed between turn 4 and turn 5 to readdress the issue, but unfortunately there is no redress rules here at the AMRS, and so he has been disqualified from that race and has no points as well. So poor old Zach, I tried to interview him a little bit earlier, and I got the big hand up, no, not right now, can't talk right now. So unhappy about that, unfortunately. Warren Wadley and Paul Manuel came together. That was decided because they both spun that it would be equal penalty just there on that one. So, and those guys are down the back anyway. So basically, the grid that we had from earlier in the finish of race 3 is going to stand as we go to race 4 now for the final race of the afternoon for round 4 of the TA2 racing.
So the key thing there for me is that 2 out of the top 3 drivers in the series standings coming into this weekend have had disqualifications. Dylan Thomas got disqualified from race 1 for not having his in-car camera functioning correctly, which is one of the technical regulations in the category, and now Zach LaChalpo excluded from race number 3 as a result of an incorrect rejoin. Just to clarify, it was on the exit of turn 3 where he came together with Nicholas Bates.
I said 4, didn't I?
And when he rejoined, it was on the approach to turn 6, and I said at the time that the officials take a pretty dim view of if you go off the track, not rejoining as close as you can to the nearest point at which you went off. So shortcutting 2 entire corners is not something that's going to be looked upon very fondly or favourably.
Didn't work well for him, but, again, you have to... I'm also very mindful not to say that, Zach did really the wrong thing, because I understood what he was doing. He tried to redress. He tried to, as you say, go between 3 and 4. I said 4 and 5, but it was 3 and 4. So tried to do the right thing, but unfortunately has fallen foul of those rules. So you're 100% right. 2 of the championship contenders in Dylan Thomas and Zach LaChalpo have had shockers. They've had shocking weekends. So, and again, Dylan Thomas, I think in race 2 this morning had some bolts fall out of the upper control arm of his car. So even technically, mechanically, he's not had a great weekend so far as the cars are rolling out onto the circuit now for their first of 2 warm-up laps.
Well, when you look at it, so Jet Johnson, obviously the points leader coming into this round, but Zach LaChalpo second in the points. He's had a disqualification. Dylan Thomas third in the standings coming into this weekend. Has had a disqualification. Murray Kent, who was 4th in the standings coming into this weekend, has had a DNF and a couple of DNSs. So 3 out of the top 4 in the points, all suffering severe dramas that are going to cost them quite severely in terms of points, whereas Jet Johnson so far has won every race. So a big swing in terms of the points advantage towards Jet Johnson. Graham Chaney.
He's loving
5th.
life.
He's loving life. He
Yeah.
could be on target to move up to as high as 2nd in the points after this weekend based on how well he's been going.
Yeah, absolutely. And consistency is the name of the game in the TA2 Championship. You must finish every race. We talked about it in the previous race that if you do have a DNF or a do not finish, it is exceptionally costly for your championship. So those guys right now, I mean, the reality is, Lockie, we don't need to make it much easier for Jet Johnson. Don't make it easy for him. And it seems to be right now the only person that really wants to win this championship is Jet Johnson, because everyone else is falling off behind him. Graham Chaney, we talked about it, having probably one of his best rounds in his motorsport career so far. And as we say, probably has even popped up to P2 at the championship at this stage. I'll try not to put the commentator's curse on him because I hope he has a good, strong race at this one. The thing we need to watch here, though, Lockie, is tyres.
Mm-hmm.
Some people have been playing an aggressive tyre strategy. Some people have been playing a conservative tyre strategy. So we'll wait to see who has 2 new tyres, essentially, to put on their, you would imagine, the working side of the car, the left-hand side of the car.
Yep.
That'll give you a ton of grip through most of the corners except for 4 and 5. There are only 2 left-hand turns. So you would imagine that those who have saved their tyres to the end will have a strong race. And that, they're all very cagey downstairs. They would, funnily enough, they wouldn't tell me. I reckon if I wasn't in commentary, they might have actually been a little bit more forthcoming. But we will see how this final race of the TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec, plays out over the next 15 or so odd laps. Jet Johnson starting from pole. From Josh Haynes, Josh has been consistently good this weekend. Graham Chaney, as we said, having a weekend to remember. He'll start from 3rd. And debutant Brad Gartner in 4th. Unbelievable. He's been quite the find, young Brad Gartner, coming out of South Australia and coming out of XLs. You couldn't imagine a different car, could you? Lockie, front-wheel drive. What's an XL? A 2-litre thing or a 1.5? 1.5 litre and a twin-cam engine to a 6-litre V8 525 horsepower car. You couldn't imagine anything more different, and he's adapted to it beautifully. So he'll be one to watch. Again, was a bit cagey with his tyre strategy, so I don't know exactly where he is going to sit.
When we talk about the aggressive versus the conservative tyre strategy, so the aggressive strategy would be that you use all of your new tyres up at the start of the weekend, try and get track position early, and then in the final race your tyres might not be as good, but because you've got the track position, you try and defend, you try and hold on to it, whereas the more conservative tyre strategy is you save up your good tyres and you save your best till last and you try and charge to the front at the end of the weekend. So it'll be interesting to see the differing strategies and how that plays out in this race. And talking about XLs, there are actually a surprising number of drivers who've transitioned from XLs to quite powerful cars, because the thing the Hyundai XL series teaches you, racecrafts, because all of the cars are so evenly matched, but also how to be smooth and how to maximise a car that doesn't produce a huge amount of horsepower. Anyway, not too far away from a race start here.
Not a problem we have in TA2.
No, lack of horsepower is not a problem here. I've got a feeling, Matt, this is going to be something pretty spectacular to finish off the weekend.
So Jet Johnson leading them around the top of turn 6. They need to stay line astern. Once that's all achieved, they're all looking towards the light gantry. Red light is on. And once that goes out, we will be away. Green light. Great start from the front 2 competitors in Jet Johnson and Josh Haynes. Josh going high and wide round the outside. Will he sweep across the front of Jet? No. Jet slams the door, sneaks up the inside. Dylan Thomas having a look also into turn 2. Graham Chaney, a good start. I can tell you Gartner, though, in 4th position, holding tough also. Here we go, under brakes, down into turn 4. Mark Crutcher has been so aggressive under brakes all weekend. Can he get a few spots as well as Jet continues to lead them out of 3 towards 4? We've seen this in the last couple of races, Lockie, where we've seen Jet get away to maybe a half a second gap off Hayne, but then Hayne seems to be able to come back. Look at that back angry pack between Bates, Crutcher, Berwick, Linton and Simpson.
Nicholas Bates, super aggressive under brakes at turn 4 and fired down the inside of a couple of cars. He managed to make the move through on both Mark Crutcher and Berwick Linton, so very strong under brakes, Nicholas Bates.
Temperatures will be coming up now. Pressures will be coming up, so the grip will start to come to these guys as we tick over just a couple of these first laps. You need to be very conservative on the first few. I mean, it's nice to be able to try and pick up 1 or 2 spots up the brakes when everyone's got cold heads and cold tyres, but it is a big risk. But if you can sit there like we're seeing with Josh Haynes now on the screen, just closing that gap a little bit to the 117 of Jet Johnson and the Napa Mustang. Oh, the brakes on Graham Chaney. Very, very strong. Also great braking from Josh Haynes. He goes side by side from Jet Johnson. Jet Johnson's got the left hand. That's the ideal line going down into turn 4. Will he go for the over-under? Let's wait and see. Can't get it done. Johnson closes off the door and gets the 17 car of Josh Haynes gets a little squirrely. That gives Jet a little bit of breathing space again as we start to settle into this race. Zach LaChelpo making his way from the back as well. He's picked up a bunch of cars off the start. So he's got the angry eyes on definitely. But have a look at Josh Haynes in the 17 car, continuing to hassle the 117 of Jet Johnson. The Elvin Group Mustang, the Elvin Group Camaro, sorry. But Jet Johnson still holding him at bay at the moment. He's done a million laps around this place, Lockie. Hard to beat that sort of consistency with seat time. You need seat time in these cars, and he's had ample seat time in this track and in these cars.
Graham Chaney coming under a bit of pressure in the battle for 3rd position. In fact, both he and his pursuer Brad Gardner locked up and ran wide at turn 3 that time around. That will cost them both a bit of momentum and exit speed, and has allowed Dylan Thomas to catch up. Other one to watch who's on a bit of a charge here, James Simpson. He showed some really good speed earlier in the weekend, particularly in qualifying where he was provisionally 2nd fastest before the shootout, but races have not gone according to plan.
Jet Johnson running a little wide off 5. That's hurt his run down towards 6. And that's going to energise Haynes as well in the Elvin Group Camaro. He'll be loving that. He'll be loving what he sees up ahead. Josh may have actually had that conservative tyre approach, Lockie, coming in this. He may have a little bit more tyre underneath him as we tick over the laps. We'll have to wait and see. LaChelpo making his way through as well. As you say, Simpson in the Dodge. He's got the eyes on him. He's got to keep it on the track. Every other race this weekend, he's thrown it off the track, unfortunately, by avoiding people or being turned around. Down into turn 3 we go. High speed, 4th gear. About 240, 250k an hour. Hard onto the picks. Mark Crutcher just having a bit of a lock-up. Just pinched a brake down into turn 3 there. Geez, Nick Bates has been good, hasn't he? For a rookie, and I reckon he's leading probably our Serco Masters Award as well, but he is a rookie. Have a look at Dylan Thomas. He's got the angry eyes on. Goes for the switchback on Gardner. Gardner knows he's in a fight now. Dylan Thomas has had a torrid weekend, and I tell you what, he would love nothing more than to just get 1 or 2 spots up the grid to have a result, some sort of result. Oh, Gardner went just a little wide. The pressure now starting to mount on Gardner from Dylan Thomas. Johnson leads from Haynes, Chaney, Gardner and Thomas is your top 5. Bates, Crutcher, Simpson, Linton and Lang in 10. Lang, the local boy from the Gold Coast, running in the Camaro. Starting to get his head around there. You would have called Nick Lang in a million different categories over your time I reckon Lockie's pretty well driven everything.
And also Merrick Linton has driven a lot of different cars over a long period of time as well. Done a pretty good job of dialing himself into the TA2 car this weekend. He's running inside the top 10 at the moment as this battle continues between Brad Gartner on debut and Dylan Thomas fighting his way back from that exclusion in race 1 yesterday.
The 55 Oysters Mustang of Gartner. It's feeling the heat from the CXC Mustang of Dylan Thomas. What can Dylan do as the laps tick down? This is the final race of the weekend. This is the one where you always want to have some kind of influence, like you to walk away maybe with a trophy, but looks as though Gartner right now just seems to be able to hold him at bay. Dylan's got to be consistent putting on that pressure, but the kid seems to be able to hold him off. He seems to be able to withstand anything at the moment that Dylan Thomas is throwing at him.
And a bit of a slower lap, and it must have been a mistake from Josh Haynes that time around because he dropped 1.3 seconds to Jet Johnson. It's basically let Jet Johnson off the hook, and it's Haynes who is now coming under pressure from Graham Cheney in the battle for second position.
And that's the duel of the race down at turn 3. Cheney takes a little bit of a look up the inside. Josh Haynes runs wide. That's going to open the door. Will he slam it on the exit? This is a nasty corner. We've seen so many cars go off there over time, but it looks as though Cheney has made the pass. What an absolute cracker. I wonder if Josh's tyres aren't all that fabulous, because Cheney, he said to me on the slide downstairs, gave me a bit of a wink. He said, yeah, we've got some pretty good tyres here. And that's showing right now.
It's almost too easy there. Josh Haynes left the door well and truly open. I wonder if Josh Haynes has got a bit of an issue because he's dropped way back.
We'll have to wait and see whether Gartner can make any space and room on him. If he can, I reckon you might be right there, Lockie. The 55 Oysters Mustang of Gartner just braked a little later on the straight there as well. We could see from the brake lights here in commentary. So he's got some confidence. He's ranging up to the back of Josh as they come into turn 2 now. Look at that. Josh goes a little bit wide again. That's opened the door for Gartner. Gartner now looking at being on the podium once again in his debut. He's got Dylan Thomas now flying down on the inside of him as well. This will be a braking duel. Can't get it done. Josh fires back on Dylan Thomas. So Dylan Thomas picks up Josh Haynes as well. You might be right, Lockie. This is unusual for Josh to be going backwards in the pack like that. It's either a tyre issue or a technical issue. I'm not entirely sure.
He's got no pace at the moment. Minute 16.5 for Josh Haynes last time around. He's one of the slowest cars on the track at the moment.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? So I wonder if that is tyres for Josh Haynes, where the Elvin Group Camaro simply hasn't got what it needs to be up the front. As we look right behind there, a really good battle pack forming between Bates, Crutcher, Simpson, Berwick Linton, and now Josh Haynes gets taken by Bates as well as Crutcher. So definitely got an issue there, has Josh Haynes, because he is going back through the pack. Jet Johnson has cleared out. You can hit the shower of sunshine. It's all over for you. Crutcher now under the inside. Oh, Josh Haynes runs off between 1 and 2. So I wonder if he had a slowly deflating front left tyre there, because to go off there and to have the pace that he's been lacking, I reckon he's definitely got an issue there. So poor old Josh Haynes was having the round of his life here at Queensland Raceway, competing with Jet Johnson, but has not been able to keep it all together in the final race. So as we look back now at second and third position, look at Josh. There you go. If you look down at the front there, the front left is sitting down. He's just got absolute, that's a deflated front tyre. So he'll pull in there out of harm's way. May try and cross through, although he might want to ring up Zach LaChalpo and ask what the ramifications are for that. Just seen Zach Bates run wide and lose a ton of positions off the exit of turn 5 as well. That's unfortunate for Nick. So the pressure starting to show on some of these guys. We're late in the weekend. This is the final race, of course, Lockie. Tyres are gone. Drivers are tired. Brakes are suffering as well. And we're starting to see some inconsistencies from some of the boys.
Well, this is going to drop Josh Haynes off the podium for the weekend. So as things stand at the moment, with positions as they are at the moment, Jet Johnson, he'll win the round, 220 points perfect scorecard for him for the weekend. Graham Cheney, with positions as they are at the moment, will be second overall for the round. Josh Haynes is in the pits. And the way things stand at the moment, Brad Gardner is on target to finish third for the weekend, which would be a sensational result in his debut.
Well, he will in fact take out the Racetec Rookie of the Round award as well. Big thanks to Racetec Seats. They are the control seat supplier to us here in TA2. We've got some representatives from them out at Queensland Raceway watching the action too this afternoon, with Josh Haynes in pit lane at the moment, car jacked up. We might send Kylie King down there to find out exactly what's happened with poor old Josh. The number 17 Melbourne Group Camaro just shakes his head as he gets out. So really unfortunate for the New South Wales driver. His father spoke to me during the week and said he's Australia's fastest plumber, is young Josh. So good for him. Unfortunately, just couldn't keep it all together for this weekend. But what a dominating performance in the Napa Auto Spares Mustang from Jet Johnson. Now leads almost by half a straight from Graham Cheney, Brad Gardner and Dylan Thomas in the CXC Mustang. Dylan will be doing everything that he can to try and squeeze himself onto the podium here. If Gardner has one little slip up, I'm sure you'll see Dylan slide where he can, but you can just see on the replay, on the shot there, that Dylan Thomas winding that car sideways. He's probably struggling for a bit of rear grip as well, but does have some braking confidence. I could just see him closing up a little bit there as this race progresses. Still got 6 laps remaining. The mid-pack battle also starting to heat up between Mark Crutcher and Simpson, with Beric Linton in the 1-2-3 car. So it looks as though Haynes may have had a tyre change. He's had 2 front tyres by the look of it, and he's going to rejoin. Really important for his championship there, Lockie. A DNF, as we've detailed in the call quite heavily, is just something you cannot do. So good for him to be able to get out. He's going to be a couple of laps down, obviously, but he will pick up some points for his championship as well. Well done to the team down there to get that turned around. And Jason Hassett in the number 25 Haas Pumps Camaro also leaving pits as well. We'll drop down to Kylie, see what's happened with Josh Haynes.
A quick word with Josh Haynes' team. Glenn Reese, obviously you put some swift action in there, but when you got a deflated tyre, is that the issue?
Yeah, we thought we had a loose right front wheel, but that was contributed by a flat on the left-hand side. So quick changeover and another tyre on and away we've gone. So hopefully we can finish the best we can. So
yeah, he's a pretty speedy racer though. I'm sure he'll give it his all.
Yeah, look, he's a good driver, and he'll do the best to get as high as he can. So yeah, thank you.
So that's the tail of the tape, as we thought. Josh Haynes needing front tyres. This mid-pack battle is what's forming up as we come to the end of this race. Mark Crutcher in the number 4, Crutcher Developments Mustang. Simpson in the big Dodge Charger right behind him. It's heating up as we come down the main straight. Beric Linton just behind, and Nick Lang in the 44 Whit Sunday group also just patiently waiting to see what happens here. This will be good pressure for Mark Crutcher to be under from Simpson. But you can see on screen there that Jet Johnson has absolutely brained him. He'll now be whistling to himself and talking to his team. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? And I'd imagine his engineer, Ben Leeds, is saying, mate, you are home and hosed. Just be consistent. Don't push it too hard. Bring the car home in one piece. Jet is obviously competing in both of the TA2 and the Trans Am categories. Had his best result here at the Trans Am round just a couple of weeks ago, finishing on the podium. So I'm sure everyone within the Napa group will be very happy to see what Jet is up to. As I said, though, this battle between the number 4 of Mark Crutcher and Simpson is heating up. Simpson ever getting closer as Crutcher grabs a break. The number 4, they're going to come side by side onto the main straight. Oh, look at that. Crutcher just had a better run off to the corner, and he's going to hold him out. But it's definitely that mid-pack battle where the action is at currently. Jet, he's gone.
Graham Cheney still holding down second position ahead of Brad Gardner, Dylan Thomas, and then this battle between Mark Crutcher,
James
Simpson right in there as well. Merrick Linton having his best run of the weekend. Nick Lang, who's had a consistent weekend. Crutcher under all sorts of pressure at the moment.
Crutch had a bit of a break lock-up down into 6 earlier, but I tell you who's not in the fight,
no,
Dylan Thomas. Dylan Thomas has thrown it off the road at turn 3. He will be dirty with himself. He was in that top 4, finally having a good consistent run, and it's all gone away for the CXC Mustang. Such a pity. Crutcher now coming under intense pressure from Simpson. He dives to the inside. Can he get it stopped? And can Crutcher get back to the throttle early? As he does. Look at the side slide from Simpson. He can't get the traction down, so Crutcher withstands one more lap of pressure from Simpson.
This is now the battle for 4th position, thanks to the demise of Dylan Thomas in the gravel trap down at turn 3. We are on the second and last lap. If there were more laps remaining, you would think they'd probably call the safety car to retrieve Dylan Thomas's car, but I reckon they'll probably just keep that under local yellows for the rest of this race.
Absolutely. So that's going to take away a sensational passing opportunity for anyone throughout this pack. And if you see James Simpson on Crutcher there, can't get it done down there. So the trick here is to try and concentrate on your exit so you can have a crack at it, Crutcher, at 4 and 5, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case at the moment as Jet Johnson continues to belt the field here in the final race of the TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec. But as I say, the battle is mid-pack here between Crutcher, Simpson, Linton and Nick Lang. What can they do? We are coming up to the last lap now. Jet Johnson has seen the board. He is on his way home, but the race is mid-pack. And it looks as though Crutcher's been able to withhold that pressure from Simpson all the way home. He's only got 3 or 4 corners to go as we follow Jet Johnson on the way home. The final time through turn 3.
He's had to work hard for it this weekend, Jet Johnson, because Josh Haynes has taken the fight right up to him in the first 3 races that we've had, and it's a shame that Haynes suffered that deflating tyre in this race and was not able to mount a stiffer challenge. But Jet Johnson, he certainly has been the class of the field on home turf this weekend. He's in fine form in the TA2 Muscle Car Series at the moment, and he is going to extend his championship lead once again this weekend. A clean sweep for car number 117, the Napa Auto Parts Mustang at Queensland Raceway.
Father Steve will be watching from Sandown in Melbourne. He'll be very happy as we watch the final lunge by Simpson. Can he get it done on Mark Crutcher? He's going to go for the over-under here. It's going to be a drag race down the straight. Oh, Simpson just cranked it sideways, couldn't get the run. So Crutcher's actually going to get him here. Pick up 4th from Simpson, Linton and Lang. LaChalpo from the back of the grid, a sensational drive. He might be getting our hard charger award, I reckon, into 8th. Robinson in 9th and Bates in 10th.
In terms of overall points for the weekend, Jet Johnson, 220 points. He will win the round. Graham Cheney, second overall for the weekend on 200 points. And on debut, great performance. Brad Gardner, he had to start at the back of the grid. He fights his way onto the podium in his rookie race meeting, so he will take out the Rookie of the Round award in the TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec this weekend. That's a really, really strong debut performance for Brad Gardner aboard the SS Oysters machine.
Well, you think he'd be back, wouldn't you? He'd be thinking, how easy is this TA2 thing? First time you go out there, you get yourself on the podium. So a good effort from Jet Johnson there. He has shown a clean heel to everyone. Graham Cheney, brilliant effort for P2 there. Brad Gardner, as we mentioned, the rookie on debut, getting onto the podium. James Simpson, good comeback from a tough weekend. He'll finish in 5th position. Berwick Linton, in a brand new car, just working it out. He comes back in 6th. 7th position is local Nick Lang. Zach LaChelpo. What a sensational drive from the back of the grid for Zach. Number 9, P9 is Peter Robinson, with Nicholas Bates after the issues in the final race coming in P10. So we could definitely see some difference in tyre life there. Clearly Jet had the conservative tyre preference early in the weekend, bolted on some new boots and was able to dominate the field there as he comes back into pit lane now. How often have we seen the name Johnson and the number 1 together in pit lane? A sensational effort from the young fella. Off to go skiing at Thredbo at the end of the week.
Well, it's not a bad reward for
a bad reward.
A job well done in TA2 this weekend.
So this will be a celebration with the family, I'm sure. Mum Bree, that's Ben Leeds, his engineer. TG also works on the car on weekends and has been right around his go-karting career. There's Lacey and Bree. Look at that. The Johnson women congratulating their boy on a sensational effort this weekend here at Queensland Raceway. Easily takes out the round win and extends his championship lead. Pity we couldn't see Josh Haynes there having another high five with him, as we've seen all weekend, Lockie. Great camaraderie in the TA2 championship. The famous, well, maybe not famous, but the 17 with a 1 ahead of it. It'll be interesting to see whether we see Napa Auto Parts on the car again next year. Their driver is doing a sensational job for them at the moment. And Kylie, you are with our winner of round 4 of the TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec, Jet Johnson.
Congratulations, Jet Johnson. What an amazing effort this weekend. You lost your sparring partner there, who obviously didn't get to finish that race, but what a weekend for you.
Yeah, it's a shame Josh wasn't up there in the end. I was sort of hoping to have another battle with him there, but, you know, it is what it is. But, you know, we were able to get out there and, you know, just circulate for that one, really. So, no, I was really, really happy with that one.
All right, well, while you're here, we do have a trophy presentation. So well done. David Plack from Racetec is with us to present the winner's trophy. Congratulations. And that's going to be extra sweet, I'm sure. As we go to our second place winner, Graham Cheney. Where? Oh, there he is, hiding behind me. Graham, congratulations. You found yourself second and on the podium. Well done.
Yeah, no, pretty stoked with that. It's been a bit of a slog to get there, and yeah, it was good to get up there.
And what's the racing been like through this category all weekend? It's been amazing to watch.
Yeah, no, there's been some good hard racing, pretty clean. So, yeah, congratulations to Jet, and shame to Josh. Yeah, had a bit of an issue there, but that's racing, I guess.
Terrific. And David Black from Racetec to present your trophy. Congratulations. Well done. And our third place winner, Brad Gartner. What a story this young fella has been. Brad, you came out of Excels and you found a little bit more horsepower this weekend, but you seem to do it in your stride. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the whole team gave me a great car. To get in a car that you've never driven before and be able to do that on 2 podiums on debut, it's pretty unreal. So credit goes to Lee and Mike and my mum and dad, James Benford, Scotty Tiller and the whole team and everyone back home watching. Cheers, guys.
Well, we'll let you get your hands on your trophy on debut. Can you believe it? David Black again from Racetec. First weekend, well done. Congratulations and enjoy.
Good to see some different names up there, Lockie, with Gartner and Cheney as well making the podium there. Jet, as we mentioned, will no doubt has extended his championship lead. We'll be working on the points to see where that sits just in the next couple of minutes. But I've got to tell you, mate, as much as I've enjoyed commentating with you, I think I'm much better putting the helmet on, and I think I'll go back to driving race cars rather than
when are we going to see you
them.
back? When are we going to see you back behind the wheel?
Oh, look, we'll probably... I might try and get out for the final round of the TA2 Muscle Car Series at Winton, I reckon. I'm entered for the Bathurst International, but I think I might just not tempt luck there, and I think I'll just go to Winton. Maybe we've just got to put the body on the car and snap a few bits and pieces. So as soon as Steve Johnson and his crew are finished working with Jet, they'll probably get to my car, and we'll see if we can get out here at QR, do some laps, and then maybe head off to Winton at the end of the year. In the meantime, we'll just keep watching, keep doing the driver's seat on SEN every week, and talking about all the world of motorsport, and then eventually I'll get my head back into a helmet and see if I can drive one again.
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing you back behind the wheel, that's for sure. Thanks for your company in the commentary box here at round 4 of the AMRS this weekend. Matt McKeldin, who's been calling all of the action in the TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec for us right throughout the day. We've got the Queensland Touring Car Championship cars coming out onto the track for their 5th and final race of the weekend very shortly. Quick break in commentary, back with the QTCC cars presented by Brisbane Collision Centre. They're on the track next. Car Championship. This one's longer distance, 15 laps to wrap things up for the QTCC, presented by Brisbane Collision Centre. Mark Giorgio joins me in the commentary box for this one. It's been Chris Brown who's won all 4 of the races so far. Bit of a contretop in the previous race between Alessandro Songlo and Luke Beveridge at turn 4. And unfortunately, Alessandro Vasongo out, but good to see Luke Beveridge back on the track, Mark.
Yeah, Luke managed to get the car repaired and in time for this last race of the weekend, so that was good. And luckily, both people walked away uninjured. But it's fantastic to see that at least Luke's gotten back on the track anyway.
Yeah, good news that both of the drivers are unharmed, but unfortunately it looks like there was a fair bit of damage to Alessandro Vasolo's BMW E30.
Yeah, it copped a pretty big hit on the front end there in the tyres, so it's wiped out. It would have done substantial damage. Most likely be unlikely that car would be returning to any type of racing.
Oh, wow. So that's very unfortunate for him. So it's sad. You never want to hear those sorts of stories, particularly in a grassroots category like this one.
No, not at all. So
anyway, looking at our grid positions for this race. So we've got Chris Brown on pole position, Chris Sharples lining up alongside him on the front row of the grid. Both of today's races, we've seen that Sharples has had the ascendancy in the early stages, but Brown has ultimately been able to prevail. Second row of the grid, it's been a good battle between the Tirana of Michael Woodcroft and the BMW E46 M3 of Gary Lang. They've had some terrific contests so far today. Let's see which way things go in the final race. We go back to Les Hannafin in the VK Commodore out of position 5. Nathan Marks, who was the highest placed of the Class B cars in the previous race, out of 6th position. Then Ben Malpass out of 7th. Gary Anger, the VX Commodore driver, in 8th position. Nick Linton in 9th, and Ettore Vasolo, best of our Class C runners, in position 10. Hudson James, Dean Wart, Andrew Knight, Paul Bonacorso, Matt Corney, Blake Anger, and then Warwick Douglas and Luke Beveridge rounding out our field of starters for the 5th race of the weekend. 15 laps the distance. The final race for the QTCC, presented by Brisbane Collision Centre here at Queensland Raceway. Set for the rolling start up to the start-finish line. Green lights and an excellent start this time for Chris Brown. Sharples with a slow start. I think he might have missed a gear there because he's dropped several spots on the run into turn number 1. Falls back into position number 4. He gets overtaken by the BMW of Gary Lang and also the Tirana of Michael Woodcroft. So Sharples not able to repeat what he was able to do in the last 2 races. He's dropped a couple of spots off the line. And further back, the battles are continuing. We saw some terrific contests, particularly in Class B in the last couple of races between Gary Anger in his VX Commodore and a couple of BMW E36s taking the fight right up to him, Nathan Marks, and also Ben Malpass really taking the fight up to Gary Anger, and that's going to be on once again. Chris Brown, though, pulling well clear of the rest of the field. A couple of big braking duels happening on the run into turn 4. Nathan Marks up the inside of Les Hannafin. Malpass and Anger battling it out there as well. As we see Sharples getting around the outside of Woodcroft on the run into the final corner. So Sharples recaptures one of the spots that he lost there off the line. What do you reckon there? Missed gear for Chris Sharples, Mark?
Yeah, it looked like he missed a gear or something. It's I'm very unfortunate. He won't be happy with himself, that's for sure. But everyone's starting to get into a bit of a groove now, so we'll see what happens.
It's been a 15-lap race. It's the longest race that we've had so far this weekend. Many differences in terms of how the drivers will have set their cars up for this one.
Oh, well, everyone will make sure they've got a full tank of fuel, that's for sure.
That's a good plan, yeah.
And then, yeah, just get into a good spot and just keep maintaining it. And take from there.
Speaking of fuel, what sort of fuel do these cars run? Is it E85 or?
Quite a few of them running E85. A lot of them also running premium 98. So we've got a fairly flexible rule with the fuel as well. So basically pump fuel is allowed. So it's just a bit of a mixture really.
E85, I know you can get the cars to produce a fair bit of power, but not so good for economy.
No, well apparently the E85 does use a lot more. The engines tend to run cooler though with the E85, and obviously it's quite expensive, so you go through more fuel. It's a bit dearer to run, but overall the cars seem to be happier on the E85. Just depends on what tune you want to run.
Looking at Les Hannafin, he's been a consistent performer right throughout the weekend, inside the top 5 for most of the weekend, but right now he's got Nathan Marks in the Jägermeister orange BMW E36 just behind him, and then next one back will be Gary Anger in Turbinate liveried VX Commodore, fending off the car of Ben Malpass.
Yep, they've been swapping positions all weekend really, of a hard time too, so it's not over yet.
One of the cars that we've not seen out there today, unfortunately, the Nissan Bluebird turbocharged SR20 in that car.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car, very well presented and built. Steve Harris has done a great job on that car. So yeah, I think he had some minor issues with the computer or something related. So he decided to just call it a weekend until he sorts it out.
Ben Malpass slipping down the inside of Gary Anger at turn number 3, gets the job done. But watch out for the V8 Commodore of Anger to come back. Goes to the outside under brakes at turn 4. And Malpass will slip back down the inside. They'll still go side by side on the run into turn number 5. Love the Terminator livery on Gary Anger's car. Sensationally turned out. And Nick Linton in the VT Commodore buying into the action in that one as well.
Yeah, Nick Linton's a hard racer, so he'll be seeing what he can do with these guys.
Nick Linton, the Hands Car Care VT Commodore with the big rear wing on the back of it. Only the single Ford running in the field in this particular race.
Paul Bonacorso and the XE Falcon. That's only a 289 powered. That's based on a 289 powered Windsor, so it's not. It hasn't got a Cleveland in it or anything. It's not big cubes, but it's a healthy little setup. It does a great job.
289, so that's the 4.9 litre.
4.7.
4.7 is it? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
So it's a very production-based car, and he does a great job. And against the Beamers and the more modern cars, he's got a nice set of brakes on it. It really gives it to him.
Now the battle shaping up between the two Commodores here. The Turbinate VX of Gary Anger, the Hands Car Care machine of Nick Linton, VX and the VT. Fundamentally, not a lot of difference between the VT and the VX Commodores. It was only very minor updates in terms of the road car versions of those cars when they came out. Subtle differences to the headlights and the taillights. Really the only distinguishing features of those cars. Obviously, those cars are from an era where Holden was extremely successful in Australian touring car racing. It was the golden era of the Holden racing team, and we had the likes of Craig Lowndes and Mark Scaife dominating the V8 Supercar championships of that era.
Yes, yeah, the late 90s.
And coincidentally, the man who was technical director of Holden Motorsport in that era and oversaw the development of subsequent Commodore models, including the VE and the VF Commodore V8 Supercars, Peter Harker. He's actually here this weekend working as part of the Fuzzy Media team that's producing our live stream coverage of this AMRS round. Watching the BMW on screen at the moment, the Jägermeister entry.
It's a very striking colour, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. It really stands out on the track. And BMW, another manufacturer that in recent times here in Australia has had huge success in production car racing. You look at the Bathurst 6 Hour, every Bathurst 6 Hour since the event came along in 2016 has been won by BMW. So, manufacturer that's really at the forefront of production car racing, and again, it's a manufacturer that's had a lot of very successful history in motorsport, not just here in Australia, but overseas as well, and over a very long period of time.
Dead right, Lockie.
Any plans, so obviously within the Queensland Touring Car Championship, Holdens, Fords, BMWs seems to be the brands of choice. Any plans to allow any other manufacturers or other types of cars into the category?
Well, basically our category, you can run any car that ran in the Australian Touring Car Championship. You can run an Alfa Romeo, you can run a Ford Mustang, 985 Ford Mustang, you can run a Datsun 1600, you can run a Valiant Pacer. It's just predominantly a lot of the people that run in our category want to get a car that's affordable to replace parts with and easy to get parts for. But yeah, basically anything that ran in the Australian Touring Car Championship can run in our category.
So you could run an R32 Nissan Skyline GTR?
We have had one in the category previously.
Yep.
Yes. actually Steve Harris had a GDR. He then decided to build the Bluebird. So yeah, there's lots of flexibility there, and we welcome as many cars as people want to bring in.
I do like the variety and diversity in this category, that's for sure. Battle continuing between the two Commodore drivers of Gary Anger and Nick Linton. This has been going on for a while now. It's the contest for 8th and 9th position and what will be 3rd position in Class B. It's BMWs running 1 and 2 in Class B at this stage, with Ben Malpass ahead of Nathan Marks. Gary Anger under huge pressure at the moment from Nick Linton.
Yep, Gary will be making that car as wide as possible, I'd say. Nick Linton will be pushing. Gary's tyres might be going off maybe this time of the weekend. Oh, it looks like he's got him down the straight, bit of horsepower there from Nick Linton.
Got a great run out of turn 2, draws alongside and gets his nose in front by the time they get to the braking zone, and just slows it up in the mid-corner to make sure that Gary Anger has no opportunity to do the switchback manoeuvre.
Yep, and you know, your turn 2 exit's very important. It affects the whole back straight, so if you don't have a turn 2 exit, it can really muck you around.
So the margin, Chris Brown to Chris Sharples, 4.9 seconds. Chris Brown punching out the fastest lap of the race that time through at a minute 18.3. Gary Lang still in position 3 at the moment. At the moment, Chris Brown, 2,500 points. He would win the round ahead of Chris Sharples, who is on 2,322 points for the weekend. Gary Lang, 2,183. He would round out your point scorers for the weekend. Telling you what, you're very generous in terms of the points that you award in the Queensland Touring Car Championship.
Yeah.
Normally 2,500, that would be a good tally for an entire season in most other categories.
Yeah, it's just the way they work it out with the math. I'm not sure the system they use, but it's that's just how they are. That's it. So we've got Paul Bonacorso leading a train of Group C cars down the main straight. He's coming 3rd outright in Group C, from what I see.
He is indeed behind, that's Hudson James, who's moved up to the lead in Class C for the weekend. Ettore Vasolo sitting 2nd in Class C, and Paul Bonacorso 3rd in Class C at this stage. When are we going to see you back out on the track next, Mark? You've got a Ford that you like running.
I might do a bit of practice days later in the year. Just go back jump into the seat and do a few practice days and get in the groove of things. I haven't raced a car since March 2020, so keen to get back into the seat and see what happens next year.
Be good to see you back in it. We're watching Paul Bonacorso on the screen at the moment, and he's battling it out with Dean Wart. BMW E46 is just behind him at the moment.
Yep, Dean Wart's definitely come through being a force to be reckoned with this year in Group C group. He's since put a 3-litre in since last year, 3-litre engine in the car now, so he's pushed him, towards the pointy end of the field.
The Ford XE Falcon, which Paul Bonacorso is running, one of the key attributes of that car is it was the the last Ford that was available with a V8 engine, because when Ford went to the XF Falcon, they actually ditched the V8 for a number of years.
Yeah, well, back in those days, there was all talk about fuel scares and etc. And so when the XDs and E's came out, they were a lighter car than the XCs. So it was all about promoting environmental, things. And Ford at the time thought it was a good decision to remove the V8 to sort of promote economy. And they promoted their 6-cylinder for many years. And it wasn't until the EB Series 1 that they brought the V8 back into the Australian market. So, which was a bit sad for us Ford fans, but we still had the old Cleveland, which we still play around with anyway, so it's all good.
Yeah, it was a bit of a controversial decision at the time, and it got a lot of motorsport enthusiasts who were Ford fans a bit offside at the time, by all reports.
Yes, definitely. But Dick Johnson did a fantastic job in that green stuff Mustang. He really did a great job in those days, and there was a lot of restrictions on that car back in then. But it was a great car. I enjoyed watching some of the old Bathurst runs that he did with that car.
So you said that you can run any car that ran in the Australian Touring Car Championship. So a few other cars on my wish list to see in this category in the future. Jaguar XJS.
Yep.
Walkinshaw spec from the mid-80s.
Yep.
And Ford Sierra
Yep.
would be good as well.
We did have a Ford Sierra running a few years back, so it would be good to see some Sierras run in the category, and definitely some Jags. So any Jaguar boys out there, or girls, boys and girls, come and bring them out and go racing.
Vauxhall, maybe? Vauxhall Viva.
Oh, yeah.
What else? I'm thinking
Well,
about
yeah.
other obscure cars that have raced in the Australian
There
Touring
was
Car
Corollas.
Championship. Volvo 240.
Yeah, I think there was a Volvo years ago that raced with us. Yep. The 850 Volvos as well. It's eligible. Peter Brock ran those in the late 90s.
Yeah, so if it ran in the Super Touring Series,
Yep.
it's eligible. So you could
That's
run a
right.
Vauxhall Vectra or
Yes.
Volvo S40. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep. Audi A4. Yep.
Yep. Yep. So no, they're definitely all eligible. Yep. The Alphas. Yep. Yeah, there's lots of variety. I think even Triumphs ran in.
They did
ACC.
indeed. Triumph Dolomite. Yep.
So,
Mini Cooper S's. I suppose the thing is, though, that this is not really a historic racing category per se, is it? So
no, it's a tribute.
So things like Mustangs and Tiranas and, you know, XY Falcon GTHOs, they're more your Group N.
Well, they can run with us. Yeah,
But
I've
they can
actually
run,
asked
they
them
can
to
run
run.
here? Okay, yep.
Yeah. We had Nick Linton actually in the VT Commodore. He used to run a beautiful orange LJ Tirana. I actually had a lot of battles with him at that. So, yeah, no, by all means. Oh, we've got Michael Woodcroft's come off at turn 4. So hopefully the flags are out.
He's gathered that up pretty nicely, Michael Woodcroft. Oh, and also running off the road, Nathan Marks. So that's caught a couple of drivers out. Nick Linton, incidentally, has pulled well ahead of Gary Anger, and he's actually moved up ahead of Nathan Marks as well. So Nick Linton up to 7th position overall,
Wow.
and now 2nd in Group or Class B.
He's done a great job.
So confirming the order, we do have 4 laps remaining. So Chris Brown continues to lead, ahead of Sharples Lang. Les Hannaford now up to position 4. Ben Malpass, your leader of Class B, is up to 5th outright, ahead of Michael Woodcroft, who's back to 6th after that spin. Nick Linton 7th, Nathan Marks 8th, Gary Anger 9th. And rounding out the top 10, Ettore Vasolo, and he is your leader in Class C. Next round for you guys, is that back here?
Yes, it is. September.
And one of the things that you do is a lot of your events, you'll have a mixture of circuits throughout the weekend. So you'll run some races on the long circuit, but then you might run other races on the shorter configuration where you turn right at the dipper, which is the right-hand turn about a third of the way down the back straight. And I would imagine that running on the shorter configuration, it probably suits maybe the less powerful but the better handling cars.
The smaller cars, yeah. Look, we try to mix it up a little bit. Some rounds we do a bit of national circuit and mix it up with the smaller circuits throughout the weekend. This weekend it's predominantly been only national circuit. But yeah, we like to mix it up a bit and give all cars a chance to have a bit of fun, like be competitive. And the smaller tracks are definitely favoured to the smaller cars. So, but yeah, the big V8s though, they do all right on the small tracks too. So it's just depends on the day really.
I remember a few years back, Richard Gresham, who was actually racing in the category this weekend until he had some mechanical problems, but he had a BMW 2002, which didn't have a lot of straight line performance, but it was very good through the corners and under brakes, and Richard drove it extremely well.
He did, yeah. No, that was a beautiful car, and he was very competitive in that car and done a great job, especially at Lakeside. It used to be very competitive out there too. But yeah, that was a beautiful machine.
So Chris Brown, once again, fastest lap of the race, a minute 18.3 on the third and last lap of the race. So the performance has not really dropped off at all. That car's obviously looking after its brakes and tyres pretty well. We are on the second and last lap of the race at this point. 3.1 seconds between Brown and Sharples. Sharples has also got down to an 18.3, doing his personal best lap on the last lap. So both of our top 2 cars have had sustainable pace, and they're now more than half a minute ahead of the rest of the field. I reckon Gary Anger might have a bit of a problem because his Commodore's quite slowly up towards turns 4 and 5, so his car's really dropped off in performance towards the end of this race.
Yeah, he must be nursing some sort of issue, so he'll be just wanting to bring it home, I'd say. Bit of a shame, really. He was having a fantastic weekend. All weekend he was up the front of Group B. So,
off air, before we came on, you were saying that some of the drivers were a little bit concerned about their fuel range for this longer race, so that could be one of the factors.
Yes, that could be.
Potentially getting low on fuel and having to...
Surge.
Yeah, fuel surge, really having to nurse their cars just to get them to the finish line at this point. We are on the final lap for our race leader as he heads down the back straight into turn 3. Chris Brown, dominant performance this weekend in the Queensland Touring Car Championship races.
It's been great, absolutely fantastic. He's done a great job. Chris actually stepped out for a few years and didn't race for a few years. Gave himself a bit of a break, and then it's been great. He returned last year, and this year he's really done a fantastic job. It's great to see.
So 1 corner left to run. Chris Brown, Queensland Touring Car Championship race meeting here as part of the Australian Motor Racing Series. He is going to be your dominant round winner with 5 wins from 5 races. Congratulations to Chris Brown. Chris Sharples will come home second in the race and second overall for the round as well, with Gary Lang rounding out our podium. Albeit some 37 odd seconds behind our race winner.
It was clean racing, Lockie. Fantastic. No bingles. It's great to see.
A good clean race to finish up the weekend, which was good to see, and really good to have the Queensland Touring Car Championship back on the AMRS program as well.
Yep,
so
fantastic.
we do thank all of the competitors very much for supporting our race meeting. So running down through the rest of the order. So the top 3 finishers, Brown, Sharples and Lang, they're your top 3 finishers in Class A as well. We ended up with 8 cars on the lead lap at the end, so everybody from Ettore Vasolo in 9th position down, finishing a lap down on the field on our leader. And Paul Bonacorso, the XE Falcon, he cracks it into the top 10 in the final race of the weekend as well.
Great to see. Big thanks to AMRS for putting us on this weekend. Great.
Yeah, it's been our pleasure. Thanks very much for coming. It's so, as you mentioned, your next round here at Queensland Raceway in September. Our next round also, well, at end of September, beginning of October, to be precise, the October long weekend, 1st and 2nd of October at Sydney Motorsport Park. We'll wait for our top 3 runners to head into the pits, and very shortly we'll be crossing down to Kylie King. We've just got 1 race left on the program this afternoon, which will be race 4 for the Supercars. Here's confirmation of our race results. So, Chris Brown, your race winner ahead of Chris Sharples. Back then to Gary Lang. Les Hannafin in 4th position, his best race result of the weekend. Ben Malpass wins Class B in position 5. Back to Michael Woodcroft. Then it's Nick Linton, Nathan Marks coming home in position number 6. And winning in Class C, it's Ettore Vasolo in his BMW E36. The next round of AMRS coming your way on the October long weekend. Thoroughly looking forward to that one. We will have the TA2 Muscle Car Series, frames by Hi-Tec, the Australian Formula 3 Championship, Thunder Sports are back with us for that weekend as well, along with the Saloon Car Nationals, the six-cylinder Holdens and Fords battling it out for their national title that weekend. We'll have some NASCARs on track for the Stock Cars Australia Series, also the Kumo V8 Classic Racing Series as we head down to Kylie King, who is with our race winner.
Chris Brown, what a domination, a clean sweep for the whole weekend. That was pretty impressive, mate.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a pretty long race for us, but went as hard as I could the whole race, so see how the car goes, and everything went well.
Everything went well indeed, a dominant performance. Our other friend, Chris, he was with you up in the end for most of it. Didn't quite tail you enough for my liking, but anyway, he tried his best. Chris Sharples, take it off to Chris beside you. He dominated, but you gave it your all, and here you are, second for the round. Well done.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, very happy with second. Absolute congratulations to Chris. You know, all weekend, absolutely faultless. Considering where he was a few years ago, it's credit to him to, you know, have an absolute ripper of a weekend and a year. Want to thank ProLube for the great lubricants, Monarch Industrial, Zeke Novas for the tyres, Cedar Creek Builders, and yeah, very happy.
Terrific, good job. You've done the great thing looking after your sponsors there as well. You should. A very proud category here. You can tell you guys just love it, and third on the podium. A great effort all weekend. Congratulations. Sum up the weekend and the race for us.
Well, you could probably say we're very consistent, having us three here all the time today. I think it's had a great weekend. I had a few battles with Woody in the yellow Tirana earlier. I think Chris missed the start. I missed a gear off the start there before, so I sort of took advantage to try and get into second for a brief little moment. But no, I had a great weekend. The car went well, and I love this category. I love racing QTCC.
And obviously we haven't got the Class B and Class C winners here, but they're an integral part to this category too, aren't they?
Oh, of course. I mean, that's our makeup. We're in the A category, and there's a time limit with that. Then if you want to come along and bring a slower car, you're welcome to come along. And then you start in the C category, work your way up into the B category, and depending how fast you get, you can go up into the A group. But yeah, we have A, B and C winners this weekend, so that's what it's all about.
Well done. It's been nice meeting you, and it's good to see you getting up there and having a real crack. We enjoy this motorsport here at Queensland Raceway.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Kylie King, for bringing us those insights from our top three finishers in the Queensland Touring Car Championship, presented by Brisbane Collision Centre. One race remaining on the program, Supercars race number 4. Ewan Berger's going to join me in commentary for that one. We'll grab a quick break here. We'll have the Supercars coming out onto the track very shortly. live stream on the AMRS Facebook page. Lockie Mansell in commentary with you, joining me for this one. A supercar racer who unfortunately is out for this final race. Ewan Berg, good afternoon, mate. What happened to your car?
Lockie, it's a bit of a story of trial and tribulations, unfortunately. Looks like I've cooked the engine, unfortunately, so I'll be a bit of work before the next round.
That's unfortunate. And you're in one of the 250cc twin-cylinder supercars.
That's right.
How much work do you think is going to be involved in getting the engine resurrected for the next round?
Oh, look, being a two-stroke, they're pretty simple creatures, but look, running at the in the international Div 1 international class, look, there is a bit of time anyway inherently in maintenance. So, look, hopefully 5 or 10 hours and we'll be back firing again.
Fingers crossed for you. So, we've got the fourth race coming up right now. Russell Jamison, who's been in a different district to the rest of the field this weekend. He's on pole position. Brock Nicholas starting alongside him on the front row of the grid. You were supposed to start third. That grid position's obviously going to be vacant, Ewan. Back to Tim Weir. Then we go back to Otway. Douglas and Miss out of position 6. Tim Philp. Back then to Dylan Maven out of position number 8. Paul Buckley, who was the winner of the 125cc non-gearbox class in the previous race, will be next ahead of David Dyson, Andrew Kane, Ben Longland and Nicholas Marshall. I'll tell you what, those non-gearbox karts, they've been putting on terrific battles in all of the races that we've seen in the supercarts so far this weekend. But set for a start, 10 laps the distance once again for the final race of the weekend for the Queensland Supercar Championship. And not the start that we expected from Russell Jamison. He's actually lost a couple of spots on the run into turn 1.
It certainly looks like he's had an unfortunate issue there, Lockie.
Not what we would have expected, because he's been the class of the field all weekend, but Russell Jamison's car not accelerating away from the front of the field quite as quickly as we would have expected. And in fact, it looks like his kart might be slowing down a little bit on the back straight. So, a bit of a drama there. That's going to shuffle up the order a bit, and maybe give us a closer race for outright honours. We've seen that Russell Jamison has been so much quicker than the rest of the field that he's lapped pretty much the entire field in the races that we've had so far. And once again, the battle is on a bit further back in the non-gearbox class. It's been a terrific contest right throughout the weekend. Those non-gearbox karts really is all about keeping up the momentum through the corners to keep the engine in its optimum power band for as long as possible. And we've got a safety car on the circuit. That's because we've had a driver come off the road at turn number 1. So the Mustang safety car heads out onto the track in the final race of the weekend. Let's confirm our race positions. So it's Brock Nicholas who leads the way. Tim Philp, Douglas and Miss, Dylan Maven sitting in position number 4 at the moment. Back then to Kane Otway, who was a non-finisher in the previous race. Russell Jamison's fallen back to 6th, and it's Tim Weir in 7th position. Andrew Kane, the best of the non-gearbox kart runners, followed by David Dyson, Ben Longland, then Nicholas Marshall. Paul Buckley, who was our winner in the non-gearbox class in the previous race, has slipped back a bit. And then we go back to Hillier and Jamison. And it's Dreen Jamison, I think you'll find, who has come off the road at turn number 1, because Dreen Jamison has not crossed the start-finish line. That is the number 26 machine indeed. So safety crews heading out there to retrieve that kart from the side of the racetrack. And one of the good things about these supercars, Ewan, is that if you do have a problem, very easy just to pick up the kart and either throw it over the fence or put it on a trailer.
No, that's right. It's a lot easier than those Formula 3 cars to remove from the track, that's for sure, but they can be handled by a couple of people, which is great.
Yep, so quick and efficient work from the recovery crews. I wonder what the issue was there for Russell Jamison, because that kart just didn't have any straight line speed.
Look, it could be a multitude of items there, Lachlan. I actually think he's, it's a very highly strung engine, so hopefully everything's all right there. Obviously, a very, very quick motor. Could just be a fueling issue or a teething problem. We'll see what happens.
What are the common issues that you have with supercars? Because they're two-stroke, aren't they?
They are, yes. So typically we either rich them up or lean them out depending on the exhaust gas temperature. We aim for a certain profile of exhaust or EGT, exhaust gas temps. Anything above that, you're probably looking at some trouble. Anything below, you're probably missing some power.
So with the exhaust gas temperature, is there a sensor that measures that?
There is, yeah. So look, on the singles, obviously two sensors on the twin engine carts, one for each cylinder. But yes, that feeds back into the ECU on the cart and displays on the dash.
And as you're driving, are you able to adjust the tune on the run?
So look, most carts aren't. Some of us have master tune knobs, so we can actually trim the tune on the run. Look, there's a bit of a split school on that, whether you run fixed jets or adjustables.
Of course, I know that in go-karts, as in not supercars, but other types of karts, you can adjust on the fly the tune.
Yeah, look, to be perfectly honest, I've come from a four-stroke kart background and then jumped straight into the deep end with supercarts, which has been fantastic. I have seen what you're talking about on the two-stroke sprint karts, and some of these guys might be able to do some measurements, some adjustments with their Rotaxes, but definitely the 250s require another tool.
What other adjustments can you make? Can you adjust the stiffness of the axle? Because I know that that's something that in go-karts you can play around with.
Look, I think some people play with, you'll have a carrier on the left and the right to carry the axle. Some of the karts have a centre carrier as well, so you can loosen that up to promote more flex or tighten it up to create a more rigid rear axle. And that'll affect, obviously, your handling profile.
Because there's no suspension, obviously, so just give us a bit of a sense, because on a track like this where there's quite a few bumps, it must be really physically tough.
Look, they are. What drew me to it is it's the most raw form of motorsport that I could enter. It is incredibly tough. I mean, they're doing 2.5 to up to 3G. The Div 1 supercars are doing up to 230 k an hour on this track, 175 through turn 1 through those bumps, and it can be, it's an experience.
Do you have to go to a chiropractor after a race weekend?
Look, there's a few that say they will, but I don't think anybody ever does.
So lights are out on the safety car, so we'll have a restart this time around. Brock Nicholas, your race leader, ahead of Tim Philp. Douglas Amiss sitting in position 3 in this race. We go back to Dylan Maven, Kane Otway, and then Russell Jamieson back in 6th position. He's got his work cut out. Hopefully nothing too seriously wrong with that kart. We'll have 7 laps remaining as we get set for a race restart here in the final race of the Supercarts at Queensland Raceway. And Russell Jamieson looking to try and make a move through turn number 1, but it's Brock Nicholas who holds on to the lead as they head through that corner, and some dramas, unfortunately, for Ben Longland in the number 77 Lymphoma Australia machine. Unveiled a new livery for that kart this weekend, and he's been right in the thick of the non-gearbox class. But here is Russell Jamieson. He's wound up the wick now. He rockets past several karts on the run down into turn number 3. So whatever the problem was for Russell Jamieson off the start, doesn't seem to be too much of an issue for him now, and he's going to be back into the race lead very, very shortly, I would imagine.
I think he is just creating some more overtaking opportunities for himself, Lachlan.
At least he's making a race of a good battle on for 3rd position as we head down to turn number 4 as well. Douglas Amiss, Dylan Maven, Kane Otway, all in there. There is Russell Jamieson, though. He's back in the lead. He's made it around Brock Nicholas. He's now back in the position that he's occupied all weekend, that being position number 1 in kart number 35. Nicholas second, then it's Philp, Maven, Amiss, and Otway. We'll turn our attention back to the non-gearbox class. That's Kane. Paul Buckley moving up to 2nd in the non-gearbox class ahead of Dyson Marshall. And then Hillier in the number 65 kart, the next one through there. Ben Longland's fallen way off the back after those problems at the restart. It's a bit of a shame. He'd been having a pretty strong weekend. really good, isn't it, what Ben Longland's been doing, Ewan, with the lymphoma awareness this weekend?
Oh, it's fantastic. He's a great asset to the organisation and a really good ambassador.
At the moment, we're focusing on the battle between Tim Philp, Dylan Maven and Douglas Amiss. The contest positions 3, 4 and 5. Give us a sense, Ewan, when you're in the kart, of how much of an advantage there is when you're slipstreaming somebody. Is it noticeable from the driver's seat?
Look in the 125s, absolutely. In the 250s, they carry a lot more power. Yes, you can still get a substantial tow. And look, any time you can get in behind somebody's slipstream, you take advantage of it.
So we're seeing that at the moment, this battle for third position, because Dylan Maven is trying to slipstream Douglas Amiss. Amiss has actually moved ahead of Maven, so Amiss is now up behind Tim Philp, our third-placed runner. The corner speeds that these supercars can carry are tremendous. Such small machines on such a wide track. And here is a move for third position, so Douglas Amiss up the inside of Tim Philp on the back straight. The number 46 kart will move through into position 3. That's the lap that we've seen so far. Minute 16.4 for Russell Jamison. Still a fair bit slower than the best pace that we've seen for him this weekend. He was down in the 109 bracket in the previous race, so I still don't reckon that car's performing at its optimum level of pace at the moment. But such is his dominance this weekend that even with the kart not 100% on song, he's still well and truly fast enough to be out in the lead. What is it about his kart, Ewan, that makes it so much faster than everybody else?
I think him driving it is probably the biggest contributor. He's got a lot of experience in superkarting and at this track. He's competed in the Nationals. Look, they're very experienced in the way they prepare and go about the weekends. And, you know, all that experience counts.
So, for yourself, you've got a 250cc twin-cylinder engine kart. What sort of development work are you going to do? Have you got plans to further develop your kart, or is it all about the driving technique?
Look, first and foremost, it's got to be driver technique. Try and become consistent and finishing all the races. It can be a little bit of a lottery with the two strokes sometimes, especially the internationals, getting to the finish line, which I've experienced my fair share of. But it's all part of that learning curve and getting to a point where they are, you're more reliable. So
fingers crossed that you can keep it going and keep the improvements coming. So 4 laps remaining in this race, and in the non-gearbox class it is Paul Buckley who is still leading, but it's seriously close. Dyson and Kane both right behind him at the moment. That really has been one of the highlights of the weekend in the supercars, watching the tremendous battle in the non-gearbox class. Paul Buckley had some dramas earlier on in the weekend. He spun out of contention in race number 1. He had a mechanical problem in race 2. He was able to bounce back to take the win in race 3 and currently leading the way in the non-gearbox class in race 4. And within the non-gearbox class, there's actually separate subclasses depending on the weights of the drivers as well, Ewan.
Yeah, look, there is, I believe, just a light and a heavy division. Look, I'm not too sure what those weights are, but it's very competitive in both weight categories, which is great racing for everyone out there.
Makes sense because these karts obviously not weighing a whole lot. The weight of the driver actually makes a fair bit of difference. As we see Amiss and Philp continuing their battle over positions 3 and 4. So Amiss got past Philp a couple of laps ago, but Philp has fought back, and the contest between the two of them is continuing. So it's Philp that goes back ahead in the number 27 machine, the predominantly red kart. Relegates Amiss in the predominantly blue and white kart back to position number 4. You can really see the steering inputs from the drivers as they negotiate their way through turn 6, the final corner, and arm wrestle over the bumps. We see that all of these karts have got onboard computers on the steering wheel. What sort of information does that give you, Ewan?
Look, most of the guys are looking for RPM, speed, perhaps a lap time if they've got a GPS connected through, and then water temperature, exhaust gas temperature, just items to make sure that you're driving safely and not causing any damage.
So they're coming up on a lapped kart, these two competitors, Philp and Amiss. Down into turn number 3. Looking up the inside is Douglas Amiss on Tim Philp.
And that slipstream advantage you were talking about earlier? Right there.
Yeah, this is a graphic demonstration of it as they run up towards turn number 4. In terms of braking, is it like go-karts where the brakes are only on the rear wheels, or are they on the front as well?
So in the 125 non-gearbox, it's essentially a Rotax package. It's a rear brake setup. As soon as you move into the gearbox categories, it becomes a front and rear brake, experience. So, yeah.
That's reassuring because I'm not sure that I'd like to be travelling at the sorts of speeds that the 250cc karts travel at and only have braking on the rear, as we see that Tim Philp has come into the pit, so that's a shame. Was running in position 3, but he has fallen out of contention. We visit to pit lane, so Douglas Amiss moves up into 3rd position and now fairly unchallenged 3rd position. Coming back to the brakes topic, Ewan, do you get to adjust front to rear brake bias?
Yeah, so look, I've actually just recently set up on my steering wheel some brake bias adjuster. So throughout the race, as the grip levels change between the front and the rear of the kart, you can change that balance and try and get some more effective brake force in.
Yeah, and I can imagine that would be pretty important as the grip level changed, and also probably as the fuel burns down as well, and the weight distribution of the kart changes throughout the race. Being able to do that. So, last lap, and Russell Jamieson with a 5.8 second lead over Brock Nicholas. And in fact, the checkered flag is out, so Russell Jamieson takes the win. 3.6 seconds the final margin back to Brock Nicholas. So a clean sweep for Russell Jamieson. The margin not as comprehensive in that one as it's been in the previous races, because I don't think his kart was quite on song, but nevertheless he does complete a perfect weekend. And the 3rd place finisher, Doug Amiss. And he finishes some 23.7 seconds behind our race winner, Dylan Maven, coming home in 4th position. And then we'll look back to our non-gearbox kart battle, which David Dyson has got ahead of Paul Buckley in that battle. In fact, they're a bit more spread out than they were a couple of laps ago. And a problem, unfortunately, on the last lap as well for Dylan Maven. So he was running in 4th position at the time, but he's out of the race on the final lap. So he's had a near a miss maybe, of finishing the race. And so it's David Dyson who wins the non-gearbox class, ahead of Andrew Kane. Paul Buckley 3rd in the non-gearbox class. Back there to Nicholas Marshall. And rounding out our finishers, Tim Weir coming home in at 9th position. Back then to Craig Hillier. Ben Longland getting home in position number 10 despite some dramas just prior to the safety car restart. So there we go. Good weekend of supercar racing. Really good to give them some national level coverage this weekend as part of the AMRS program. Bit of a shame, Ewan, that you couldn't make it out for the final race of the weekend, but it's been a pleasure to have you up here in the commentary box to educate us about all things supercar racing.
No, thanks for having us up here, Lachlan. If you're interested in superkarting, come and have a chat to us at the Queensland Supercar Club. Fantastic environment, really good people. And Lockie, thanks for the opportunity to chat some.
My great pleasure. There are our top 3 drivers down in the pit lane area. And for the final time this afternoon, let's head down to our pit reporter, Kylie King. She's with our race winner, Russell Jamieson.
Congratulations, Russell. You didn't make it easy on yourself in that one. What happened off the start?
No, I don't know. It was only running on one cylinder, so I was down a cylinder at the start there, and it had come on and come off again. So, yeah, didn't make it easy at all. But anyway, I got the win.
But at least you got to do a bit of ducking and diving getting round. That was good.
Yeah, just got to see a few karts and go around them, so it was good.
Well done. What a mighty effort for you. And Brock Nicholas, our second place getter. Well done. A mighty effort. You look like you done a big exaltation. What's going on?
It's warm out there. But no, it was a good race. I obviously got the jump on Russ, but he called it back in the end, that's for sure. It's been a good race, good weekend. Just want to say, obviously, thank you to the AMRS series. Like, we want to come back. It's a good event. It's we like the TV too, so it's good for our sport. It's good for everybody. And thank you.
Good on you. As we'll head to our third place getter, Doug. You got there in the end. I guess you were kind of lucky in the end. Do you think? Obviously, seeing a bit of drama there with one of your rivals.
Yeah, I was very lucky. Tim had a mechanical there. We had a great race together. It was nice dicing every lap, but unfortunately it looked like he didn't get there. But gives us a clean sweep in the 125 this weekend, and it's nice to be up here with the boys with twice as much horsepower and twice as many cylinders. Massive thanks to AASA and AMRS for this weekend. It's been fantastic.
Well, it's been enjoyable watching you guys, so thanks so much for having us as well.
Thank you.
Back to you in commentary.
Thank you very much, Kylie. Well, that just about brings to a close round number 4 of the Australian Motor Racing Series here at Queensland Raceway. And confirmation of our results for the final supercar race of the weekend. Russell Jamieson completes the clean sweep. 4 wins from 4 races. Brock Nicholas second. Back to Douglas and Miss. David Dyson, best of the non-gearbox competitors in position 4. Andrew Kane. Paul Buckley back to Nicholas Marshall. Tim Weir. Ben Longland classified in 9th position ahead of Craig Hillier. A reminder that you can watch all of the highlights from this weekend of the AMRS on 7 Mate. That'll be coming up on Saturday the 3rd of September. So make sure you tune into 7 Mate for the highlights package, which will be produced by the team at Fuzzy Media. And next round of the Australian Motor Racing Series here on the AMRS Facebook page. You'll be able to watch that from Sydney Motorsport Park on the October long weekend, 1st and 2nd of October. Very much looking forward to that one. Big thank you to the entire team here at Queensland Raceway. It's been fantastic to be back at QR for an AMRS round. All of the staff and officials here at Queensland Raceway, obviously Tony Quinn for his investment in the facility, but also all of our volunteer officials in race control, our flag marshals, fire rescue and recovery crews, and all of the other volunteers who have put in a lot of time behind the scenes. Big thank you to all of our categories and competitors as well, and to everybody who's tuned in for our coverage right throughout the day on the live stream. Thanks to Fuzzy Media. Thanks to my co-commentators this weekend, Matt McKeldin, who jumped in for the TA2 races, Kylie King, our pit reporter, Mark Giorgio for his expert comments from the Queensland Touring Car Championship races, Ewan Berg, who jumped in for the Supercars as well, and again the entire team at Fuzzy Media for their production of the live stream. On behalf of everybody at the Australian Motor Racing Series, this is Lockie Mansell signing off. See you at Sydney Motorsport Park on the October long weekend. Bye for now.